And when we talk about SAP, their definition of analytics is all products and services in the entire data lifecycle, right from data capture, data integration, data science, decision science, you name it, SAP has a product. Probably at this point in time, I think they must be having over 200 plus product. Whereas if you talk to SaaS or if you talk to Click, for example, their definition of data analytics is more centered about ML, data science, and so on. So they don't do much about data capture or data integration. So overall, it's almost like six blind men looking at the elephant and describing the elephant in their own words. So if you talk to the people from oil and gas industry, their definition of data analytics is more about data capture, digitization. If you talk to a supply chain professional, his definition of data analytics is more about satisfying the needs of the customer or understanding the needs of the customer. If you talk to the technology vendor, if you talk to SAP, their definition of analytics is about managing the data in the entire data lifecycle, whereas SaaS is more about looking at analytics mainly from a data science perspective. So when there are so many varied definitions or perspective of data analytics, what exactly is data analytics? So in my experience, what I have seen is working with many clients. So analytics is basically about asking questions to gain insights for making decisions from data to measure and improve business performance. So it's all about measurement and performance improvement. So if you don't believe in the concepts of measurement and improving your performance, you are not going very far with data and analytics. And the first step in the whole journey is, do you have good questions? So questions are the fundamental or the first step in the whole analytics journey. No questions practically means there is no analytics. And how do you get the answers for these questions or the insights from these questions is from the data which you have captured across different business processes and so on. So this is my definition of analytics. So when I talk to my clients, people say, hey, Prashant, we want to do data analytics in our company. Should we go and implement Python or should we move our data to the cloud? I said, hold on. All those things are great questions. They are very valid. But the first thing which you need is to sort out your questions. What are the typical questions you have for which you are seeking insights for? And most importantly, why do you need analytics? If your objective is not to measure and improve business performance, you are not going very far in data analytics. Data is oil, data is blood, data is oxygen. They're all great things to talk. They're almost like buzzwords and metaphors. But the most important thing about data analytics is using data to measure and improve business performance. So typically, when we talk about measurement, I call this as a measurement continuum. How things move from the left side to the right side. How companies can improve the whole analytics process. In fact, I even wrote an article for SAP Insider, 12 key FP&A reports, which you can use it for improved business visibility. But looking at this picture, most of the companies are in the first three boxes on the left side. It's mostly about beliefs, assumptions, reactive checks, ongoing reports, and so on and so forth. Very few companies are on the right side of the picture, like they are doing very little work on the advanced analytics. Gartner did a study and they found that almost like 85% of the work that's happening in data analytics are on the left three boxes. Very few companies are talking about this. So when I talk to my clients, this is what I have a roadmap for them. So I say, let's start with the left side and move all the way to the right side, which is all about prescriptions and recommendations. So what are the benefits of data analytics? So if we talk about the benefits of data analytics, the first one is better decisions. So Harvard Business School did a study and they found this, Forrester did a study and they found about growth and so on. Opportunities for growth. Well, what's that? McKinsey, Yahoo Finance, Boston Consulting. I've got a lot of studies they have done and they found that this is what you're going to get by using data analytics. And lastly, about operational efficiency, which is about cost and mitigating risk. So there is also research from MIT and McKinsey. So a lot of companies have done work on data analytics and they found that this results in improved business performance. That means better decisions, better opportunities for growth and reduce cost and mitigated risk. But what is the story within supply chain? Within supply chain, Harvard Business School again has done some work and they found that there is going to be cost efficiency. Deloitte did a study and they found that 79% of the organizations which are high performing are enabled by supply chain analytics. Boston Consulting Group, Accenture. So the proof of getting value from data analytics is there. Companies have got results from data analytics and they are using data analytics for improved business performance. So what's the case for business supply chain analytics? So today you hear all these metrics and you say, hey, I want to go back to my work and start implementing supply chain analytics. What should I do? What should I look for? So this is what I have to build a business case for supply chain analytics. What is the sweet spot? What are the use cases for supply chain analytics? I have something called as a Rumsfeld matrix. As most of you must be knowing, Donald Rumsfeld was the Secretary of Defense in the United States, and this is what he came up with: known, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns. Basically, the four situations which you have to make effective decisions. So let's take the four situations we have in a typical insight-centric environment. The first one, I call it as the validation or the physics problem. What is it? You know something, data knows something. So if you're using data analytics to further validate this, there is very little value you are going to get. I'll tell you a small story about this. A few years back, I was consulting for an oil pipeline company. So there was a team of data scientists who were kind of busy, meetings here, that discussion, so on and so forth. So finally, after 3-4 months, the management was a little bit concerned. Hey, what are you guys actually doing? There's a lot of noise happening in this group. Can we have a call to see what exactly you have done so far? So we had this call, and I was invited as well. And in the call, they said, hey, can you share some of the work you're doing, some of the insights which you have about the work you have done in the last 3-4 months? So the team said, one of the interesting insights we have for you is if the viscosity of the crude oil goes up, the time it takes for the crude oil to move from point A to point B also goes up. For a minute, there was a pin drop silence. Is this really an insight? Do you want to spend 4 months on validating these kind of situations and say this is truly an insight? This is already known. So there's no point in confirming about the insights which we already know. So this is like a physics problem. So if you're doing data analytics on problems or things which are already proven, validated, there is no point in capturing data and doing data analytics. It's kind of, I wouldn't say it's a waste of time, but the value you are going to get is very little. Number two is the knowledge or the insights problem. So what is that? The data knows something, but you don't know about it. For example, you are in supply chain and you want to know the cost of acquiring this customer. What is the customer acquisition cost? You can get this from data and analytics. This is what a good use case for data analytics, which is an insight problem. You didn't know about this, and now I have an insight about the customer acquisition cost. The third one is assumptions. You know something, but the data doesn't know. Well, what does this mean? For example, again, I was working in a project, and the team believed that it was basically a food additives company, which is actually sweeteners, color, and all those things which you add to the food. So they said the price elasticity of demand for their products is highly inelastic. I said, oh my gosh, this looks very surprising. Today, everybody is concerned about health and fitness and so on. So you believe the sweetness and color and all those things is going to have, the demand is going to be high, price inelastic? That's surprising. Let's see what the data is going to say. But the data said completely opposite. This is where you have a good use case for data analytics. The data doesn't know, but you know something which you can confirm once again with your data analytics. And lastly, black swan problems. For example, COVID-19. Nobody had the data or the insights to tell us that this is what the impact or the size of the problem is. So doing analytics to predict when is it going to be the next COVID-19 is going to be kind of unrealistic. But that kind of discussions rarely happen in the business world. The kind of discussions that happen in the business world, which are very similar to the black swan kind of problem, is using data analytics to predict sales 15 years from now, or doing a strategy 30 years from now. That's kind of very theoretical. I was talking to somebody and they said they are part of a strategy team to design to work out a strategy for the bank for 2040. This is kind of a waste of time. So many companies, you don't even know what's going to happen in the next 3 months. So what's the point in designing a strategy in 2040? So overall, so when we apply the Rumsfeld matrix, so there are two real use cases which you can apply, where you have the knowledge or the insight problem, or you have the hypothesis problem where you're validating the assumptions. That's where the true scope of data analytics projects come into the picture. So to know more about this, I wrote an article in Forbes about this. You can Google about the title, and you can put my name as well, and you'll be taken to the Forbes blog. So now this all looks interesting, Prashant. Now, how do we make this happen? What are the building blocks? What do I need to get to implement supply chain analytics in my company? So overall, there are four major things that really matters in supply chain analytics. Many people think for data analytics, what you need is you need good quality data, and number two, a great algorithms, like for example, regression, which is in Power BI or Tableau and so on. That's true, but you also need other two elements as well. What are those? Assumptions and ethics. The belief that there is going to be 100% quality data to do your analytics is rarely true. Many times the data quality might not be there. The availability of the data might not be there. So you have to make some realistic assumptions to go forward so that you can get good insights and make the decisions to measure and improve business performance. So let's go over these four key building blocks one by one. What are the sub elements you need within these components to make it happen? The first one is the data in supply chain. What is the data in supply chain? Overall, there are four kinds of data from a business perspective. The first one is zero-party data, which is all the data about your potential counterparties, about your prospects, the RFXs work which you have done, and all the data which you have captured pertaining to that kind of work is all zero-party data. This is the data which you have about your potential counterparties, but they are not really the ones we are doing business with. First-party data is all the data which hits the GL. For example, it could be your orders, it could be your contracts, it could be your invoices, it could be your remittances, all those things which directly or indirectly hits the general ledger. It is the data which you capture and manage to run your business processes. Second party data is the data which is managed by your partners to run your company. What does this mean? For example, if I want to buy a HP laptop, I go to Best Buy and I buy it. But all the data about me buying the HP laptop is managed in Best Buy's data centers or systems. If HP wants to know, they have to talk to Best Buy and get those information. Same with Sephora and L'Oreal's discussion. For example, if somebody wants to buy a perfume, they go to the Sephora stores and buy the L'Oreal perfume. But if L'Oreal wants to know how my products are performing, they have to talk to Sephora and get this information. Let's talk about the oil and gas industry. Shell gives a project to Schlumberger. Schlumberger does this project for Shell, and all the data pertaining to that project is managed with Schlumberger. If Shell wants to know that information, they have to talk to Schlumberger to get to get that data. So overall, second party data is the data which your partners are managing for you. And lastly, the third party data, which is all about the data products. So you can buy this data from third party vendors. The good thing is somebody has curated this, captured the data, curated this data, and giving this data in a ready-made package for you. But the bad thing about third party data is you are inheriting the risk associated with this data, because you never know what has happened to the data, who has captured when, and so on. Cambridge Analytica came into limelight because of data and analytics. And it was that data, the third-party data, which they got from Facebook, which ultimately resulted in the company's collapse. They didn't manage the data well. So overall, food for thought for all of you. So when you go back to work after this conference, most of you might be just working on the first-party data. Good, congratulations, that's great. But very few companies are working on the other three types of data: zero party, second party, and third party. In my experience, I've seen that those three types of data is about 30 to 40% of the data footprint, where not much attention is given. So spare a thought about that data, which you can bring it for your data and analytics. So the first one which you need for data analytics is the complete data footprint in your organization. So where does this data come? The good thing about supply chain is the money which can flow from one side, material which can flow from the other side, but data is constant. It is there everywhere. The zero party data is there from suppliers to the consumers. And of course, there's a first party, second party, third party, and third party data as well. So if you look at the complete supply chain processes, whether it's record to report or procure to pay or order to cash, data is there in each of the business processes. So you can find these four types of data in every business processes or activities which you are doing within supply chain. Second one is the second building block for analytics is the algorithms. So overall, you can classify these algorithms into four major building blocks. First one is descriptive analytics. What happened? Diagnostic. Why? Why did this happen? Predictive. What will happen? And prescriptive. What are the factors that will make it happen? So let's take a simple story about these four types of analytics. Let's take, we have Nancy, who is the CFO, and Bob, who is the data scientist. Nancy goes to Bob and says, hey, Bob, what was our revenue in 2020? Bob looks at her question and he says, descriptive analytics. What happened in 2020? He goes to his ERP, pulls out all the invoices and says, hey, Nancy, in 2020, we made $350 million. Nancy says, this is good. Nancy says, why did we make just $350 million? Our target for 2020 was $360 million. Why did this happen? So this is an interesting question. So now Bob goes back to his desk. He conducts some experiments and so on, and he comes up with this reason to Nancy. Hey, Nancy, we made less money in 2020 because we were in the peak of COVID. Okay, good. So Nancy says, okay, assuming our business has changed, and the business has changed after COVID, and if you look at the situation in 2020, 2021, 22, 23, and assuming that the same business conditions continues in 24 and 25, can you tell me what will be our revenue in 2025? So Bob looks at that question and he sees that this is predictive analytics. He goes back to his desk, he does some regression work, and he comes back to Nancy and he says, hey, Nancy, assuming the business conditions are the same, would be the same in 2025 compared to 2021, 22, 23, and 24, we are going to make $375 million. Nancy looks disappointed. Nancy says, Bob, my CEO tells me that our target for 2025 is $400 million. Can you tell me what should I do to make it happen? Bob looks at Nancy's question. He thinks this is prescriptive analytics. He goes back to his desk, runs some optimization model, scenario planning, sensitivity analysis, many other techniques are associated with prescriptive analytics. He comes back to Nancy and he says, Nancy, if you have to make $400 million in 2025, there are two things which you need to take care. One is the price, other is the quantity or the SKUs. So if you increase this price and increase the quantity of SKUs that are being sold, we will make $400 million. So overall, if you look at the four types of analytics which are there, or the algorithms which are there, it is basically a conversation that's happening between the inside producer, who is Bob, and the inside consumer, who is Nancy. So it is like you give a question, I give an insight. From that insight, there is more question. Again, you get some insights. So it's like question, answer, question, answer. It's a continuous process that's happening between the inside producer and the inside consumer. So analytics overall is not like a one-time project. It's like a constant process. You want to measure and improve your performance of your company all the time. So it's like continuous process that's happening so that you get better. At every iteration, you get better and better. The third one is about the ethics. It refers to all these moral principles about the data management, right? From collection, processing, integration, and everything, so that you can better measure and improve your supply chain performance. So in my experience, what I have seen is there are 5 key building blocks which you need to think about in the ethics part of analytics. First one is data sensitivity, which is all about the security and privacy. How well you are managing the security and privacy of your data so that the right people can manage the data in the right way. Number 2 is about the model and the data drift. Every business is always in a state of change. It's always evolving. And data all said and done is a reflection of the past process. So data is catching up to what the business processes changes have been happening. So there is a drift, there is a change in the model which is happening because business is always in a constant change. So the second part of ethics is about managing the model drift so that the models that are used are reflecting the businesses in a realistic way. Biases are some kind of a preference. The inherent state of data is always biased. Given that the data is a reflection of the past, you are capturing the data because there is a bias towards the way it's been captured. Many types of biases, right from availability of the data to the way you frame questions to your the hippo to IKEA bias. There are tons and tons of biases which are there. So overall, it is very difficult to eliminate the bias. What you can do is basically reduce it by better education and better management. Last one, fourth one is about data engineering, integrating the data from different sources which are in different shapes and forms so that you have one consistent way of interpreting the data. And lastly, taking care of the needs of the stakeholders. The insight needs of the C-suite is different from the insights needs of the manager. Insight needs of the manager is very different from the insights needs of the analyst. So making sure that the stakeholders' needs are taken care is also part of the ethical aspects of data analytics. Lastly, the fourth building block is assumptions. There is nothing called as a perfect data. You need to assume something so that you can go forward, something like which is reasonable. Of course, when you assume something, there is always a probability of assuming of these assumptions. We always make some assumptions saying that, hey, we start this project and we assume that there's going to be good quality data. But when we start this project, we see that there is no data at all. We assume that there is senior management support for this project, but most of the senior management people are busy and very cold to this project. So you might be very excited with this, but the management, or because of lack of time or lack of resource availability, you might not get the right kind of traction and support. So we always make assumptions all the time. So assumptions are an important thing when we talk about data analytics. So this is a company where I work. So you can see this, I've highlighted all this, or I have stuck all this names. So I asked this person, what's your SG&A expenses for the last year? You see on the top, he says, we don't have this information. And trust me, this company has been running for the last 15 years. For the last 15 years, they have this marketing team, they have marketing budget, but they still don't know what's their SG&A expenses. So then I went to a Canadian bank, and I just Googled and to see what's the typical marketing expenses. So this Canadian bank said that, okay, this is what an average B2B company is going to find. So I just took about 3%. Then it came to about 17,000. So I went back to the marketing department and asked them, does it make sense? Do you think you spent about $17,000 last year? They said, yeah, this makes sense. So let's go with that. So you always make some assumptions because there is always the complete data might not be available for you to do your analytics. So these are the four key building blocks of supply chain analytics. Number one, data. Number two, algorithms. Number three, ethics. Number four, assumptions. So the last section is about a quick small case study. So this is a project which I work for a food distributor in Washington State. They were headquartered in Seattle. The CFO and the CEO, it was a small company, about $300 million. They said, these are the business levers we have. We want to know what are the insights which we have around these four areas: pricing, inventory or COGS, which is a cost of goods sold, customer intimacy, and their business processes. So we want to know the impact on customer, financial, and operations. So we did a kind of an exercise where we talked to a few people in the company and got some key questions. Remember, first step in any analytics process is about questions. No questions practically means there is no answer. Today, we are in the world of ChatGPT and AI. So everybody has access to ChatGPT. And how do we get the value out of ChatGPT? By asking good questions. We both have access to the same tool. You might get one answer and I might get a different answer because you have used a better technique to ask questions compared to me. So asking questions is becoming a very vital skill today in the world of, in the data-centric world we are all in. So these are the kind of questions we asked them. And then we got a bunch of KPIs from them on this four key levers, which we discussed earlier. And from there, we look at what is active SKUs, quick ratio, the inventory turns, the customer lifetime value, and all those things. Then we produced tons and tons of insights. But in the interest of time, I'll just use one report which we presented. This was the one which caught the attention of the board and the CEO. He was very impressed with this slide. So what does this mean? So if you look at here, 1% improvement in price, volume, and COGS can help you get 8.2% in gross profit. This was one of the really an enlightening moment for the board and the C-suite. They find, oh my gosh, if we just increase the price by 1%, we are going to, and of course with volume and COGS, we are going to improve our profit by 8.2. This is terrific. I don't have to look at the entire SKU portfolio or every products which I have, just one of them, and this is what the situation is going to be. So overall, supply chain analytics is basically using data by asking the right questions to gain insights to measure and improve business performance. The goal of analytics is measurement and improving the business performance. If you don't believe in the concept of measuring and improving, there is no point in doing analytics. I see many people are using the health gadgets, the Fitbit, for example, on their wrist and their health and all those things. So they are all churning out a bunch of data, which is good. But what are you doing with that data? Are you using that data to improve your health? If the answer is no, there's no point in having this Fitbit and all these gadgets. So similarly, in the business world, it's good that you are capturing the data, but if you're not using the data to improve your performance, there's no point in doing data analytics. So when we talk about analytics, everybody thinks that, or most of them think, data analytics is about data science. Good. That's one part of the equation. There are other elements as well when we talk about analytics. It's about data capture and origination, data integration, of course, data science, and then decision science. Different types of analytics. The 3 or 4 major types of analytics are descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. And the 4 key building blocks of analytics are data, algorithms, assumptions, and ethics. So that brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for attending my talk. And as a token of appreciation, this is my discount code on my 2 books, Data for Business Performance, which is the first book, and Analytics Best Practices, which is the second book. Analytics Best Practices was ranked the best analytics book of all time in 2022. So if you are interested, you can get it in Amazon or even Flipkart, or else you can go to my publisher's website and put this discount code of which you see in the bottom, and it will be shipped to your Indian address. So take a screenshot of this slide, and so that if you want to use this discount code, you can use them, or else you can go to Amazon and buy as well, or Flipkart and buy this book. Once again, thank you very much. This is one of my quotes in MIT Sloan Management Review. Companies have a lot of data, true, but success is not about data capture and you are just collecting the data. In fact, the more data you collect, the more difficult it is going to be, difficulty you will have in managing the data. It's about using it. So if you don't know how to use it, there is very little value you are going to get from data analytics. Again, I'm very active in LinkedIn. So please connect me or follow me in LinkedIn, or else if you're not in LinkedIn, this is my email ID. Thank you very much. Take care and stay safe.
Hi, Prashant, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So now let's we have time. Okay, so let's take up some questions from the audience and discuss the details. So thank you, Dr. Prashant, for a wonderful session. I know the depth of knowledge and the information, the experience what you have in the data analytics is amazing. That is something which is definitely help supply chain organizations. So let us, I just to compile some questions. Now, a typical, one of the key problem is that when you talk about data analytics and data engineering and all those stuff, so only the larger organizations are doing it at the moment. Okay, so what is your advice for the mid-size and maybe a little smaller organizations, and how to start the data analytics journey, and what is the best way to do it in a simple step-by-step approach? Because everybody now with the generative AI, everybody is aware that technology-wise they cannot stay behind; they have to move forward. So this is something very every company is aware of. now, but the question is still they are just in exploring phase. They don't know. Okay, so can
Got
you
it.
can you explain how to do this for a small mid-sized organizations,
Okay. Sure.
especially in Indian manufacturing supply chain companies' perspective, please, Dr.
Okay.
Krishna.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, I have consulted for some big logos like Shell and Apple and Whirlpool and those kind of companies. But at the same time, I have worked for very small companies which are about 3 to 5 million in revenue. But overall, Sheikh, whether you talk about the big companies or the small companies, the fundamental question they have is basically how do we get value out of data analytics? The size, complexity, and scale might vary for the big companies compared to the small companies and vice versa. But the fundamental question is how do we get value out of data analytics? So this is a big question, but in the interest of time, I'll just give some pointers for companies to think about where they can start their journey. The first thing is identify the purpose. Why do you need data? So, in my experience, purpose is the first step. So, you don't capture data because somebody told you data is oil, data is blood, everybody is doing data and all those things. Just think about why you need it. And typically, in my experience, at an average, whether it's a small company or a big company, they need data for three major things. The first one is to run their operations better. Number two, for regulatory compliance. And third one, to better analytics or AI, which is all about measuring and improving performance. So let me give you a use case in the world of supply chain. Let's take a purchase order, for example. Why do you need a purchase order? A purchase order is an operational document. You need the purchase order because let's say I want to buy this 100 quantities of this pen. So I issue a purchase order to this vendor to supply 100 quantities of this pen. So I have an operational document saying that these pens are going to be delivered on this day at this location and so on and so forth at this price. So this is an operational document. But if something goes wrong between my company and the vendor, this purchase order, the same purchase order which served as an operational document, is also a compliance document. I use this purchase order to resolve the dispute between my company and the supplier to make sure that we are all in the same page. Over a period of time, let's say that today I bought 100 quantities of this pen, tomorrow 75, day after tomorrow 50, so on and so forth. So in a time of 1 year, let's assume that I've issued 1,000 purchase orders. Now, naturally, I can glean those 1,000 purchase orders and look at the patterns or derive insights. And one of the insights could be the economies of scale. The more I order, the unit price of the pen is actually decreasing. Oh my gosh, this is really interesting. So what I can do, I don't have to have 25 vendors supply this pen. Instead, I will issue an MSA to 5 vendors. They can they can leverage their cost on transportation, on inventory management, and everything, so that I can we both win-win. It's like a win-win situation for all of us. So in that way, I can use the data analytics to measure and improve performance. So this is a simple example. So overall, for all those companies, start with the first step, which is why do you need data? In my experience, you need data for three things: operations, compliance, and analytics stroke AI. So that's number one. Number two, to improve those things, especially in the world of data analytics, what you need is KPIs. So when I go and do consulting projects, the first thing I ask my stakeholders is, what are the KPIs? So KPIs are one thing because they link the data to your performance. That's number one. Next, number two, from the KPIs, you also get to know about the culture of the company. If somebody gives me a list of KPIs, which is more centered towards the customer, I get a feeling, hey, this company is more about growth, it's about customers, so on and so forth. But if somebody gives me a KPI which is more on cost cutting, cost reduction, and everything, I get a perception that this company is more about cost reduction. If somebody gives me a bunch of KPI which is on regulations, I feel that this company is more risk averse. So you get to know about the culture of the companies as well by talking about the KPIs. And third one is, data quality is not a one-time process. So when you make sure that data is a fundamental ingredient which you need for data analytics. So when you are capturing the data, make sure that you have the right skills, the right systems, the right process in place so that you get good quality data. Because if you have all those things in a very bad shape, the output is also bad. We have heard this: garbage in is garbage out. So the same thing applies here. So if you have untrained people, unskilled people, poor systems, poor processes, the output is going to be bad data, and bad data means bad insights, bad operations, bad compliance, everything is going to be bad. So we
Yeah.
can talk about it for hours together on what companies need to do. But overall, this is my take.
It's very important, Prashant, to hear from somebody like you to understand the importance of data. So actually, typically, the organizations processes in Indian subcontinent. Okay, so the first step they look forward is to do the all the processes to automate. Okay, and then they use this data once they have in a digital format, so they can do it. Now, one of the questions Mayur is asking is, so the how to tackle the problem of converting hard copies to soft copies or the tables without much manual input. Yeah. Uh, so you would like to answer that because it's like a so they have hard copies. The data, maybe it could be a purchase orders, it could be the goods receipts or bill of lading things. So, so this is something he's asking. We'll come to that question. Okay. Uh, one major challenge, Prashant, here is companies still thinking that digitizing or digital transformation for their organizations is like an expense, not like an investment. So, what is your advice for those companies?
Um, uh, so if you look at all the data which is there, there are many Fortune 100 companies which were, or Fortune 1000 companies which were there a few years back, which are not existing today. And one of the reasons is they are not being able to change or adapt to the changing situation. So if you think that this is going to be an expense, you are not be able to sustain the competition. Today, we are in the VUCA world: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Things are so dynamic. The competition doesn't have to be you are from a competitor who is in India. It can be from anywhere in the world. So the competition is there everywhere. So you need to be prepared well so that your processes are learning efficiently. You understand the customer needs in a much more quicker and a more adaptable way. Today, in the world of supply chain, we are not talking about uh, customer supplier. We are talking about supplier to and see what are the risks they are having. So it's the world is kind of complex as well. The globalization has made things all the supply chains come together. For example, I think I put a picture where Amazon can predict what's the customer wants even before the customer is ordering. And how is this happening? It's all happening because of data. It all depends on what you purchased in Amazon before, what you are searching, where you are going, and all those things. Like today, for example, I was talking to my wife, and I said there is the over phone. I was talking to her over phone. I said that next week I might be traveling to Vegas for work. And after 2 minutes, I log on to Google. I see a bunch of ads about hotels in Vegas. So how is it all happening? So your devices are listening to you. You are what you do in your PC is being tracked, is tracked, and all those things. So there is data everywhere. So for companies which are for your question, like if they see digital transformation is expensive, um, think for a minute, like is it more expensive to stay in business or to go out of business? So that's what the fundamental question is. And data can I'm not saying that data is the solution for everything, but data is an important solution uh, to to uh, uh, to run your business.
So, thank you, Dr. Prashant. So data is it's not expense. So you are doing the digital transformation, but carefully and enabling yourself for the next generation competitiveness. Okay, so that is the most important thing. One more question, just answer the question: how to tackle the problem of converting hard copies? Actually, see, now the technology is in such a way. There is something called okay, OCR, so objective
Hmm.
character recognition, optical
Optical
character
character recognition. Yeah.
recognition. This helps to read the formats if they are in a proper format. So they can read it, they can convert them into table structures, and they can store it. So this is usually almost all the softwares, very advanced softwares are doing it, especially in the purchasing invoices kind of thing. And our solutions in Data Labs India. So whether it could be a warehousing or it could be a manufacturing. So we are including that OCR concept into that. Okay, that's something which we can do that. Okay, so Dr. Prashant, so what is your advice for the executives? Okay, this is for the companies. You said very nicely. What is it for the executives? What is your advice for especially the very busy professionals? So how can they ask? They know that the questions also. Sometimes they have their questions in their mind, but they cannot articulate to the team. So what is your advice? Very quick advice for a few minutes for the executives.
So, if for supply chain executives to embark on digital transformation, in my experience, I've seen that they can focus on three major things. The first one is build a culture of measurement and performance improvement. So, to talk about, believe that the performance improvement is not like a one-time project; it's a journey. That's number one. Number two is improve the literacy of using data and analytics in the organization. So if people are not trained, people are not educated on using data and analytics, they would go back to their tribal knowledge to derive insights and to run their businesses for operations and compliance. Like Mayur was talking about all this manual processes. So if people are not skilled, like for example, I've seen in many places they have companies have implemented ERP like an SAP applications, but still many users don't use SAP. They still you are using their manual processes, emails, and everything for procurement activities. Then we have a back office which looks at their email and starts putting everything into SAP, creates a purchase order and everything. So if people are not trained, if or the business users are not trained in using the data and analytics, again, it's going to be a huge challenge. So senior executives have to make sure that there is a budget, there is a support for their backing for these kind of projects. And last one, get working on good quality data. So today, the differentiator is not technology. The differentiator is data. For example, there is hardly any difference between different tech platforms you have, whether it's GCP or AWS or Azure or anything. The differentiator is going to be quality data. If you have good quality data, regardless of the platform you're using, you are going to get good output. So if you have bad data, even if you might have the greatest technology in the world, the output is still going to be bad. So technology is becoming a commodity now. So in that case, the differentiator is going to be good quality data. The reason why many retail companies fear Amazon is because Amazon has the data. So, or Amazon has the quality data. So for senior executives, I would say if you are embarking on digital transformation in the world of supply chain or supply chain transformation, focus on three things: build a culture within the organization that uses data for measurement and performance improvement. Number two, improve the data literacy, education levels of the company. And lastly, get good quality data and treat the data quality journey as a process and not a project.
Perfect. This is fantastic to hear. Data quality, it's basically a decision making. Okay, so you need good data for decision making. You need a decision support. Okay, from the data, whatever you have. Okay, so if you don't have that, all you have to go by your gut feeling and your thumb rules. Okay, so this will definitely create a problem one way or other. Okay, and especially if your competitor is using the data and getting the insights, even that like 2-3% of the edge in competitiveness will make a big difference going forward. Okay, so there is a huge competition. And one more question from Mayur, just extended question. Yeah, see, if you are converting the handwriting data into a database, so it's a process. Okay, so you have to start with the standard process, the standard template, and then you need to educate your machine learning algorithm to keep learning about the different variations what you have in your handwriting, either it could be in a template or whatever. Then slowly, in course of time, your machine learning algorithm will learn all the things and then convert into JSON tables. Don't expect that if you have a different formats and then expect artificial intelligence or machine learning to do. No, it will not happen. You need to teach them. Just like wow, we teach ourselves, we need to teach it. Okay, then it will have a problem. Many companies are doing this, by the way. They're converting handwritten and invoice documents using OCR to the data, and because there is so many invoices. Okay, so or kind of token documents, they're converting it successfully and they're using it. So you can also do it. We can discuss more on this as we go on. If you have offline, we can post your questions and then we can get your answers. So Dr.
Perfect.
Prashant, thank you for joining. And any final thoughts? You have another 2-3 minutes. Final thoughts. I know it is very, very late for you. So it must be 10 a.m., 10 p.m. for you.
No, it's 11:30, almost 11:30 p.m.
Okay, so it's a time to go to bed. And any final thoughts, and then we can
No,
discuss.
but but one final thought which I have is, it's is is not just to capture data and store it. If you just capture and store the data, there is going to be severe repercussions on cost, on carbon footprint, on risk, on branding, and everything. So use data and capture data only when if you need it. Don't just think that I'm going to capture data because cloud is cheap and all those things. Nothing is cheap. It's going to be very cost expensive, risky in the long run. So basically manage your data well. The more data you have, you will have more problems actually. So make sure that you have a great system of managing data. So data is an asset only if you know how to use it. If you don't know how to use it, it can become a liability which is very hard to get rid of.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, Dr. Prashant, thank you very much for joining, and have a great evening, and take care very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay.
Very
See you,
nice.
sir.
Very
All the
nice.
best. All the best to everyone. Take care. Thanks for your time. See you. Bye bye.
Thank you. So we have one question, Shoaib. Okay, we have one question, Shoaib. How will RFID technology usage in manufacturing and warehousing will help? It's a very big topic by itself. Just to, because Prashant is very late for him, so he has to go. So I'll just answer your question. Basically, RFID technology or any barcoding or IoT, if you are using it, basically this is used to speed up your operations. Okay, this is basically to speed up your operations and also automate, eliminate manual entries. So once you do that, the data is captured very faster, very accurate, and very cheaper also as we go on. Okay, it's like an initial investment. So all the manufacturing and warehousing processes, wherever possible to capture the data, it can be automated. So that we talk about more in detail. So in the warehousing, basically, it's a put away and picking processes. That's where the RFID process, and even when you are sending your material from one warehouse to another warehouse or one location to another location, so RFID can be used as a license plate. So when you use RFID, they can directly inbound all the items without doing a single data entry. So that is one of the use case for RFID technology. So it's like a one RFID tag has all the information about the shipment, everything, item, quantity, and the other details. And everything can be imported directly with the RFID readers at the gate. The moment your shipment come, and then the system can read it and completely automate it. And if you are using barcodes, it is for the individual transaction operations that can be used. And similarly in manufacturing, in each work center completion can be automated. And then finally, to take the whole inventory in the warehouse or something. Okay, so that can be also done. We'll talk more about this because there is a two long sessions, and there are too many sessions covering all these topics. Stay tuned. So I would like to welcome our next speaker, Christian Zakarian. So Deep, can Chris join us? Mhm.
Yeah, Chris has
Yeah, hi
already
everyone.
joined. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Hi,
here.
hi, CJ. Very nice.
Yeah, good morning.
How are you doing? I know
I'm good.
I talked to you. I met you in Riyadh sometime long back. So
Yes, you
how are
did.
you? Yeah.
I'm
So it
good. I'm
was
good. What about you?
long. Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
it was late at Prashant. It's a bit it's not early, but it's morning here in Kuwait.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
we're
So thank
catching
you.
4 or 5 time zones.
So thank you, CJ. I call you CJ, Christian Zakarian. Thank you for joining us. Let me give a quick introduction to CJ. Uh, so the topic Chris will talk is the supply chain planning, which is one of my favorite topic, and I've been leading supply chain planning team for quite a long time, and it's one of my very favorite topic, my interest, and also I enjoy reading and listening to supply chain planning at any time. So let me give a quick introduction to Christian Zakarian. So basically, yeah, Christian Zakarian is a senior consultant and supply chain expert based in Kuwait, a results-driven leader in supply chain, logistics, and distribution, adept at implementing business strategies and systems. So, CJ is expert in operation scalability, high performance team transformation, and digitization processes. So, skilled in integrated supply chain and value chain management, ensuring end-to-end solutions for complex operations. So fantastic. So I would like to hear you, Chris, talking about supply chain planning.
Sure.
So thank you for joining, and over to you, Chris, please.
Thank you.
You can start your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. How can I? Good evening, good morning, whatever. Good night, maybe some people. How can I share my screen, by the way?
Yeah, there is
If
a
I have...
share button in the.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to click it. Just a second. Share, share, and window. Okay. Can you see?
Yeah. We can see you.
Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Because I cannot see you now. I'm only seeing my screen, which is the presentation.
Yeah. No
Yes.
problem. Yeah, we can see you. Yeah. Please
Beautiful.
continue. Your picture
Very
will be
good.
there in the. Yeah. Please
Yeah,
go ahead.
sure. So I will be presenting something about supply chain planning. Supply chain planning is a big world. Supply chain planning can be in your own small supply chain operation, distribution center, in your own market. It can be global, it can be regional, it can be so many things. And the presentation I chose to do for this event, and I thank you, by the way, Sheikh, Abdul Sheikh, and everybody for including me in that. I want to keep things simple as much as possible and very down to earth. Yeah, and I will explain to you why I'm doing this, because from my experience, we have to keep things simple. And as Prashant said before, the previous speaker, if the data is not there, nothing is there. So we have to keep it simple. So just quick thing about me. Thank you for introducing me, Sheikh. You don't have to read, just listen. So I started in supply chain for 7-8 years as a consultant, project management systems, WMS, ERP integration. So if you want, the back end systems, processes, data was with me. And then I moved to operation, managing large operations like Procter and Gamble, like Nestle, like 3PL, 4PL, all kind of logistics platform and planning. And then the last thing I did was I was a head of supply chain planning in a big food company, FMB. So I kind of passed, I kind of went through the whole thing from systems consultancy, building structure of supply chain, to being inside the supply chain and operation, and then to being a customer of my own previous role. I had 3PLs working for me, let's say, or working with me. And lately, I moved to being more of a consultant advisory. I created something called Go for X More, which is, you want to go 4 times more in your supply chain. You want to, scalability. You want to expand. You want to teach people how to think differently. Yeah. So this is me. I'm very much into innovation. I'm a continuous improvement mindset. So this is sometimes it's a headache because you have to continuously think about what to improve, and sometimes improvement takes time. Okay, and that's it. So to be able to do the 1 hour presentation, I kind of split it into different brackets of time. So I have a few minutes for some ideology, some go-to guidelines, which is very important, and you will see that the simplicity of the how do you think is very important. Then we're going to talk about assessing and planning your supply chain. How do you see your current supply chain planning in terms of performance, maturity? And then we're going to spend about 15 minutes about how do you make sure you internally and you externally collaborate with your customers, suppliers, external, internal, because everything is linked together. You cannot just run your supply chain in a silo, and you're not connected in a very strong way with others. And then last thing, some technicalities about supply planning, some simple formulas. How do you calculate your target cover, your lead time? Some like nice to have, because it's very good for some of you to take away from this presentation something that you can maybe think about and utilize. It's not a training. It's something very straightforward you can use if you want. And again, I'm going to repeat it one more time. Keep things simple. Sometimes you can do planning in a very simple way. Sometimes it's complicated. Okay, is it fine? I think like this, splitting it like that. It's okay. We go ahead. Okay. I can't hear anybody, so I'm going to continue.
Yes, you may go ahead, please.
Okay. You can notice, gentlemen, that there's a chess, it's a chess game, right? Chessboard. I consider supply chain or maybe any operation as a chessboard, as a chess game, because you have different elements. You have the small, sorry, I don't know the name in English. You have the pawn, you have the king, you have the queen, you have the tower. I don't know what you call it. It's a game where you have lots of strategy, and every small different element has his own role. There is the small soldiers, or those things here on the bottom left, and you can see that you can grow very fast if you have a proper supply chain. Every element, every person working in supply chain can be the king every time, and the whole purpose of that is to win that game, not to beat the competition, but to win the game of strategic planning and supply chain execution. That's why I consider it as a chess game. Some ideologies and go-to guidelines. So I believe that supply chain performance and three things define it. You have SSS and CCC, just something I invented, supply chain, let's say. You should have smart supply strategies, and you should be consistently collaborating and controlling what you do. This defines a supply chain performance and define how much your organization is successful. It's all about this. You have to have, because supply chain has the word supply, right? Supply means supplier, yeah, or sourcing supplier. So it has to always, you have to keep focus on your suppliers and supply, and you have to consistently control it. It's not like, yeah, we have a good deal with the supplier, we import from, I don't know what, I have a good logistic provider, I have a good distribution. No. It's consistently looking at your supply chain performance and supply chain planning. And they say, I want to apply best practices. Best practice means, yeah, what's my best practice for receiving in my warehouse? What's best practice to work with logistic providers, freight forwarders? How do we deal with them? What data exchange? At the end of the day, best practices are great to have, are great to refer to. You can try to use them, but first, and I believe the previous speaker mentioned it, first you have to make sure your people, you enable them or you mandate them to have a data and an analytical mindset. Supply chain is all about numbers. It's all about data. It's about things connected to other things. So you have to make sure your people are data driven. Of course, you have to make sure the data exists. That's number one. You have to have proper systems. You can have simple systems. You can have very sophisticated, state-of-the-art SAP, Oracle, I don't know, Infor WMS, whatever. But you can also have a simple system with the right data. And then you have to make sure you transform your supply chain into a flexible, adaptable, and resilient. This is something I kind of created. You can see flexible, adaptable, resilient structure. Because in the world of supply chain currently, since COVID, everything went online, everything went B2C, e-com. The world was deglobalized during the virus and then globalized again, if you think about it. You know, deglobalized mean everything was shut down. And it was good, by the way. I don't know if somebody will agree. I prefer deglobalized. But globalization is something that will not stop. And it's getting more challenging, more interesting, but more difficult at the same time. You know, one small problem in the Suez Canal next to between Africa and Saudi Arabia shuts down the whole thing and makes the prices increase like crazy. China increased their volume inbound, no containers in the world, you know, no dry containers in the States. You know what happened before. So you have to always keep in mind how to be flexible, adaptable, and resilient. And this is not a system or a software or a supply chain structure. This is people managing the supply chain. And with your partners. And then you have to assure, and this is maybe weird to some of you, or this is something common, you have to assure this mentality exists in your, most probably you have 3 generations in your company. You have the Gen X managing the exec level, you have the millennials, you know, Gen X are people who are 40 to 55, millennials are, I don't know, 30 to 40, and Gen X are the people who are recently joined the job. These people have different mentality. These people are slow and fast. You know, some of them are slow, some of them are fast. I'm sure we have Gen Z and millennials, or millennials and Gen X in this presentation or this. So you have to make sure people are talking the same language, because there are clashes of generation. Why I'm mentioning this? Because definitely in supply chain, whether it's a small one or a big one, you have different mindset of people who think they know it all, and people who are very excited, the new ones with their ideas, and they just studied something and they are doing AI courses. All have to mix to become flexible, adaptable, and they have to be data and analytical minded. I always suggest to keep things simple, while the devil is in the details. I always love to use this in my consultancy courses. Keep it simple means it's, you know, you can take it as subtle, you know, the tip of the iceberg, but the devil is in the iceberg itself. And devil is in the details means data. It's all about data. And this is like just something to have fun with. So they say just do nothing. It's impossible to join them. You have to just do it. Sometimes you just have to do it, fail or win. Nothing is impossible. Just go for it. And you don't have to be worried about making a mistake or, you know, doing a project, trying, because nothing is impossible. You just have to go for it. Okay. Quickly, Einstein was asked one time, how do you resolve a problem? Because they said, you're so smart, you can resolve the problem quickly. No, he said he spends 55, if you have 1 hour to solve a problem, he spends 55 minutes thinking, deep diving, dissecting the problem, and then 5 minutes about the solution, because it's all about the details, as I mentioned before. Dive into the data, dive into the bits and pieces, and you never know where you can find something, small improvement that will give a huge effect when you apply it across your data and your supply chain. Complexity is your enemy. Any fool can make something complicated. Keep things simple, because it's so easy to complicate things and then you end up not knowing how to measure them. I'm talking about like a new KPI. You invented a new KPI that can measure something, but this something is not really useful for you, doesn't add value, but it's nice to have, you know. Your essential KPIs are very important in supply chain planning. People like KPIs. I have dashboards. I have a lot of things. Okay, but then what? You have to make sure you do's and don'ts in supply chain KPI. You have to make sure you don't selectively choose KPIs and metrics that makes you look good. Yeah, we have all the measures. We're good. We're managing everything. We're monitoring everything. And then what? It keeps you busy to generate those KPIs, especially if you don't have a proper dashboard system, let's say. And then you end up not being efficient. You're just having KPIs. You have to have a set of KPIs that you can monitor on a regular basis, things that can be easily measured. Because you say you improve what you measure, and data is essential. And you know, in systems, you always have garbage in, garbage out data, right? They said you can put anything, the system will give you the same quality of data that you have put in the first place. Yeah. Your KPIs should not be very high level, like, okay, sales, or I don't know, what do you think, inventory availability or whatever. You should have KPIs that gives you, let's say, mid-level monitoring and accuracy. Yeah, not very high level, not very detailed. because if it's very high level, you might be missing the picture, the real problem. And if it's too details, you're not seeing the big picture. So the idea is to have the right balance. Okay, I'm gonna go on. So this is the first this kind of the second topic, which is how do you assess your current supply chain maturity? Supply chain planning, gentlemen, is all about seeing what's coming, planning ahead. Okay, you might be in a market where you're working in a small distribution, so you buy things locally, like from locally might be, for example, in India or the States or Europe, or let's say I'm in GCC, right? I'm more of my experience is more of 20 years in the Middle East, right? Say, and a bit of Europe and a bit of US, but more in the Middle East. So we have 6-7 countries in the Gulf, right? And most of you maybe know it here, or you live maybe in Dubai or in Bahrain or in Saudi. So our local market is not only the country I'm in, but the region, right? And it's a proximity, means my planning can go. I can get some things from Saudi Arabia to Dubai or vice versa in 1 month. So my vision, my horizon is 1 month of supply, let's say. You always have to keep planning ahead, not only execution. So how do you assess your maturity? A simple definition of supply chain, or a nice definition: supply chain is a complex system made of people, processes, and technology. Three things define a company. You have your people, you have the processes, which is the SOPs, the processes, all the things that are driving the business through people, and you have technologies, which is your systems. And the purpose of supply chain is to deliver value to the customer. You call it value chain. You call it sharing the cost margins, or sharing the profit between our not profit, sharing the efficiency between our customers and our supply chain. Is like, I believe in one thing, and maybe this is weird to some of you. I believe in one thing: if you able to optimize your supply chain and deliver a cheaper, more efficient value or cost to your customer, and let's say you made a drop in 2% in costs. Yeah, that's amazing for your bottom line. But you kept the prices on your customer the same. No, maybe you can give him a bit less price. Okay, you have to share this value. You know what I mean? Because this is how you anchor customers. So what I'm trying to say is supply chain can give a lot of value chain or value to the customer. And then the most important thing, supply chain is a data analytical platform. Marketing, operation, manufacturing, production, all of these environments are database, right? There's so many data in it. So supply chain is a pure data analytical platform, of course, all linked together. And if people don't see your supply chain as a platform which can bring things together, bring departments together from silos to collaboration, and it helps you boost visibility, it helps you see the information, see the data, and speed up decision making, then your supply chain is not seen as it is, as it should be seen properly. A nice saying: if you torture the data long enough, it will confess to anything. This is something I love, like, torturing, prisoners, to confess to what they did as a crime, or if they are not innocent. The same thing, just keep on torturing the data, keep on deep diving in it, yeah, and you will see things. So how do you assess your supply chain maturity? I'm not sure we're on time. We're okay. Yeah. There are 4 maturity stages of your supply chain. There's the basic one, which is like supply chain is there. Everybody is working in silos. So you have your logistics maybe in one place, you have your procurement in one place, you have your warehousing, and that's in one place, kind of working together, but you're not connected to your marketing, your operation, your sales, your financial supply, your financial department. You're kind of working together, but not really together. So supply chain is only seen as a cost center. These are supply chain. They just they purchase things, they bring it, they incur cost of goods, they put it in the warehouse. There is the warehouse cost. Nobody's seeing it as an efficient place, And supply chain, the inventory is managed in a reactive mode. What do I mean by that? Okay, the marketing and sales decided, okay, let's import a new product. We have this campaign, we have whatever. Supply chain, go and get it. Okay, that's it. But we don't understand how the product will start, mature, be stable, and then maybe will be phased out eventually. Yeah, so this is very basic. Maturing and integrating supply chain This is where the silos are reducing, the processes. The different departments are talking to supply chain in a more organized way, and supply chain is starting to be seen as a link between the product and stores. Stores means, you know, end customers or your own stores. It's not yet seen as a critical link between your product and your customer, between your source and your source means your supply, and your customer, which is the, you know, the last mile, let's say. And it's not yet seen as a major influential on the bottom line. What I mean by bottom line is not maybe the net profit of the company. I mean the cost, the gross margins, your net margins, you know, on the products. The third one is like your supply chain is maturing. It's almost fully integrated. There are no more silos. People are talking in collaboration spirit. There are strong links between finance, operations, other department, marketing and sales. You have systems, you have dashboard, you have data flowing across departments. And the most important thing, where you consider yourself as a really maturing, is when your new products, any new products you're introducing, are managed flawlessly. Everybody knows when it's coming. Everybody knows your stock levels. Everybody knows what's happening in sales or what's happening in let's say consumption, from supply chain point of view. And everybody knows when this product is going to be either, you know, discontinued or maybe pushed again, or price change, promotion, whatever it is. Everything's flowing. And the last one, which is you have a very highly efficient supply chain. You're adaptable and you're resilient. If you remember, I mentioned before, you have to be flexible, adaptable, and resilient. FAR. I call it FAR, which is far. It allows you to go far, you know, far away. Just go ahead with your supply chain. This is where your supply chain is mature enough. This is where you can easily grow vertical, horizontal. You can integrate more businesses. You can expand geographically. You have a territorial expansion. You have full visibility on your upstream and downstream. This is like supply chains, like, you know, the look-alike of Amazon, Apple, maybe Microsoft and their products, you know, their laptops, maybe DHL somehow, you know, those companies that have been there for a long time, or new companies. Like, for example, in the Middle East, we have a company called Noon, right? That was kind of bought by Amazon not long time ago. But Noon is also an e-com delivery platform, and they are expanding very well. They have doing very well. So not many companies are at that stage. And my personal opinion, gents, is like, maturity of your supply chain is always between maturing or almost. Some people think, yeah, we're almost fully integrated. I think it always goes back to maturing and then almost fully integrated. And this is where I think what the previous speaker, I had the chance to listen to him to 5 minutes, Prashant, I think. He mentioned that people think, yeah, I have all the database, I have everything. And I think Sheikh mentioned that, yeah, you have the data, you have everything, but you're not really using it as a data support system. You're not really, it's just having it, nothing. It's like a showcase, you know, or like, you know, a bit showing off that you have it. You have too many KPIs for nothing. You know what I mean? Okay. Next one is like, what do you think about your supply chain performance, your planning? So you have to think strategic mindset and strategic planning and mindset. What is that? This is self-assessment, okay? And these are very important guidelines to see where you stand in terms of supply chain planning performance. Is your supply chain involved in strategic plans and goals at early stage? Means the company has this, you know, maybe board meeting or maybe a smaller meeting, depending on the size of the company, once a year, twice a year. Is supply chain involved from the beginning? Is supply chain involved and asked to get all their analytical, all their data, all their, you know, their KPIs, you know, to put that on the table and talk about it? Because something very important, gentlemen, supply chain has to say not ready or ready. Sometimes supply chain is not ready. Supply is not ready. The lead time is not good. The supplier doesn't have all the materials. It's always important to say, no, you're not ready, but you will be ready at that time. That's why strategically, by the owner of the company, whoever is managing it, they have to see supply chain. They have to ask the question, hey guys, are you okay? Let's go for it. Or you need some time. Because it's the word planning, you know, planning means there's a horizon you have to reach, but you have to be ready X month date period before that goal, right? And then is your supply chain seen as a silo, reflecting to your maturity before, with limited visibility on business metrics? I've been in companies, worked for or consulted, where supply chain doesn't know what's happening in the business, right? Let's say the warehouse or the procurement, they kind of know because they were asked to buy something, right, to purchase something. But for example, the business is expanding, they are introducing a new thing, they are going to open a new location, let's say, they are still thinking about it, but supply chain is just, we don't know, we don't have any idea, or we have a bit of idea but nothing is structured in terms of a plan, and it's only considered as an execution. When your supply chain is only considered as an execution, okay, go and do this, get this, do that, just source, we have to source things, or get them, purchase them, then you cannot really do planning. The planning part of your supply chain, it doesn't exist, right? Or is not helping the business, right? So this is very important to assess your own supply chain.
So one just a
Marketing.
quick sorry, CJ.
Sorry, who's this?
Yeah, since you are talking so important thing in the strategy planning process. Okay, so you said one very important point that the supply chain planning must be included as part of strategy planning. Okay, so before COVID, the supply chain managers and all, they were not so active in the strategy planning at the beginning stage. So the people start working on from the marketing side, sales side, finance. Okay. Then later they include supply chain managers to validate their part, kind of thing. But now the trend has changed. Okay, supply chain management is a key competitive advantage. Okay, so in your experience while doing the strategy formulation and the strategy planning part, so do you think a trend changed globally? Mhm.
Globally is a big word, Sheikh. So I believe that think locally first and then go globally. I know that from experience, because of globalization, everybody wants to work with everybody. Everybody wants to import from everywhere. Everybody wants to sell everywhere. Yes, there is a mindset of strategic planning, uh, but I mean, to be honest, yes, it's there. People are mandated to work in a global mindset because everything is open to each other. But there are many gaps where I don't think people inform each other, companies inform each other of their problems and their hiccups on time. They just react to problems. They don't really strategically think together and agree on a set plan. Yeah, because there are so many disruptions in supply chain currently. It's not currently, since 2022, maybe since the world started again to be back on its feet. COVID is almost done. There's so many disruptions, and you guys see it like since what? Since November in the Middle East, maybe everywhere in the world, I don't know. We have problems in logistics. We have delays. We have no availability of stock. The prices are increasing like almost crazy. Jabal Ali has been the slowest port, Jabal Ali in Dubai, the slowest port since 4 or 5 months. Things are taking time. And what's happening? People are in a reactive mode, right? So, yes, there is a strategic planning mindset together, but I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough. I'm not sure if I answered your question. Okay. Should I go on?
Yes, please.
Marketing and sales and operation planning. So, people talk about SNOP, right? It's a methodology. People learn it, part of certification. You can do if you do a certification of supply chain, CSCP or something, they teach you those things. So you have to assess, is your supply chain involved in collaborating at the early stage? I mentioned this before on the strategic level with the C-level exec team, for projects or for, yearly goals and stuff. But at the same time, is your supply chain early involved and start collaborating at the early stage of introducing new products, introducing new channel of distribution? with the proper demand and supply chain planning. Maybe you guys know planning means seeing the future, right? Somehow, or planning what's coming. Demand planning, people know it, of course, is forecasting what's coming in a number way. Supply planning, which I believe is the most important thing, supply planning actually mirrors demand, right? You have to make sure your supply mirrors what you're expecting. So involve at early stage means what? Means they come, they ask supply chain, hey guys, this is our forecasted demand. What do you think? Is it possible? Is your supply capacity there? You know what I mean? It's not only, okay, guys, take those numbers. This is a forecast. You have any questions? No, thank you very much, and go. This usually happens between sales and operation, right? Because things are very fast these days, especially in the income business, especially in the B2B business. Or local distribution. Everybody wants to grab a market share. Everybody wants to, sell at maybe 1 cent or 10 cent or $1 more. Yeah, and that's not easy because the $1 they want to sell, the $1 they want to make as a margin more. Logically, it's coming from where? It's coming from supply. It's coming from your supply chain, right? All the way until it's delivered to the customer. So that's why it's very important all the time, to get involved in terms of supply chain planning with the marketing and sales at early stage. I've seen this many times, gentlemen, where the marketing does a plan. Yes, we're going to sell that much. The product is amazing. They pay a lot of money on marketing and media and social media and everything. And then the calculation went wrong. They expect this product to give them a cost margin or a gross margin of X. And then because they did not consult supply chain planning properly, or supply chain were not really ready with all the information because they were not involved in the beginning, it ended up being, a tiny margin and a loss, right? And it went for a month, and then they said, man, this product did not give us the profit we want, or the expected margin we want. This is very, very important. Yeah. And especially in big companies, gentlemen, where the small numbers, like, small, I don't know, $0.50 saving or $3 cost saving, these small numbers disappear in the big numbers. If your business is a multi-million-dollar business, those small details that are very, very important, they just disappear. Nobody sees them because they are so tiny. Yeah. So that's why I said before, devil is in the details. Every detail counts. Everything counts. And why this is important, sales and operation planning, because when products start not doing well, let's say, sales knows, marketing knows, your CEO knows, your director of sales knows, but they don't really know that it's costing them more and more now because it's lying in the warehouse. It's just saying there. It's very slow moving. It's taking space. And if you're renting, you're paying for the 3PL, or you're outsourcing your storage, you're paying money. But people don't see this quick enough, right? They just say, okay, the product is there, we're trying to push it more, but there's a cost. There's the working capital is becoming dead capital, which is your stock is not moving. And supply chain, is it considered as a main pillar on positive? Yeah, I think I mentioned what I discussed now because I didn't notice that I'm actually explaining what the second point, which is your supply chain is really seen as a main pillar for positive impact on gross margin, working capital, and ultimately the bottom line. The third one, and this is the most important thing in my own experience, because I have this 22 years of experience across the board, as you saw, and I've seen things, and I believe supplier is the most important thing. I think it reflects to Sheikh question before. Do you think globally we have the strategic mindset? We are nothing as a supply chain if my supplier is not on board. It's supplier. I call it supplier performance. Your supply chain has to have a very solid structure into evaluating your suppliers and controlling supplier performance based on key criteria. I mean, I went to many companies, not to work with them. I asked them, how do you evaluate your supplier? They said, they deliver on time, the price is okay, and they have a quality product. It doesn't stop there. This is quantitative, right? On time, in full. You have to have, first of all, the quality of a product and the consistency of his service. The most important thing, gentlemen, the supplier performance is not only supplier, yalla means bring my stock. No, ship my stock, export, whatever it is. No, it should be a continuous collaboration with the supplier. The supplier, if we need to strategically think properly, to plan properly, suppliers and us as a supply chain. It has to be, the supplier has to be seen as a partner, no more a supplier. Yeah. And does your supply chain has an integrated pull to order between supply and demand? What is integrated pull to order? You need something, you can put it from the supplier or from your manufacturing or whatever production in a very integrated way, so you can link your demand and supply. This is basically good for just-in-time stock. Yeah, just-in-time stock, pull to order, not push to order. Yeah. This is where your supplier becomes a real strategic partner, because he can give you the normal stock, based on, you order, you get it in 1 month, or you need him, he has the capability of, giving you your stock based on your last minute order. This is very important, and especially now, because things are very, very fast. There's so many just in time. There's so many, I need it now, my supplier, okay, I don't know, deliver it quickly. Of course, the financial are fine between us, him and us, we calculated everything. But this is very, very important, especially in this fast moving environment. Yeah. And there's so many startups opening in the world, right? Startup. I'm not talking about fintechs or very high tech, not fintech startups. I'm talking about distribution startup, restaurants, F&B, small concepts in their coffee shops. Yeah, there's so many, and those startups, they don't have time to buy a warehouse or rent or hire people, or they need a proper supply chain, small team or whatever size of the team that is already in the mindset of quick, just in time, solid supplier base. You know what I mean? This is very, very important. The last one is, do you think your supply chain currently is geared to face those external variables? Is it really flexible, adaptable, resilient? Does it allow you to go far? Go far means expand, means be ready for new things. Disruption is always there, but it's not like, yeah, we know about disruption, we did it, but did you experience it? You were geared up enough to face it? Do you have any success stories with unplanned disruptions? It can be a product disruption, it can be a lead time disruption. The product means it's not available anymore because there's a quality problem or manufacturing has a problem, or it's not regulation. This product is not allowed to come anywhere because the specs is different. Or the most important thing in supply chain planning is lead time. Lead time. Your lead time changed. It was 3 months or 2 months. Now it becomes 120 days. It's like crazy, So I cannot see this one down. Sorry. Because I have this thing. Yeah. Does your supply chain has a good pre-alert mechanism to its internal customers? Internal customers are who? Are finance, are marketing, are sales, right? These are internal customers. External customers, what I'm talking about, which is the end customer. In tough periods, in tough times of external disruptions and geopolitical problem, the story of Palestine, the war, a bit of Ukraine, all this, the first impact has on supply chain, as you know. And then when supply chain is impacted, sales are impacted. And then sales that are impacted means the profit of the company is impacted because there's no sales enough, things are getting costly. So do you have a good pre-alert mechanism? Do you inform your internal customers about, okay, what's happening? Do you meet with them? You do collaborate. Collaboration is very important. Do you have your dashboard ready all the time, your few KPIs, showing them what's happening, giving them the alerts, so they can also set expectations between themselves and with the customer? This is where your planning mindset gives you an idea of how performant you are as a supply chain. These 3-4 points that I'm talking about. It's okay.
So just a quick point. So very interesting, CJ. So I like your point that people need to be think in a planning mindset than only in operational mindsets. Okay. So currently in supply chain organizations, whether it would be manufacturing or warehousing or logistics, people pay more attention to operations, firefighting, and more onto like day-to-day operations. They spend very limited time on planning. Okay. So what is your advice for the operational managers? And what is the importance of the planning for them? Because it's very important for them to know. And I want them to hear from you. who is
Okay.
the expert in supply chain planning.
Thank you. So I will give you a very live example. So I'm helping a company here, almost kind of working with them every day in Kuwait, and they are growing very fast. They are in the F&B world, yeah, food and beverage, and they kind of buy most of the things, 90%, 85% from the local market or from GCC, and they import few things from China, yeah. And they hired a new marketing department. Not marketing people. They are restructuring because they are going fast. They are growing big. So they have a good kind of department structure now. They have a proper marketing. They have operation more and more. Yeah. And they asked me to help them like 4 or 5 months ago and to work for them, with them, whatever. And then the first thing I did is teach them about supply chain. Simple. Supply chain planning. Supply chain is more advanced planning. Supply chain, something called reverse planning. They have a target date to start a new product or open a new restaurant. Okay, we reverse plan to go back to see what can supply chain do. Uh, uh, so they start, honestly, after a few months, they start saying, okay, guys, supply chain, let's have a meeting. Okay, good. What do you think? You know what? We need a few more months to get this product. And now they are venturing into more marketing items. So they need something that takes time to get, from China, from maybe GCC, like specialized things, that in the world of marketing. Yeah, for example, how do I say it? Like a new product, a new box, a new colored box, a new printed pack, because they are marketing things. So they started feeling the importance of telling supply chain, guys, that's what do you think? So and we had to, or they had to say, guys, yeah, we can do this now. We can buy something from the local market. It's going to be more expensive, but if we need to go and import, we need that many months, right? We need that lead time, and especially now the logistics are slower than before. So yeah, the mindset has changed, starting to change. Not only operation, let's do it, but at the same time, let's think ahead in terms of planning. But it's not difficult. It's not easy, Sheikh. Why? Because this company I'm helping, they are fast moving. They open stores. They have new menu items in the restaurant. Yeah, so we cannot tell them no. Only we can tell them no, but we will do this, or we will help you now, but the big picture is we need more time to bring a solid structure of supply at the best cost. Yeah, so it is a continuous collaboration with the operation, with the sales, to show them and to tell them, hey guys, supply chain is very important. Keep it up. Keep us inside your the discussions at early stages. And then, let's say it's a small dream of mine, to be honest, is for people to start talking supply chain language. People means marketing and sales, the CEO, the financial people. Start talking the language of supply chain, which is lead time, planning, sourcing, logistics. You know what I mean? It's a few keywords that you make sure, okay, everybody's on board, everybody's understanding this language, and everybody's doing planning together.
Great. Yeah.
Now it's a bit more detailed. I think we have like 20 minutes. I'm gonna go a bit skim fast a bit. So, your supply chain process for efficient planning. You have KPIs, right? And you have processes. Quickly, I'm not gonna go through it in detail. So, the most important thing is customers order profiling. You should know how your customers are ordering. You should this data can come from sales, this data can come from marketing, or this data can come from your own supply chain data, because you're actually delivering, right? You're actually, if you have a warehouse, you're picking, packing, shipping to those customers. There is always 80-20, right? I believe people know 80-20, which is the Pareto rule. And I'm, by the way, Chris CZ is driven by 80-20. I live 80-20 because it works everywhere. It's amazing how things work like that. 80-20 means, 20% of your product represent 80% of your sales. 20% of your, let's say, how do you say? 80% of your problems, let's say, or headache, are represented by 20% of your issues. You might have 10 issues, but only 2 of them are so critical that they're giving you 80% of the headache. Yeah. In the warehouse, 20% of your item are occupying let's say 60, 70, 80% of your space. You know what I mean? And to be able to have a solid distribution, or let's say supply chain planning, to make sure you are planning the right product, or you're planning to bring them at the right time, to put them in the right place in the warehouse, you know, because you have to mimic or mirror how the customers or how your orders are being picked to go to be delivered. It has to be matching the whole thing, right? And to reflect on what Sheikh said, is like operation or planning. Uh, sales will maybe focus more on their hot moving SKUs. You know, the SKUs that are very fast moving, maybe small margin, high margin, and everybody's focusing on this because they want to hit their target at the end of the month. You know, salespeople or marketing, and then target are hit by 80% of the time by those SKUs, right? So everybody's focusing on those SKUs and they forget other SKUs. That's why profiling is very important. Supply and demand metrics, of course, you have to, study your history. You can, use moving average, see the sales gap, seasonality. CPFR means collaborative planning, forecasting, and replenishment. These are nice methodologies that makes you understand what sales is doing or how the customer is ordering. Yeah, so you should have all these numbers. And trust me, people, it doesn't have to be very sophisticated. You just have to use common sense. You can use history to predict the future, in terms of moving average. You can use your last months to predict the future if you have a very fast moving volatile business. You don't have to have this super sophisticated forecasting methods, or unless you have a software. Maybe SAP has this IBP, integration business planning, integrated. Yeah, softwares can help you, but planning is something that depends on the actual person, the planner. Yeah. Availability, of course, very important. Again, you can see that it mimics your hot SKUs, your slow-moving SKUs. Everything has to be linked on your availability. You should track the KPI performance on your availability, like say, stock levels, how many months of cover you have, how many weeks of cover do you have, by bracket of my 80/20 SKUs, my hot SKUs, my all SKUs, my days of stock. This is very important. Supplier performance is something you have to always measure. It's a KPI. How the supplier is, his on time in full, his lead time deviation, the communication with your supplier. Are you sharing with him forecast? Does he commit to your forecast? Does he tell you, okay, I can have the supply capacity to give you the product? It's very, very important. Don't keep the data for you. Share it. Of course, this is just basics, spoilage, NPI, a non-performing inventory, aging inventory. This is very important because if you remember, I mentioned before that if the product is not doing well, marketing and sales have moved on to a new product, let's say. They forgot about the existing one. They said, okay, fine, we'll see how we can deplete it. But this will start building up into an aging inventory. And in the world of finance, aging inventory is a cost, is a provision they take it. They take provision for inventory aging. The finance wants to charge the supply chain a fee, not a fee, like a financial fee or something, or provision, to tell them, hey guys, you cannot just keep a lot of aging inventory in your warehouse. It becomes a dead capital, not working capital. And one more thing which is important, because of the world globalized, deglobalized or globalized, you have to see how much you can get from the local market, from the local region. You don't have to go international all the time. You might have local manufacturers, local suppliers who can give you the same thing you want at a very good quality, just nearby. Nearby means what? Means maybe it's going to be more expensive because, China is kind of the cheapest place to get things. But if this premium cost you put on the local removes removes all the challenges, the planning challenges of lead time, delays, logistics, keeping high stock in your warehouse, because you have a long lead time to import things from 2-3 months in terms of lead time. Yeah. So you always have to see how much of your products can be done locally, can be manufactured, imported, sourced locally, and how much you're doing internationally. And maybe you hear in the news that since COVID or now, uh, some countries are focusing on how to, how do you say this? Boost their internal economy. See what they can do locally, become sustainable and self-sufficient, internally, not having to go and import everything. But of course, you cannot do that, because some things are only made outside your country, like in China. Some things are only made in Europe, let's say. But think about local. Local saves you a lot of planning risks, think about it just like that. I'm gonna skim through those quickly. This is the processes. You have to always review your supply and demand. You have to always do a customer order profiling, as I mentioned before. Study. You have to always check it out. What's happening? What are the things that are selling? There's something called pairing. Which item, which product is always demanded with the other product? Pairing together. This helps you in planning your logistics and your warehouse and your the warehouse layout. Supplier performance is critical. I say it again and again. Your supplier is your key partner. Don't let him be only a supplier where you send him a purchase order. You always have to check your inventory health and the Pareto rule of priority management. By the way, if you take the course of Six Sigma, one of the statistics they do is Pareto for priority management. Yeah, means which issue you have to focus on now as a priority, and it will remove 80% of your problem, for example. And then the last one, which is local versus international assessment. Internal external collaboration. Time is 10 minutes.
You have 10.
Okay, so you have to do your homework. You have to do the analysis of marketing and sales. Yeah, you can use simple formulas like moving average. What I always say to people, or I'm using it now, is month to date. You can see it here, month to date bias. What is that? You might have 4 months of history, 3 months of history. You're assessing how much is your sales consumption, but you forget to look at your current month. How is your current month's behavior? This is good for fast moving companies, or for companies who are expanding and growing. Maybe regional, maybe they're opening more stores, more restaurants or more outlets, whatever. People have to look at what's happening this month, my months to date, compared to what happened in my history of 3-4 months. Because sometimes the months to date tells you that, hey, there's a change in demand. There's something weird happening. There's an increase. There's a new menu item people are loving. So you have to think now what's happening, and you adapt your supply planning, what you want to order for the near future, whatever, based on your MTD, month to date. Yeah. Not only look at the history of 1 year or 6 months, or always keep the MTD next to the history to see which one you decide to use. Customer profiling, as I mentioned, and then IBP, integrated business planning. What is that? Simply, you have to make sure your supply and demand analysis is always there. Okay, you have to always put the lead time constraint. I think he asked this question, Sheikh, operation or planning. Sometimes in some companies until now, they forget that there's something called frozen forecast, frozen period. You ordered the goods 3 months ago, or you ordered them to come in 3 months. Sales will deviate during those the first 2 months. People have to understand that frozen forecast is important. The plan you have done in the previous past, which is happening now, or now until the future, the deviation up and down should be always monitored, because sales and marketing and finance should understand, sorry, I might go out of stock or I might go overstock, right? So this is very important, because integrated means your supply chain your sales understand, your marketing understand, your finance understand. Everybody's collaborating and integrated in the same business planning. Yeah, and that's it. And then there's something called SNOP, but I prefer to talk about the SNOE, Supply and Operation Execution. Why? Because it's a shorter horizon of the SNOP. SNOP, they talk about 6 months, 1 year, 2 years planning, right? And they review it every month. But SNOE, in the world of supply chain now, where everything is fast, okay, the world is globalized in a way they want to send everything everywhere. People want to buy and sell everything from everywhere. You need short-term horizon control, right? So it defines how you and sales and finance are always in touch together on the short term. Short term can be 1 week, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months maybe. Yeah, you have to keep things real. Keep things adaptable to meet your customer demand and match supply. Your supply have to match your demand. Simple. You want to work on a 3 months horizon because this is your lead time. Work on 3 months horizon. Don't go 6 months, 8 months. Because what you control today now will just be a better control tomorrow and next month, right? When you do something good now and you're real now, tomorrow is going to be just another better day, or next week, right? The sales and operation execution. So what it is, who's supposed to be here? Marketing and sales supposed to be there. Suppliers are supposed to be there, and it's monthly or bi-weekly, right? And it can be an ad hoc meeting on decision-making needs. Means when you need to take a decision, you bring everybody on board, you meet about it, you talk about it, and you execute. Okay, this kind of short-term frequency of meetings keeps the link and the respect and the understanding of supply chain by all other departments, if you remember, silos or integrated. So it keeps people involved, and it keeps the non-supply chain people departments talk the supply chain language, you know, just keeping having the same vocabulary. And anyway, there's so many things here. Teams and cross-functional, your inventory and warehousing are involved, your supply planning and sales marketing are together. Finance is if needed, because if there's a new project, new item, there's a kickoff. And of course, the most important thing, gentlemen, your data analyst, which is basically your supply chain people, are there, because this is a meeting where you talk about numbers. You just talk about numbers and projection and planning.
So, Chris, it's very interesting. Is it a sales and it is called like a sales and operations execution, or it's a supply
Execution.
and operation? Is it a supply and
Supply,
operations execution?
supply.
Supply. Okay. So, what is the agenda for this? Like, and who is leading this meeting?
Yeah. So first of all, supply chain is leading it. Okay. The supply chain head, whoever, and his team. You know, you bring people from planning, you bring people from the warehousing and execution, procurement, of course. Okay, and you meet with sales and finance. You meet, like, I don't know, every 2 weeks, as I mentioned, every 1 month. Okay, and you talk about execution, not about planning. You know,
Okay.
means because things are fast, things are moving fast. Yeah. Um, and then you bring data, like, you know, new product, what's happening, where's the supplier, what's the lead time, when is it coming, you know, or it's an existing product but it's not selling enough, you know, so you put inventory visibility, aging information, near expiry information, those kind of things. Yeah. Or you can do capacity information, which is you don't have space, you know, in your supply chain, in your warehouse, in your distribution, right? I'm talking about, you know, the, you know, locally what's happening in your local supply chain, let's say. Yeah. And then the purpose, so who is coming, you can see it, and what happens, you talk about, again, inventory, warehousing, you talk about supply planning. And why I mentioned supply, not sales, because your sales is demand, right? And your supply is to match your demand. So it's supply. At the end of the day, it's still supply planning, right? It's not demand planning only. Supply planning should meet your demand. Simple as that. People sometimes get lured or confused with, demand planners. I have demand planners. I have a software that gives me super sophisticated algorithm. But at the end of the day, if your supply doesn't match your demand, nothing happening. So it's supply planning. And supply start with supplier. You know, the supplier have to be on board. This is where your question before, Sheikh, about, do you think the world, globally, people are thinking strategically and planning? When suppliers and customers talk the same language, things flow better.
So, in this supply and operations execution meetings, so we talk about like orders and what are the key constraints in supply
Yes,
or in the operations,
yes,
and then any
yes,
challenges, we take actions. So
yes,
it runs. For example, if you are doing your S&OP on a month-on-month basis, and maybe
yeah,
supply and operations execution, you do it twice a month. Okay, to
yes,
with the idea of this executing this S&OP plan. That's
yeah,
very interesting.
yeah,
Very
yeah.
interesting.
Because as I said, SNOP plan, you know, it's the yearly plan, it's the finance and the budget, the cost saving and everything. But execution means now, means short term, means keep things real, stay down to earth, right? I believe in one thing, to everybody. You have a goal, which is, at the end of the year, I want to reach 3% increase in sales or whatever. Okay. Yeah, but this is the goal there. But you have to do it small steps, small steps, you know, small meetings, execution meetings. And then you will only reach that goal in a more comfortable way. but you every week, every month, where we are, but you execute every day, every week. Don't like think, okay, the end of the year only that goal, because that goal is going to be there all the time. That strategic goal, that company goal, but you have to reach it in step by step. They say, what do you say? Surely, sorry, so slowly but surely, right? Slow steps, small steps, but sure steps. Okay.
Perfect.
A supplier partnership, PPP, which is process, persistency, and sorry, I don't know what PPP is. I will find it out. I put it there, but I don't know. I forgot. So supplier partnership. Okay. Qualitative. So how do you assess your supplier and your efficiencies? Uh, Qualitative, service and product. Quantitative means on time and full. That's how you assess your suppliers. And communication, the customer service data exchange. Your supplier performance matrix, it will, if you have a system or it can be in Excel, you monitor your quantitative, qualitative, and communication with the supplier, the efficiency or the customer service. You will have a matrix of who are your best suppliers, who are your average suppliers, and who are your laggards, suppliers that are slowing you down somehow. And you can have quarterly or biannual review with them. I did this in 3 companies. Let's say it's not easy to do because the qualitative or the communication, customer service data exchange, you cannot measure it in a system. This is emails and this is data exchange, but it's a subjective thing that you can put, okay, this supplier, we have a good communication with them, they send us your data, we send them our data, forecast and supply and all that. And then this is where you will assess your suppliers and you will have a performance matrix on them. And this is where you can start selecting who to work with. Everybody wants to come and sell you. Everybody is hammering supply chain, every supplier. But you need to work with the fewer ones who can give you the right expectations. The collaboration has to be in a partnership spirit. It has to be in a partnership spirit. I use it all the time. The supplier is my partner, because when a partner means what? Means he's investing into your supply chain, right? He's investing into your business. What's his investment is, of course, he's going to sell you. You're going to buy from him more and more, let's say. But his investing means if you cannot grow if the supplier doesn't grow with you. And the company I'm helping now here, they are growing fast, opening outlets. And I always tell suppliers, hey, suppliers, I'm growing. If you don't grow with me, nothing works. So this is how you put some responsibility on the supplier to feel himself as a partner investor in it. Yeah. And then you talk about inventory levels with your suppliers. You talk about lead time. You talk about, pull to order, GIT, those terminologies, inventory turns. It's better not to keep inventory. That's the most important thing the most liked thing by the financial team. At the end of the day, your balance sheet have to be closed. If you have a lot of inventory, you have to pay suppliers, right? The CCC is cash conversion cycle. Maybe some of them know this. It's your days of inventory outstanding, days of sales outstanding, and minus days of payable outstanding. What is that? When do you cash your money from customers? When do you pay your suppliers? And how much stock you have in hand? If you have a lot of stock on hand, then you're not converting your cash into paying suppliers. You're stuck. Your cash flow is very slow, right? You have a problem in cash flow. Yeah. So this is also a language with the supplier. Supplier can give you more terms, more, extended terms to pay him. Your customers might not, I'm not, if you have cash customers, which is the easiest one. If you have only restaurants or you have a supermarket, it's a cash customer place, right? You cash the same day or next day. Your supplier can
Please,
give you 60 days. Sorry.
please check your time. Okay, so we have,
Yeah, time is bad. Okay, so and then there's something called private public partnerships. Now a lot of in GCC, because of regulations, because people wants to work with the public sector and private sector. This is keep always, we need to keep see what the government is doing for the country, what the private sector and the public sector are working together, right? For example, Dubai keeps on, digitizing things, making things the smooth import process is there. So you have to keep your supply chain involved with what's happening in the market. So you can benefit from new regulations, new laws that are happening, new trade agreement. For example, there's something called CEPA, which has been between India and UAE to facilitate import and export, to facilitate the fees, to make it cheaper to import between India and UAE. Keep it there if you're working globally. Just keep the eye of what's happening, because you never know when you can benefit from a new regulations that happened. Gives you faster information, gives you access to services from government that came in just now to help the private sector work better. And of course, if you're working globally, those things, which is private public partnerships, PPPs, can help your business benefit from that and become more of an agile business. I think I can stop here if you have any questions because of time. I still have a couple of more slides, but it's fine if you want.
Yeah, just you can just quickly scan through it. It's very
Okay,
important
so
to.
yeah, quickly. Sorry, this is a quick one here. What is that? This is a tool I use. So first of all, look at this is supply planning techniques. How do you forecast supply and planning? This is example. This is a live sheet, by the way. This is your history, and this is how much you're transferring out or how much you're selling. I always tell people, look at your min and max, your maximum sales, your minimum sales during a period. This gives you indication on if you had a peak, or a drop. Keep this in mind. And if you can see here on the right, there's something called instinct judgment month to date. I created this tool for this company I'm helping. Keep your months to date, current month's sales or transfers as an indication compared to the history. You can see, for example, this item until today is represent 127% of your history. So it means there's a change in behavior, there's a change in pattern. So you have to take this into consideration when you order a new quantity from the supplier. Okay, and then people work with safety stock formulas. Safety stock is, there's a formula that takes all the deviation from your actual and forecast sales, but you can keep it simple. Your safety stock is simply when you can get your stock fast from the supplier, what's the maximum delay you can get from him. Let's say locally you're buying things from the regional, you have 1 week of delivery or 2 weeks of delivery. Your safety stock should be in between those two times, okay, times your average sales, so you always have a safety stock. Yeah. And the more your sales go up and down, the more you're going to have more safety stock, because you have to be safe. But it goes back to lead time. Make sure you can stretch your lead time, bring it smaller and smaller. That's why if you can go local, not international, you have more control on your lead time. It's easy. Supply chain techniques only, supply planning. Choose your month of average, how many months you want to go in history. Tuned it by a fresh trend from month to date. See if your current month has a different trend than your past. Put your seasonality, if there's any seasonality, of course. Watch your min max weight for highlight. What is that? See if there's something in your demand, max and min in the past. See what's happening, and then generate those numbers based on a simple formula, and go to your sales and talk about it and challenge them, and then agree on a number and move forward. Yeah, this is purely how do you do supply planning for quantities. Time phase planning, TC, LTSS. What is TC? Target. How much you have to buy stock to supply stock. Your target cover, you want to keep, let's say, 1 month of stock in your warehouse. Not keep it. This is your average. Your lead time is X 2 weeks, and your safety stock is whatever you want to have, depending on your formula. So this is simply supply is your supplier chain. If you have strong partnership with your internal external parties, and planning is your lead time. This is in a simple way. Supply chain planning is supplier. You have proper collaboration with your sales and marketing and external and internal parties, and then planning is your lead time. Lead time is everything. You know what I mean. Lead time is just everything. It defines how much stock you keep in your warehouse. It depends how fast you can be to support sales, to bring products, and it also helps finance to be kind of happy or not happy. Finance to see how much stock you're keeping as a safety stock and working capital. It's all about lead time. You can shorten it, then everything should be smoother. Yeah. And I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think that's
So fantastic session, Chris. It's so much information
Yeah.
and knowledge. Due to lack of time, we take up the questions offline. Okay. So if there is any questions, we just post to you. And thank you very much for joining in the morning session. Okay. So it's
Thank you.
really a knowledgeable and so very interesting. I would like to have more detailed discussion on these topics. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Sorry I was rushing at the end, but again, keep things simple. That's the most important thing. Don't go over sophisticated. Be real today, and it will only be, I believe, be a good today, good week. Next week is going to be even better, right? And keep the planning mind with your other departments. That's very, very important. My pleasure. It froze actually.
I got sorry, I got disconnected. Sorry, gentlemen. So internet got disconnected. Just very well. So I would like to introduce Mr. Shankaran. Okay. So thank you, Shankaranji, for joining in the session. So we are late by maybe 8 minutes. So we'll cover it up. So you have time. So let's give a quick introduction. The topic we are talking here is we are talking about optimizing warehouse layout and operations for maximizing efficiency. I think this is one of the best topic we can hear from. Okay. So Shankaran, just to give a quick introduction, Shankaran is a highly accomplished supply chain leader over 20 years of experience in planning, managing end-to-end supply chain operations. Noted for driving cost savings, productivity enhancements, process improvement, and revenue growth across diverse industries. Led supply chain for reputed companies in UAE. And Sankaran sir is joining from UAE. So welcome, Sankaranji. Please take up and very interesting insights. We were just waiting to hear from you. Yeah.
Thank you, Abdul, for the introduction. And good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good session. And the topic that has been interested to me is certainly interesting. And I don't know, I'll try, the time being limited, I'll try and do as much justice as possible. Just bear with me.
Yeah. We can hear you.
Can you hear me 1 second? Yeah.
So you can share your screen.
Yeah. 1 second. I think I'm having some minor issues. Just a minute.
Take your time. So you're able to see the screen button, right? In the
I'm just trying to see how I shared my PowerPoint.
share button in the bottom. So if you're logging in web or
Google, I'm on Google. Yeah, web. I've logged in on web.
okay.
Just bear with me. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yours. Yep. Yes. Fantastic. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning to everyone. The topic that has been assigned to me is optimizing warehouse layout and operations for maximum efficiencies. As Mr. Abdul had introduced me, I am a supply chain professional with end-to-end expertise, and of all the functions in the supply chain, I strongly believe everything begins with the warehouse. If we can organize your warehouse efficiently, it sets the tone for the business. Your entire, what you call, business efficiencies are driven by how you set up your warehouse. First, obviously, your working capital. To make sure the working capital is kept at optimum levels, it is paramount that we keep the warehouse efficient. When I say efficient, it starts with the layout and the right kind of storage solutions, MHEs, business processes. And even your business process, if you, I mean, people spend a fortune on the ERPs, and I've been in the industry for a reasonable period, and my observation is ERPs are generally underutilized. People spend a fortune on them, but then most of the time they are utilized as a glorified accounting package. They're seldom used as a ERP. And if in order to use it as a ERP, it all starts with your warehouse. Either it is in-house or third-party warehouse. If the information that is coming from the warehouse is precise, then you can automate the entire ERP and make extensive use of the ERPs. So that is an area which is often undermined, and people need to focus more on the importance of setting up your warehouses properly. Again, it also ensures that your inventory is visible and you have absolute control of the inventory. I am from an FMCG background. I have close to 13,000 SKUs in my distribution hub, and there are products with 3 days shelf life up to 3 years. And in the food industry, we have this shelf life, and we have to make sure that the products are sold before they expire. Not just expire, even the what you call stores have shelf life criteria. Ideally, they do not take anything below 50% shelf life. And on an average, I get 85% shelf life when the products arrive at the warehouse, which means I have a buffer of 35%. Within this 35%, I have to make sure the stocks are liquidated. So it's a balancing act. I have to be on top of my toes all the time and make sure the inventory levels are maintained. And for sure, we operate in a dynamic environment, and there will be what you call mismatches between the forecast and actual sales. If you are managing your warehouse properly, you have absolute visibility on the movement of your stocks, SKUs, and we can trigger corrective actions to ensure you do not end up in unsold stock or expiries. Needless to mention, service level and customer satisfaction. If your product gets the right product at the right quantity in the right time, he has a different level of experience and he remains loyal to you. And not only that, they also become your referral. When your customer refers you to a third party, that has more credibility than a salesperson going and talking on behalf of your company. And not to mention bottom line contributions. When you manage your warehouse properly, you can ensure that your operational costs, your inventory carrying costs, everything is brought down, and it enhances your business efficiencies. And last is, it not only contributes to the bottom line, it actually drives the top line. People do not, often overlook this. If, as I told you earlier, if you organize your warehouse properly and manage your stocks, your customer gets a different level of experience, and that ensures that they remain loyal to you, and they also refer you to third parties, and that what you call has a better what you call value in the market than the salesperson going and talking. Now, I'll emphasize on various aspects of the warehousing. First is the layout. It has to be industry specific. So there is nothing called ideal. It is all dependent on the industries that you operate in. I am from an FMCG industry, and even in the FMCG industry,
Shakaranji, we can see only
likes
the first page. So are you moving the slides?
Yeah, I'm moving the slides.
Oh, no. This is static. Please, can you just check?
I don't know. On my screen, it's showing slides are changing.
Yeah, so probably you must have selected the PPT when you shared. You need to select the presentation mode of the PPT. Yeah, when you share it.
Sorry, come in again. Are you able to see it now?
No, we are still able to see the PPT slide. I mean, the
Screen
PPT
share and then
file.
take your time.
You can stop sharing.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Yeah, now the sharing is stopped. You can reshare it. But when you choose the file, choose the one which is in presentation mode. Yeah, you got it now.
You got it?
Yes, importance of warehouse is the slide that we are looking at.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, perfect.
Just a minute. Let me see.
We can see it now.
You can see it now. 1 second.
Just change one and let us check. Change one slide.
I'm trying to. That's what it was. I'm sorry, gentlemen. This is first, ladies and I'm using this app for the first time. So the glitches. Usually it is Zoom and Teams. So just a minute.
You can.
Can you see it now?
No, it stopped sharing actually now. Okay. You can share in the normal presentation only, but it will be in a normal format. Yeah.
I have to, what do you call,
Deep, can you help?
Yeah. So are we trying to share?
Shankaranji, just over WhatsApp also, you can share it from our side.
No. If I give you what you call remote access, can you sort it out?
Yeah, you can request for access.
Are we there? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Can you see the
Yeah.
slide?
Yeah.
Has it moved?
Yeah,
Yes,
it
yes,
is
it's
moving.
moving.
Yeah, we can go ahead. Yep. Yes, please.
It's moving right now.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, it's now in the layout. Yes. Industry specific.
Okay, so that's right. So as I told, there is no one pill for all your ails. Every industry is unique and they have their own requirements. And as I told you, this is a very vast topic to be covered in 1 hour. I'll try to be as precise as possible. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Now, the layout has to be industry specific. I'm talking about FMCG industry. I had a business where we have 13,000 SKUs with 3 days shelf life. We import all the way from Japan and sell in this market and up to 3 years. We operate in the retail, food service, and e-commerce space. And the business is too dynamic, so I need to make sure we have solutions that facilitate the needs of the business. We are on a very narrow ale storage solution. A very narrow ale storage, it helps in extremely high level of efficiencies in terms of health and safety and inventory control. But the operations will be slightly slower compared to a what do you call ale, where the ale width is 2.9 meters. So there, in our operations, we are very flexible. We sell by pallets, we sell by cartons, we sell by outers, piece, and even by weight. So we need to make sure we have solutions that can facilitate these kind of operations. So we will do the picking from ground and level 1, and the warehouse has 6 levels. The level 2 and above are meant for storage. So this is usually the practice in the FMCG industries. And again, as I told you, it's all industry specific. If your movements are by and large in pallets, you can go to selective rack layouts where your ale width is 2.9 meters, and that gives you speed. But certainly, what you call in terms of the health and safety aspects or the other efficiencies, if you have to pick by pieces, loose pieces, or outers and cases, VNA would be a preferred choice over a selective rack layout. Then you also have this double deep as well as drive-in racks and various other kinds of layouts. It's all industry specific. You know your industry better, and based on that, you need to decide the right kind of storage solutions. And having said that, even your racking, the way you set up your warehouse, often people set up the infrastructure and then do the racking, which is a grave mistake. You're supposed to do your rack layout and then work on the civil structure. When I say civil structure, mainly the flooring and your columns. If you finalize on the rack layout, the what do you call consultant or the civil engineer will ensure the structure will facilitate the operations with minimum hazards. Otherwise, what happens is you will be having the columns coming in between your aisles, and it'll also lead to operational inconvenience. In a very narrow aisle, one more important point that you have to note to take notice: your floor. Your floor is the most critical component in a very narrow aisle environment. So when you do your rack layout first, you can do your floor layout thereafter. What happens is your aisles must be free from joints. If you have joints in your aisles, it will, over a period of time, given and affect the operations. And in your VNAs cannot be operated properly, and you will have serious operational challenges. So it is always recommended that once you have your basic plan, please make sure you have the rack layout and ensure the rack layout is factored into the plan, and make sure the floors are free. I mean, the aisles are free from any kinds of joints, and you don't have any obstructions in your aisles or passages. That is very important. Then again, the layout of your warehouse is also very important, especially if you are in a temperature controlled environment. You have to make sure that your cold stores, especially the freezer, is not exposed to extreme temperatures. It is a gradual transition. From your freezer, you move to your chiller. From your chiller, you'll move to your cold store loading areas. And the recommended temperature for the loading area is 10 degrees in cold stores, so that people can work comfortably and do the loading, unloading, quality controls. And once all that is done, then it goes to the respective storage areas. So this has multiple benefits. It not only drives thermal efficiencies, it also improves the energy efficiency, and most important, it is friendly for the people who operate in cold stores. A person who's operating in minus 18 and below temperatures doesn't have to step into extreme temperatures from there, which has adverse effects on his health. It's from minus 18 he'll move to +4, and from +4 they'll move to +10 degrees. So which is a gradual transition, and it is beneficial for the health. Then you have to make sure that you have sufficient number of docks. Again, another trend that I have noticed is people assume that if you have a warehouse, you need to have as many docks as possible. I've seen plenty of warehouses where it defies any kind of logic. They just set up docks because they have space. Ideally, you have to apply some signs when you are having the number of docks. If you are having a container with palletized cargo, nowadays it takes just 15 to 30 minutes. 15 minutes for a 20 feet container, 30 minutes for a 40 feet container to offload and do the putaways. And if you apply the mathematics, in one dock in a 9-hour shift, you can see for yourself how many containers you can offload. For sure, there will be loose containers as well as palletized containers. So do the mathematics, and also the shift, how long you do your receiving or loading, unloading activities, and based on that, apply the mathematics, and what is the capacity of each dock, and what is the capacity of your warehouse. Based on that, you can plan for the number of docks. Don't unnecessarily I would say if you can make better use of the money rather than setting up docks which would not be of significant use to the business. Again, the MHEs that you take also have to be industry specific. So if in our operations we have VNA machines and reach trucks, counterbalances, order pickers, and power pallets. Next is your layout has to be operations friendly. So you must have noticed these are docks. When you are setting up the docks, you have these wheel guides, which ensures the vehicles are aligned with the dock. Otherwise, what happens is the vehicles don't dock properly, and there is compromise in the thermal efficiencies, and it also leads to mishaps. So these kind of solutions help you in ensuring the vehicles are properly docked, and in a temperature controlled environment, it also promotes thermal efficiencies. Then your docks should have dock management systems, which helps in eliminating interaction between the drivers and the warehouse personnel. In our warehouse, the driver, once he docks the vehicle, I mean, everything is process driven. The moment the driver comes to the main gate, he is told which dock he is supposed to dock the trailer. And inside the warehouse, there is all this activity is already planned. People as well as MHEs are deployed for that task. So the driver comes and docks his trailer in the dock, and they do not have to interact with each other. There is a dock management system in place. Once the vehicle is docked, the shutter at the dock is open, the traffic light turns red, the driver is supposed to cut off the engine, he goes to the back office, hands over the documents. The receiving in the warehouse is entirely blind. They do not see, they do not have the packing list with them. Only they have a handheld device which will show the PO number and the product. These guys have to physically count the product, capture the expiry dates, and comment on quality, if any. Once this information is captured, this is relayed to the backend, and this is validated against the documents that come with the shipment. If there is any discrepancy, that is reconfirmed, and if it is established, we do the debit note or credit note. That is how we ensure receiving accuracy. Once that is done, the put away is triggered, and every SKU is assigned a location. And our workforce, we don't, as I told you, we do not expect people to remember the products or recognize the products. They are only trained in the nomenclatures of the locations. So if they know how to read the locations which will be displayed on the handheld device, they know where the location is, they go and do the putaways. And your putaway, again, it could be a 1-level putaway or a 2-level putaway. If you are doing a pallet putaway in a VNA environment, it will always be a 2-level putaway. You will be having the power pallets or the counterbalancers. That's a forklift which will be doing the putaway, first level putaway from the staging area to the pick and drop station. And from the pick and drop station, the VNA reach truck takes it and places in the final location. Whereas if the product comes in crates or tots, they can go on a 1-level put away. Similarly, if you are not operating on a VNA environment, if you are in a selective rack, you can go for a direct put away. Please feel free to ask questions if you have any, as I keep taking this. And another thing is health and safety compliant. The facility has to be health and safety compliant. You need to make sure there is enough lighting so that people can work comfortably. And during the daytime, it is recommended you have skylights. And while designing, again, as I said, after you do the rack layout, you're supposed to do your roof layout. And your skylights, it is always recommended that you have them between your aisles so that you get maximum light. The light doesn't go unproductive. It doesn't fall over the racks. It falls directly onto the floor through the aisles. This is something that should be taken note while designing your layouts. Similarly, you need to have walkways for people so that they do not crisscross or walk through the MHE paths. And again, as this is one more thing, cold store laker, which I already discussed. When you are designing your cold stores, please ensure it's a gradual transition. Do not expose your freezer to extreme temperatures. It's always recommended that from the freezer you move to the chiller to the cold store loading area, and then to the ambient section. And in our facility, we also use high-speed doors, and these high-speed doors are triggered by sensors. So they are sensitive only for machine. When a machine passes, it opens and closes on its own. For people, you have to use man-entry doors. And this, again, I told you, promotes thermal efficiencies. For you to get a, put it in a tangible perspective, I'll just give you an example. This facility that we are currently operating, is about 125,000 square feet. And prior to this, we were operating in a 20,000 square feet facility. And over there, we were operating old school, and the refrigeration plant was also a freon based plant. And over here, we are having an ammonia plant, which is again more eco-friendly, thermal efficient, as well as energy efficient. And it's not just the plant, again, the layout, what I discussed earlier, how you set up your cold stores and how you set up the whole facility drives thermal efficiencies. Our energy bills earlier in a 20,000 square feet used to be in the range of 100,000 dirhams a month. And because of these efficiencies that I discussed just now, our current energy efficiencies are at, our electricity bill is at just about 100,000 dirhams a month. So that is the, what you call, benefits that we are talking about if you plan your warehouse properly. And it's again a significant contribution to your bottom line. Now, again, in the cold store, you see this last picture. We use specialized equipment. This is a reach truck with a closed cabin, and it has a heater inside it, which means the operator can stay for long durations inside the cold store, because the temperature can be set. He keeps it at 20%, 22 degrees. He can wear a t-shirt and sit inside the cold store and manage the operations. So that also enhances productivity. And one more thing I'll tell you is this, I'll also like to highlight the salient features of this entire operations. This machine that you see here is controlled through sensors on the floor. The steering is locked. The aisle is only 1.65 meters wide. That is the narrowest it can get to in a manual environment. Anything narrower than this, as on today, has to be a fully automated environment.
Correct.
And a fully automated solution doesn't work for our business because our business is too dynamic. Fully automated solutions work when business is homogeneous. You pick a pallet and you do your throughputs either through pallet or a case, or uniform size of products. In my case, we pick by pallets, we pick by cartons, we pick by outers, by pieces, by weight. So as I told you, a fully automated solution does not help our costs. So this is the closest we can get to. And when your aisle width is only 1.65 meters, and this machine that you see is 1.55 meters wide. So your tolerance is very, very little. You have hardly 2 inches on either side. So if it has to be manually operated, this will lead to frequent incidents inside the warehouse. So it starts with your floor. Your floor has to be a special floor. This is what I said. A floor is the most critical component in a VNA environment. So you cannot have a regular floor. If you have a regular floor, the floor will be uneven. And when you operate a machine like this on a regular floor, it will tilt and it will damage the products. So you need smooth floors which are calibrated. And these are floors which are done by industry leaders. And on top of it, again, you need to make sure the vehicle is controlled inside the aisle. It cannot be steered by the operators. You have sensors in the middle, a circuit passing through, and with sensors that controls the steering of the machine. The operator only moves the machine backward and forward. He doesn't have to steer. The steering is locked. And once he's out of the aisle, he can steer the machine. And these machines are all programmed. So the operator doesn't have to select the rack level. He just or align the fork with the rack. He just has to select the rack level. The fork will go and stand at position itself at the respective level. They extract the pallet or place the pallet. So it not only drives precision into the operations, it is also eliminates any kind of incidents. All the machines, we are operating in a high-risk environment. We've got 25 machines inside this 125,000 square feet facility, and we have very stringent processes in place. All these machines are controlled. Every user has a user ID, so we do not allow any Tom, Dick, and Harry to operate the machines. Only authorized personnel are given access to the machines, and every person has a unique ID. He has to enter his ID to access the machines. And based on the user profile, we can also define the parameters. If somebody is driving aggressively or new to the machine, the speed limit can be set for that person. So when he enters this credential, the system will not allow him to drive beyond the speed that is defined for him.
Mhm.
And again, since we have stringent processes in place and the facility is 8 years old, touch wood, we do not have a single incident till date. And we have the highest rating for health and safety by Dubai municipality.
Perfect.
So
Shankaranji, there is
these are
one question. Maybe you can just
Yeah.
take it. So Abdul Khuddus is asking, which system connecting identifying HU with rack location?
Sorry, come in again. I didn't understand.
Which system connecting identifying HU with rack location?
It's SAP. We are working on SAP. The entire warehouse is mapped in this in the WMS and is fully barcoded and networked. So every location is mapped into the system. So when we receive a product, it is scanned, and the system triggers the location for the product. So the the warehouse staff, they go to the respective locations, scan the location to confirm it's the right location, and then they place the product there.
Is that answer your question, Mr. Abdul Khuddus?
Yes, yes. Thank you for answering. I totally understand. Yes.
Thank you. Please, Shankaranji, please carry on.
Yeah, please feel free to ask as many questions if I have not touched, because this is a very vast.
We have quite a few warehousing professionals online. Okay, so they're waiting.
So
you may just.
Okay. And again, see, the rack engineering is again a subject which one should appreciate. I have been to many warehouses, people talking, when I say that the way the loads are placed. So in some warehouses, they insist that the heavyweight object should be placed down and the lightweight top, in order to ensure this center of gravity is maintained and the structure is more stable. But trust me, if your racks are properly engineered, you don't have to do that. If you do those things, it compromises your operational efficiencies. That is why please ensure you are with the right partners, and a properly engineered rack will ensure you can place any product anywhere. In our case, we have gone for the best specifications, and we have the liberty to store any load at any place.
Yeah.
And these uprights that you see are all galvanized. So when you have a galvanized upright, unlike a painted upright, this, if at all there is, it doesn't rust easily. If you have a painted, uprights, and you operate in a temperature controlled environment, there will be humidity and it could lead to rust.
Okay.
Whereas
So
if
we
you
are
have
in
a
slide number 7, just in case, sir. So we are in slide number 7, right?
I'm talking to the, if you refer to the last picture,
Okay.
that is the rack. You see, it's metal colored uprights, and those are all galvanized uprights. That is the advantage of having a galvanized upright over a steel upright, painted upright. Usually you'll find blue color uprights, which over a period of time rust if they are in a temperature controlled environment. And then one more thing, you must have noticed this yellow bollards near the high-speed doors. again, as I told you, in a VNA environment, your floor is the most critical component. So these bollards or barriers, normally you find metal in other warehouses. When you have a metal bollard or a barrier, in the unlikely event of an impact, your floor gets damaged. The machine also gets damaged and the bollard also gets damaged. In our case, this is fiber. So in the unlikely event of an impact, the what you call bollard is a fiber. It absorbs the impact and the floor is secured, the machine is secured, and the bollard is also secured. So these are some new developments in the industry. So and I would strongly recommend using them in places where your floor is very sensitive. Again, nowadays people talk a lot about sustainability, and people associate sustainability with ESG. Whereas in our business, sustainability is a necessity. It drives efficiency. Some of the initiatives that we have taken is we have gone for an ammonia-based plant, refrigeration plant. And as I told you, ammonia is more eco-friendly, energy efficient, also thermal efficient. And the plant can be monitored 24/7 and controlled also. Every section has a standby processor. So in the unlikely event of failure of equipment, I have a backup. And the entire data can be stored for a year. So if you want to go back and look into your historical data, you can always go back and see. And another, some initiatives we have taken is, you see this black pipe on the second picture image here in the slide. That is a pipe which collects the water that is condensed by the plant. This plant can condense up to 6,000 liters of water in a day. And this water usually gets wasted in many places. Here we collect it and it is all stored in a sump. And that water is recycled and we use it for irrigation. So this greenery that you see here is all through recycled water. And some other measures that we have implemented to promote sustainability is, in the distribution, all our vehicle refueling happens in-house. In the past, vehicles used to go to the fuel station and we used to lose on an average 45 minutes per vehicle per day. This is precious time which should be used for deliveries. We end up in the fuel stations and my entire fleet is refrigerated, which means once the ignition is turned on in the morning, it will continue running till it comes back to the hub in the evening. So that is, again, we are wasting fuel. And right now, all the vehicles are refueled during the night time when the vehicles come back to the facility. And early morning when the drivers come, all the vehicles are refueled, so they don't have to spend time in the fuel station. And that time can be utilized for deliveries. And not only that, if I have to put it in a tangible perspective, 45 minutes on 60 vehicles per day turns to 900 trips a year, which means I have put 900 trucks off the road in a year by initiating this measure. Then we are also into solar. We are currently setting up a solar plant on the rooftop, which will contribute 40%. We could have gone for a net zero, but the policies have changed in the recent past. They do not allow us to go exceed beyond 35% of the assigned load. So the assigned load beyond, if I talk about 35% of assigned load, we are looking at about 40% contribution from the solar system, and that will again promote sustainability and also promote business efficiencies. Then again, your operations, the MHEs, when you are operating the MHEs, you have to utilize them efficiently. If it is going into the racks, your return trip, if at all there is something that has to be picked, it can be utilized so that you eliminate a second trip. And this again converts into not only it not only promotes sustainability, it also promotes efficiencies. The industry average for a battery in a warehouse is about 4 to 5 years. We are into the 8th year. We have not changed a single battery in our hub. We've got 25 machines and not a single battery has been changed till date because of efficient use. Whenever the battery level drops, charge level drops below 20%, we replace it with a recharged battery and make sure we maintain a logbook to ensure the batteries are properly rotated. And the results are there to speak. Then again, the lighting inside the warehouse is completely on LEDs. Again, when I say LEDs, if I go back to the previous slide, this slide, you'll see these are not the typical lights which you see in regular warehouses. Regular warehouses, you have doom lights. These are luminaires, which are specifically made for these kind of applications. They focus straight on the floor. They are not scattered above the racks. There is no unproductive light. Normally in warehouse, you find doom lights, which has a lot of unproductive light. They get scattered over the racks, which is of no use. Over here, these are tailor-made for these applications. They focus straight on the floor, and again the shade is daylight. So during the night also, it's a daylight shade, and I have minimum 350 lux level across the entire facility. So these are things again that drive efficiencies. We've also put on for sensors. So when there is no activity, the lights get turned off, and if there is activity, they turn on. And it again has its own benefits on the business. Next, we need to focus on the resources. When I say resources, people nowadays with technology, the warehouse culture and environment has changed. In our warehouse, if I have to hire a person, how we screen the candidate is, we ask him, do you have a WhatsApp account? Do you use WhatsApp? Do you have Facebook account? Purpose behind asking this is, we ascertain, we make sure, we get to know whether he can use a smartphone. So when a person who uses smartphone, it is assured that this person has reasonable logic and analytical skills. And we operate in a process-driven environment, so we need people with this basic logic and analytical skills. So that is the basic criteria we evaluate candidates who come on board. And the workforce we have is all Gen Z. The average age limit is 20. Age of our workforce is 23. So it speaks for itself. So we make sure they understand the process, respect it, and appreciate it. And the results are there to speak. So they know we have exceptionally high level of inventory accuracy, and in terms of health and safety also, since these people are, they appreciate the importance of process and systems. We operate in a very safe environment with zero incidents. Next, come to the MHEs also. Based on your inventory need, you need to go for the right type of MHEs. So in our case, we use very narrow ale reach trucks and reach truck counterbalances, order pickers, and power pallets. These order pickers are also innovative. We were the first to launch in this part of the world. They come with 1.2 meters hydraulic platform, which raises up to 1.2 meters, so that they can pick from level 1. That is how we have the liberty of picking from level 1. And level 2 and above is for storage, that is taken care by the VNA machines. Now, setting up a warehouse is one part of it. It takes care of the hardware, and you are having a very state-of-art warehouse, which you can take pride in being associated with. But if it has to deliver, you need to make sure you have a proper business process. This is paramount. Only then the warehouse will deliver. So you need to have a blueprint which clearly defines each and every activity inside the warehouse. You're receiving, how do you ensure you're receiving accuracy? I just gave an example of how we do the receiving in our warehouse. Similarly, your inventory management, how do you ensure the inventory is properly managed? Your do you have perpetual counts, and are you placing the inventory at the right locations to drive efficiencies? And similarly for outbound also, do we have the right process in place to ensure delivery accuracy? In our case, we do the picking by consolidation. So we have different routes. So we consolidate the pick list as per the route. We go and pick the items, get it to the preparation area. We have checkout counters over there. The orders are validated for the product, quantity, and shelf life also. We also capture the expiry date to make sure the customer gets the right product with the right quantity and the right shelf life. So the efficiencies that we are talking of are exceptionally high, and this is how we have our outbound process. And once the order is picked and packed, they are labeled and the loads are configured and put in designated staging areas. And this is again mapped into the system. So next day morning when the delivery crew comes, they just have to select their respective route, and it shows the load for that route and the places where they are kept. They have to go to the respective locations, scan the location to confirm it is the right location, and then go to the respective dock. The vehicle also will be having a barcode. They're supposed to scan the barcode to make sure the load is going into the right vehicle. And this way we ensure visibility and control into the operations. So if a customer calls us and finds out, would like to know what is the status of his order and what has gone into the order, everything is there live on the system to share with the customer. And once when you have this process, it is pertinent that the team is comfortable with the process. You need to, obviously, you need to have people with the right set of skills, and then their process should be user friendly. They should be comfortable with the process. Once that is done, please get it audited to make sure there are no conflicts and it is system friendly. And then roll out the blueprint. So this is your foundation. Only after this, you should be looking out at your WMS or IT solutions. These solutions will deliver only if you have a proper blueprint. And then you have to evaluate the IT products. Do they have the capabilities to fulfill the needs of your business? Then evaluate the partner who's coming on board. Do they have a good domain expertise? Do they understand the nuances of the business? And at least are they willing to upskill their capabilities, and are they coming with an open mind? Because we are not living in an ideal world. For sure, there will be people with limitations, but all that matters is are the people who are coming on board willing to adapt and learn. And another key important aspect of in implementing any software, it's not just WMS, any software, is your master data integrity and entirety. Please make sure whatever master data is being compiled is absolutely precise and correct and complete. If it is complete, you can make use of the system. It will help you in utilizing the system efficiently. Next is transactions propriety. So people who are doing the transactions in the system, they should ensure the transactions are properly registered. Otherwise, what happens is later your data gets compromised and your reports will not be able to do justice to the needs of your business. These are important. These two aspects, whenever you're implementing any software, this appears to be a mundane exercise, but it is very integral for successful implementation and utilization of any IT application. Your master data integrity, entirety, and people who are doing the transactions on the system, they must ensure that the transactions are properly posted, which means you need to only assign the task to people with the right set of skills. And housekeeping is very important in your warehouse. So we start off the day with toolbox talks, and then we do an FOD exercise, make sure every product, every item in the warehouse is assigned to its respective place, and there is a housekeeping team, including the operation staff. They are assigned to each and every area inside the warehouse. What do you call? Every section, few ails are assigned to a particular person, and these are inspected on a daily basis. And we promote a healthy environment. Whoever keeps his ail the cleanest or whose section cleanest is recognized and rewarded. So that becomes a positive element in ensuring you have proper housekeeping. And we also emphasize on 5S, and MHE maintenance also is again important. All the batteries are charged in designated areas. They are not kept in the storage area. Our storage areas order free, dust free, and temperature control. And we have dedicated area for the maintenance. And when you maintain your MHEs properly, they remain clean, and they do not compromise the environment inside the warehouse. Health and safety, again, as I said, is important. We have to make sure that people do not compromise on health and safety. Any incident can be catastrophic inside the warehouse. So please make sure people are properly trained and they adhere to the do's and don'ts inside the warehouse. When you are designing, your walkways should not be coming in the way of the MHEs, and traffic regulations inside the warehouse as well as outside. Inside, it is for MHEs. Whenever there are any blind areas, they are supposed to stop the machine and make sure the passage is free and then enter. And similarly, we do not. The only machine that can be reversed inside the aisle in our environment is a VNA machine. No other machine can be reversed. And this is religious. If we find anybody reversing MHE, which is other than a VNA machine, they are held accountable. And similarly, outside the warehouse, we have to abide by the traffic rules and speed limits. Whenever a vehicle is docked, it has to be docked under supervision. And you have to make sure there are wheel guides to ensure the truck is aligned with the dock. Sustainability, again, this I told you, in our business, sustainability drives efficiency. It's more than ESG for us. So it starts with the refrigeration plant. We use an ammonia-based plant, which again is eco-friendly and thermal efficient. The layout I've told you, and also high-speed doors. High-speed doors, again, we are the first to use panel doors for freezer applications. In this slide, you'll see this picture in the middle. This is a panel door, which we use for our freezer. Usually people use the door on the left side, which is a fabric curtain. Fabric curtain is not as efficient as a panel door. Panel door is more efficient, and also drives thermal efficiencies and promotes energy efficiency. Then LED lights with sensors is something which I've already discussed. We also use skylight during the daytime. Right type of lights is what I told, the luminaires, which we use inside the aisles. batteries are properly managed, so it not only enhances the shelf life of your battery, and your battery is a critical component when it comes to your costs. So if you extend the shelf life of your battery, you are also contributing to the bottom line. And then we emphasize on the 3 Rs: reduce wastage, reuse, and recycle. And then I've shown you the images of greenery. We do a lot of, there is, we assign about 1,500 square meters of landscape is assigned for greenery inside the facility. And that is our contribution to the environment. And finally, these are our credentials. We are a ISO 22000 certified company by Bureau Veritas, HACCP by Bureau Veritas. The green A is for health and safety by Dubai Municipality. This is the highest rating by Dubai Municipality. Now, the beauty of this credentials is we have not engaged any consultant to get this ISO certification or the green A rating. Bureau Veritas came and audited our process and facility, and they gave us this certifications.
Interesting.
And I think with the time, I have covered maximum points. If you have any questions, the floor is open. I would be more than happy to discuss.
We are running late by 10 minutes, so can take a couple of questions. If we let me just see the chart. So especially see warehouse management. Yeah, there are two things. One is a very organized warehousing like yours. Very interesting insights. So what is your advice for the third-party logistics warehouse, like upcoming warehouses like in India or Middle East? So like top three advice for the warehouse owners or 3PL operators. So what is it you would like to advise, Shankaranji?
See, first and foremost, you need to have a right kind of layout, and which ensures inventory visibility to your customers. For when you're offering 3PL services, the customer relies on you for their working capital management. So we have to provide inventory visibility. They should have complete exposure to their inventory, which are the fast moving SKUs, which is slow moving, which is dead inventory, and it gives them the complete exposure, and they can adopt a proactive approach to the business so that they can trigger corrective actions well ahead of time, and they are not caught by surprise. And next is your throughput time inside the warehouse. Obviously, you have to make sure that you fulfill the activities as quickly as possible, whether it is receiving or the dispatches. So your process should be defined and set in such a manner that your throughput can be achieved in minimum time possible. And last is how flexible you are as a 3PL provider. If you can accommodate your customer 24/7, that is an ideal case scenario. So there are companies which say that receiving activity happens only during this period of the day, and dispatches happens during this period. So, and often what happens is there is no proper planning. My experience in this part of the world is in my supply chain, we do not have surprises. Every activity is pre-planned, so we know what is going to happen across the entire supply chain, and we are well prepared for it. But I have seen many businesses here which are often caught off guard. There is a vehicle that comes to the store or the warehouse, and the receiving guy is at loss because he has not planned for the activity. We go to stores, we operate in the retail trade, they have large warehouses, and basic things like planning the receiving for the day. People have to interact with each other and plan their activities. If I am operating a store or a warehouse and I know my receiving capacity for the day is 100 containers, I should ensure that I get only 100 containers for the day. And when I have those 100 containers, I have to schedule it. across the timeline. If I'm operating a 10-hour shift, so I'm talking about 10 containers an hour. So you have to put your slots and share with your customers, and then the customers will plan it out accordingly. But often there is no interaction and people take things for granted, and that leads to all kinds of uncertainties in operations.
Perfect, sir. Perfect. So visibility, then speed of your operations, the flexibility.
Yeah.
That is something
Yeah.
very quite interesting. Yeah, and discipline. So you need to have a plan so that you set the right expectations for your customers.
Exactly.
Perfect, sir.
Housekeeping is also equally important. Your customer would like to see that the products are stored and managed in the right manner.
Perfect, perfect. Perfect, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, any questions? Because I know.
All right.
So, due to lack of the constraint, due to the time constraint, we will definitely would like to post questions online, okay, offline, Shankaranji. So we'll be happy to get your support, because I know we have quite a few warehousing executives attending the event today. I know that. Okay, they must have questions, and then we'll post you and get your support for them in whatever way. Whether it could be a layout or process or system or whatever. So thank you, Shankaranji, for joining. It's a fantastic session. I really learned a lot, especially about the technology of warehouse layout. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. Thank you. So thank you, all participants and the speakers so far. Very interesting session, one after the other. So I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Mehdi Trimechi. Before that, I think we are progressing well today. We are 10 minutes late. No, we'll just try to manage it during any particular session. So we basically, we are a proud sponsor of the event, Data Labs India. So we have a FRUCI supply chain execution systems, which includes warehousing, manufacturing, and fleet management. So we are happy to connect all the best practices, all the experts in the domain, irrespective of the product usage, to the companies to get the benefit of knowledge sharing. Okay, so we are happy to do that, and we keep doing it. So thank you very much. So I would like to invite, I hope Deep, Mr. Mehdi is there on the call, so you can onboard him. Okay, so
he's already there. We can introduce him and he can start this presentation.
Yeah, I'm connected, yes.
So you can unmute. Yeah. Okay, so we are able to see you. I can introduce the topic. What we are talking now is, we can see you now. The topic we are talking now is the risk management strategies for resilient supply chain by Mr. Mehdi Trimechi. Okay, so let me give a quick introduction for the expert. Mr. Mehdi is a strategic business analyst from Tunisia. Okay, so Mr. Mehdi is a consultant in a corporate strategy and international competitiveness, specializing in business management systems, integration, and auditing. He excels in designing and implementing strategic processes as well as leadership development and coaching, helping organizations enhance their overall performance and competitiveness. So, Mr. Mehdi, over to you. Please start your session. We are 12 minutes late. No problem. We can cover it up. Over to you, Mr. Mehdi. Yeah.
Okay, I shared the presentation. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see your presentation. Yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon or good morning. It's 30 a.m. in my country.
Yeah, it's afternoon. Some of our team members are
it's
attending
afternoon
from
in India.
It's a good afternoon. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so first of all, I want to thank Mr. Sheikh Abdul Qadir for inviting me to participate to this event. Data Labs, the organizer of this event, and also thanks to the organization team. My presentation is about the importance of risk management to ensure business continuity and resilience for supply chain. The content of the presentation is generic, but it can be applied for different domains and different activities, especially as a whole or part of a management system. Supply chains are becoming increasingly complex and extended, exposing the organizations to new and additional challenges and risks of supply chain interruptions. In addition, the supply chain can be in a continual state of change, especially for some companies or projects where the only constant is change. This makes the supply chain vulnerable and always subject to potential disruption, and leads to the needs of ensuring the business continuity by preventing disruption or recover after an incident.
So Mehdi, we are in the first slide, huh? The title slide.
Yeah. The first slide. Yeah. It's just the introduction. Yeah.
Please.
So why from a systemic perspective? Because maybe the best way to do it is to implement business management system. Any management system relating to quality, environment, occupational health and safety, maybe IT security, food security, business continuity, or others. And to adopt a risk-based approach, which is a new approach introduced in the new versions of the ISO standards to manage the system. So it's a risk-based approach, is by definition equivalent to objective-based approach. We'll see later in the definition of the definition of risk. So next slide. So Mr. Abdelkader already introduced me, so don't need to present myself. Maybe my background is aeronautical engineer. I graduated since 1992 from the Tunisian Air Force as aeronautical engineer. What are the objectives of this session? So it's not a training or a consultancy session. The main objectives of the presentation are to position the risk management process within a business continuity management system. So most of the companies have their management systems, but the implementation or the design of the risk management system itself sometimes is not good and it's not systematic. Then to initiate to risk-based thinking and the importance of risk management in supply chains. And finally, it is initiation. And it is initiation to systematic management of business continuity and resilience supply chain, including the interaction between processes and the interactions between external and internal interested parties or stakeholders. And we will see that in details later. This will, or maybe this will assist people who are buying, managing, or responsible for product or service necessary to an organization to protect its critical business activities. And this can introduce to the implementation of good business continuity processes in line with existing standards and best practices, and also with existing management systems of the company. Let's start by a short and real story. Just 1 second. Okay. Okay, so the story is about a leading supplier of automotive components specialized in manufacturing wiring systems for prestigious German car brands. The company was established in Tunisia in the beginning of the 90s and has a long-standing presence in the region. It invested in infrastructure, equipment, and resources to ensure a high level of product quality. The selection of Tunisia among other countries where to be established was for many reasons. Of course, the strategic location of the country. Tunisia offers proximity to European clients, resulting in reduced logistics costs and enhanced security. Historically, Tunisia had a political climate characterized by a unified government and robust security, which is not the case now. Good infrastructure, and this provided a conducive environment for business operations. Tunisian skilled workforce offers a competitive advantage with its combination of talent and affordability. And Tunisia's cost-effective infrastructure provides a favorable business environment compared to European countries, of course, because the costs are not the same. The company receives the material from the European construction. It produces the wiring systems using the client designs, and then it delivers the product in a weekly basis to be integrated in the assembly line. The company establishes strategic partnership with local and international transportation, logistics, and insurance providers to ensure seamless operations. The robust supply chain management processes combined with stringent quality control measures have consistently resulted in low non-conformity rates and high customer satisfactions for more than 20 years or more. Suddenly, the Tunisian Revolution of 2011, it marked a period of significant political and social upheaval in Tunisia. Widespread protests and civil unrest culminated in the overthrow of the long-standing government, leading to a period of instability and uncertainty in the country. And then a total wave of trouble and disorder covered the entire country, causing the disruption of most vital activities, internally and externally. And you can see that without a security system in force, it was almost impossible to transport any kind of goods by road. The seaports were locked, the people of logistics companies were on strike, and even the customs refused to work as a form of protest. On the other side, the European car construction companies need the outsourced components to be provided on time, so to allow them to continue producing cars. To mitigate the supply chain risks, we can imagine many solutions. For example, temporary emergency stock located on the client side, a force majeure clause in the contract to address unforeseen events and limit the liability of parties, a comprehensive insurance coverage to protect against financial losses arising from disruptions, etc. But is it the right or the good solution? We will see later. This kind of preventive actions will potentially reduce the impact of disruption, which may cause the damage to the company brand or the damage of the company or the business itself. However, nobody can predict the duration of this unexpected situation. So even if you have a situation, nobody can predict the duration. So we don't know if this kind of solution is enough or not. So customers will hold the company accountable for the performance of its supply chain, even if it is a case of force majeure, and expect uninterrupted delivery of products, whatever happened and for any reason. So the question for you as responsibles for the supply chain, how can you manage this critical situation from a provider side? If you have the possibility to write a short answer on chat, just to have an idea about the way people are thinking and how to mitigate this kind of or manage this kind of situation. Is it possible, Sheikh? Hello, Sheikh Abdul.
Just a second. I think we lost him for just.
So is it possible that the people attending this session can write on chat?
Mr. Maitri,
Okay.
you may continue. He will join us in a minute. Yeah, he's having some difficulty in joining. Yeah, please continue.
It's not a problem. Okay, I asked this question before, and I saw that most people think about the corrective approach, not the proactive approach. So this is why I'm asking this question. So we behave in front of the problem instead of behaving before the problem. And in such case, for example, in such blackout situation, it is almost impossible to succeed a corrective action. So things must be prepared in advance to take care about the potential risks and to prepare for actions and actions plans before that it happens. So what is the solution adopted by the company? So since the early establishment period, the company anticipated potential challenges and evaluated their consequences through a proactive risk assessment process. In collaboration with the Tunisian military, the company established a contingency plan that enabled them to assume responsibility for its logistics operations during the period of disruptions, potentially, and they made a contract between the company and the Tunisian army. So immediately the contract was activated and the army took care of the entire peer-to-peer logistic process. It transported and protected the goods by road to the nearest Air Force base and then shipped it to Europe on military airplanes. Maybe it's a little bit hard to imagine such kind of solutions, but it is really done and it succeeded and it saved the situation for the company. Even this solution had a cost. It prevented big fines and big losses for the company and for its client, of course. Poor supply chain management can destroy value and jeopardize the company brand, reputation, and maybe the existence of the company itself. What is important is this real story that I witnessed myself, that really it changed my conception of vision. All of us hear about vision, strategy, policy, planning, objectives, risks, etc. But how to really implement it and how to really use it, most people don't know how to do it. Even for companies which are certified, to be certified is just to comply with strict minimum of the requirements of the ISO. So it's not a label of excellence. Okay, so as per the ISO standards, any management system can be certified if it initially responds to the strict minimum compliance with the relating ISO standard. Why? First of all, it's for commercial reasons. So even certification bodies have this commercial consideration for their customers. So if you don't certify the company, they will seek for another certification body to get the certification. And most important, because the continual improvement is a requirement. So the continual improvement process is a requirement in the ISO system. So the company must and will learn and evolve as long as it makes mistakes. And here you can see that mistakes are opportunities for the company and not problems. So they will permit to the company to learn and to evolve. Any problem must trigger the resolution process. Example, non-conformity, non-compliance, incident, client claim, we don't reach an objective, etc. So it can be considered as a problem, and it will be treated as per the resolution process or the continual improvement process. The responsible person or team should carry out. So this is the process in case of non-conformity. So the responsible person or team shall carry out an immediate action to solve the problem and stop or reduce the impact. This is what we call the correction. So the correction is the immediate action or actions to stop the problem. Example, to put out the fire before asking any question on why or who. So instead of searching the cause of fire, let's start by putting out the fire to stop it, and then we will continue the process for cause analysis and other actions. Then we start searching for the causes until reaching the root cause. So most of people talk about root cause, but sometimes it is better to talk about the real cause, not only the root cause. So we can use tools, for example, like the Ichikawa or the 5 Whys or other to identify the root cause, but it is better to point the real cause of the problem so to avoid that the problem will restart again. The corrective action will stop the recurrence of such issues. Of course, the corrective actions will be relating to the root or to the real cause, which is identified and defined. And then the preventive actions shall prevent for having similar issues from similar cause. So when we have the nonconformity or the problem and we do the cause analysis, we will learn from this process. We will try to define or to develop an action plan of the corrective actions, so not to have the same problem another time for the same cause. And then we can predict other causes that they can cause similar problems. So, and here it is the preventive actions. This process is very interesting for the development of knowledge and competency inside the enterprise. However, to learn from our mistakes, we have to pay the cost of non-conformities. And sometimes it is very costly for the enterprise, for the company. The new version of ISO standards introduced the concept of risk management. So instead of waiting for problems to react, we act in a proactive manner, and we start by risk analysis to identify potential risks and take actions to mitigate them. If the company doesn't have the competence to identify risks and develop mitigation plans, it can be supported by an internal consultant or expert. Even if the company have the competence for technical aspects, sometimes other aspects like management, for example, or strategy, can be well appreciated by the internal people of the company. So sometimes we need to be supported by an external eye, not part of the enterprise. After that, the process is almost the same. So in case of non-conformity, the impact will be low. The improvement process, which is the same, will be carried out the same way. And instead of preventive actions, we look to risk management process to add new risks or to reevaluate existing risks. So we start by managing the risk to prevent all this chain. In case of non-conformity, we proceed by correction, cause analysis, and corrective action, but no more preventive actions because we are in a proactive process. So after the corrective actions, we learn from this process and we look back to the risk management to add new risks or to improve the evaluation of existing risks. And of course, this will reduce the occurrence of this of non-conformities or appearance of problems in general, which will reduce costs for the enterprise. So the risk management here can be considered as a first filter for non-conformities or for problems. This will reduce the probability and even if we have a problem, it will reduce the impact because we have actions in force that can reduce the consequence of these kind of issues or problems. Let's start by defining the risk as per the ISO standard. So the risk is defined as the effect of uncertainty on objectives. This is the definition of risk as per the ISO. For the literal definition, it's about probability, not it's about effect. So here the ISO definition focused on effect. However, the literal definition focused on the probability. So to understand this definition, we need to start by the end, not by the beginning. So we start by defining the objectives, strategic objectives or operational objectives, and then search for any reason that can prevent to reach this objective. We can ask questions like what are the events that would prevent me, for example, from succeeding in my strategy, from committing to my policy, my ethics, to protect my reputation, from achieving my mission, from reaching my objectives, etc. An event can be a risk source, can have one or more occurrences, and can have several causes and several consequences. And this is why we need to evaluate the risks, what we call the criticality of risks. Uncertainty supposes a lack of information about when, where, what, how, who, how much, etc. And if the effect or consequence is positive, we talk about opportunity instead of talking about risks. And this is why in the ISO standard, we talk about risks and opportunities, not only about risks. So it is negative. We talk about risk. And if it is positive, it is an opportunity for the enterprise. And both of them are managed in a proactive way, not in a curative way. Some examples of risks. Organizations rely on external providers to deliver complying products or services on time. The company shall recognize the potential impact of a disruption within its supply chain, and many events can cause a failure to deliver a product or service, and which shall be considered and mitigated before they happen. And we give some examples of risk. For example, for natural risks, we can have the floods, earthquakes, tornadoes, windstorms, snowstorms, intense cold or heat, pandemics, etc. And we already lived the pandemic risks in the COVID-19. For the technological risks, so for example, fire or explosion, wars, riots or terrorist activities, collapse of a building, major organizational failure, even internally or managerial failure, dangerous liquid spill, especially for the occupational health and safety and for the environmental risks in general, power or water supply outage, IT or network outage, and all of these risks are potential and can happen. Why not? Sometimes we can have 3 or more risks happening simultaneously. Okay. The risk-based management approach can be used in any business domain and even in integrated management systems, including simultaneously many domains. For example, for quality, we can talk about dysfunction. For information system, we can talk about threats. For occupational health and safety, we talk about danger, which is the source. For environment, we talk about environmental aspects or significant environmental aspects. All of them use the risk approach to reduce or avoid problems like non-conformities or any kind of incidents. Uncertainty is caused by a lack of information, and usually we talk about probability, but probability is the mathematical representation of the likelihood. It's not the likelihood itself. So it's a form of presentation of the likelihood. Of course, that permits to do the calculation of the risk of the risk later. And a potential event might happen without notice and have a consequence which. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mehdi, just I would like to step in. This likelihood and probability is very important to identify. If you, for a particular risk, what is the likelihood and what is the probability? Do you have any guidelines? Because it's all subjective. People may put likelihood and probability based on their experience. Okay. So what is the best way to do it? Yeah, please.
Not method. There is a source, and ISO standard talking about.
Perfect.
So a potential event might happen without notice and have a consequence which can impact the business continuity, the relationship with stakeholders, especially the clients, and the future development of the company, and sometimes the existence itself. Risk or risk criticality is calculated by the formula likelihood multiply consequence. So this is why we consider the probability for the modelization of likelihood, just to permit to do this calculation, and we call this the risk or the risk criticality. So if the criticality is big, the risk is big. If the criticality is low, the risk is not really very dangerous. Some ISO definitions for objective, for example, as per the ISO 22301, it is the result to be achieved. And if we talk about a result to be achieved, it can be in a strategic level, a tactical or operational level. Objectives can relate to different disciplines such as financial, health and safety, environmental goals. We talk about risks in IT especially, and can apply at different levels such as strategic, organization-wide, project, product and process activity, and even for a task. For example, for occupational health and safety. So through the work breakdown structure, we define the activities for each work. And then for a simple task, we need to do the analysis and to identify the dangers and the risks that may cause incident for the employees. Disruption, so it's incident, whether anticipated or anticipated, it is called disruption, that causes an unplanned negative deviation from the expected delivery of products and services according to an organization's objective. So here we can see the objectives, which is the main in the definition of risk. And also, when we talk about expected delivery of products and services, it is also defined as an objective for the enterprise. And here we can classify as critical the stakeholders or the elements that can disrupt the activity of the company. Example, we talk about critical client, for example. We can talk about a critical supplier, if it is a lonely supplier or a supplier that provides a critical product. We can talk about critical process, we can talk about critical product, etc. Impact, so it's the outcome of a disruption affecting objectives. And again, we find the objective in the definition. Resilience, as per the Oxford Dictionary, it's the capacity to withstand or to recover quickly from difficulties. So here, maybe you can ask what's the relationship between business continuity and the resilience. So here, the business continuity process is proactive and the resilience is corrective. This is the difference. So we manage the risks, we manage the business continuity process to avoid any kind of problem. And if it happened, we have the resilience process to recover. Business continuity is the capability of an organization to continue the delivery of products and services with acceptable timeframes at predefined capacity during a disruption. And when we say here with acceptable timeframes and predefined capacity, it's the kind of criteria or the requirements from a client side. It's criteria to evaluate the provider, the company for its providers, and the client to evaluate the company. Business continuity plan, so documented procedures that guide organizations to respond, recover, resume, and restore to a predefined level of operation following disruption. What is important here is the requirement that it must be a documented procedure. Why documented procedure and why it is important? Because the new editions of the ISO don't require no more documented procedures. This is why. So the supply chain model, as per the ISO 22318, you can see that organizations are increasingly interconnected and interdependent with the liberation of the international commerce since the 19th. The business continuity process addresses relationships throughout the supply chain between suppliers and customers. So the organization will be the pivot between the supplier and its suppliers and its customers. The end-to-end supply chain might integrate some indirect external providers. And sometimes, especially for projects, subcontractors. So the company shall define ways to control their activities and ensure their liability. And we talk about that in the ISO 9001 about the external provider, and we consider that as external provided processes. So the company is allowed to externalize some of its processes, activities, or products, but with the condition to control them, because in front of the customer, the organization is the responsible and the accountable. It's not the external provider. This is why. As supply chains become more integrated and lean, the more likely it is that any event affecting one link might affect other links in the chain, sometimes causing the collapse of the entire system. Example, for a company having only one provider or one customer, you can understand the example. So if the customer have a problem, the company will collapse. And if it has only one provider and it is dependent to this only provider, if something happened to the provider, the consequences will be very hard and very heavy for the organization or for the company. This process is generic and intended to be applicable to organizations or parts thereof, regardless of type, size, and nature of business. It is applicable to the supply of products and services, both internally and externally. And the extent of application depends on the organization's operating context and complexity of activities. So this generic character of the supply chain model make it easy to be integrated in any existing company management system. And this is the advantage of what we call the HLS, or the high level structure, relating to the presentation of the ISO requirements in the new edition standards. So even if we have an existing management system, it is very easy to integrate additional management system, or to integrate new processes. Business continuity management system. It is, of course, risk-based. So the business environment, or what we call the context in the ISO standards, shall cover the main issues that might affect the business continuity. So here we talk about the business environment, or what we call the external environment of the company. It is the old edition of ISO consider only the internal environment of production. This was introduced till the 2015 edition of the ISO 9001, and to cover all the new standards issued after this date. The scope. So here delimits the supply chain, which can be the whole or part of the company management system. Why the whole or the part? Because the activity of the company can be only a supplier. Other companies can be industrial company, and a supply is a part or a process in the management system. So this is, I say, whole or part of the company management system. All elements that can affect the resilience shall be integrated within the scope. The concept of scope is interesting, for example, for certification. So, for example, for an industrial company, for example, we can certify or we can implement the system only for the supply chain without any consideration for other processes within the company, and we can certify only the for example, the external provision process, for example, or the operation process, the fabrication process. We can define the scope and implement the system consequently to be certified. So, and here inside the scope, we have the internal environment. We talk about interested parties or stakeholders, but we shall consider the relevant interested parties. It means the parties that have a direct or indirect effect on the activity of the enterprise and its objectives and its success. And these relevant interested parties may have positive or negative impact on business. Example, the client which have requirements, the bank to finance a project, for example. If we don't need to be financed by a bank, the bank is not considered as relevant interested parties. If I can do the project or the production without the support of a bank, then it will be considered as relevant interested parties. And of course, there is a process how to manage these relevant interested parties as per the ISO 9001 standard. A critical supplier, for example, is a relevant interested party, a subcontractor, especially for projects. Or internally, the employees are relevant interested parties, and they have needs and expectations that we shall consider in the enterprise. The company shall consider the vulnerabilities which might arise from dependence on a single customer, for example, or a single provider, as part of the business continuity strategy. because it's very and very critical. We can't rely only on one customer or on one provider. We should find solutions. And even for companies, sometimes we have companies here which are outsources for existing companies in Europe. So they only create this company to produce only for them. But if we see the number of people working there, the infrastructure, the equipment, etc., it will be interesting, even if it is the main reason is to provide for the main company. It will be interesting if we can do it for other customers and to multiply the number of customers and to multiply the number of providers. The internal environment may cover the production environment, for example, the heat, for example, the company culture, and the social environment of people. And this was introduced on the new edition of the ISO 9001. The risks relating to the processes and the activities. So here we can consider each process apart. We analyze the activities, and as the example I gave, for example, for the in projects, for example, through the work breakdown structure, we can define the activities, and for each activity, we can identify the source of danger, for example, for occupational health and safety, and the associated risks and the action plan relating sometimes to the one task, not to many tasks, which is activities, or many activities which are processes. And finally, the risks generated by interactions between all these elements. So here I tried to give an example on how, and this is the question that Mrs. Abdul asked, on how to consider the risks or to identify or look for risks inside the enterprise. So the hierarchy here is to start by the business environment in general and what can have an impact, external impact on the enterprise. Then the internal environment inside the scope. Then the external and internal interested parties. Then the processes and the interactions of processes to the lowest level. Business continuity management system is a holistic management process that identifies potential threats to an organization and the impacts to business operations. It provides a framework for building organizational resilience. Why I said framework? Because the enterprise is supposed to evolve. So to integrate new processes, to maybe to integrate new products, needs and expectations of clients are not the same, etc. So when I build a framework, and here framework will return to the term generic. So a generic framework, it will be lean and easier for the enterprise to evolve, to implement new activities, to implement new processes, and to find new interactions between processes internally or externally. So I said it provides a framework for building organizational resilience with the capability of an effective response that safeguards the interests of its key stakeholders, reputation, brand, and value creating activities, and sometimes the protection of the existence of the company itself, because some incident might cause to the company can be very expensive for the company, so the company cannot recover. And I witnessed a kind of situation of an enterprise that get in fire. So after the fire, it was really very difficult to recover, because the equipment that they use is very expensive, and it was almost impossible to reinvest. Let's talk about the business continuity and resilience process. So this process provides a framework. So this is This is the process. So it provides a framework for building organizational resilience with the capability of an effective response that safeguards the interests of its key stakeholders, reputation, brand, and value creating activities. Framework, proactive framework. So the process that you can see here is a proactive framework. What do we mean by proactive framework? So we will not react after the incident or the problem occur, but we will try to run this process to avoid that any problem might occur. I give an example for the occupational health and safety, for example. We talk about the emergency situation management, and most people think that emergency situation management is after having an incident, which is not true. It is false. So emergency situation management is the same process. It's a proactive process. Then when it run, it will prevent that we will be in an emergency situation or an issue or a problem happen. We start by the business impact analysis, which is to identify critical business activities and processes. It is essential to understand the supply chain and the risks it poses to organization before deciding about a strategy or action. So the first thing to consider for a company that already have the management system in place, we can consider this as an analysis of the process, what we call the process map or the system map. So including the mapping of the business environment, the mapping of the internal processes, the interactions between the processes, etc. This is the business impact analysis. From that, we define the risks, and here two steps: to identify and define. So to identify means to discover, and to define, it is a right definition of the risk, including what is what is the event that might happen, what is the probability for this event, what can be the consequence if ever happen. And we consider this in a normal operating mode and abnormal operating mode. And from example, normal operating mode, for example, when day working, for example, and abnormal operating mode can be, for example, night working, for example. And we identify the emergency situation. The emergency situation relate to the high risks as per the evaluation. And here we manage these risks as per the process that we will see later. Then we develop and implement a business continuity plan. So the business continuity plan, we will find actions, we will find the responsibilities for each part in this business continuity plan. And sometimes it can include even the financial department, the IT department, etc. So not only the main business processes for the company. And we will manage the implementations business continuity plan. So we can from time to time plan to test the business continuity plan and emergency situations. So why to do the test? Just to learn on how to implement the actions, to try the actions, and to see if we are performant on what we did, on what we planned on what we did. So here we evaluate the performance of this process. And of course, if we discover that there is a lack in the business continuity plan, we can improve. And if people are not so competent or ready to implement the planned actions, we can do the exercise many times to learn from from it. And here we proceed to continual improvement, and we loop back to business impact analysis. And this is a continual improvement process. A continual improvement process. However, we can have a real emergency situation, so we can have a problem. So the objective of this process is to prevent problems. However, problems can exist and can occur. So in this case, we are already ready to implement the business continuity plan for this case of emergency situation. People are ready, and we tested before, so the chances to succeed it is very high. Then same thing, we make the evaluation, and we proceed to continual improvement. So to update, to do the business impact analysis, to update the risk registers and mitigation plans, and to enhance the business continuity plan. And this is the main process for continuity and resilience process. So as you can see, this is the business continuity process, and this is the resilience process, which is part of the business continuity process. The risk management process is an integral part of management and for decision making. It is integrated into the organization structure, operations, and process. We talk about risks in the former versions of the ISO standards, especially for environment and for occupational health and safety, but not for quality. It was introduced for the quality management system since the new edition of the ISO standard. So we start by the risk identification. Identify risk means discover the risk. So the purpose of the risk identification is to seek out, to recognize, and describe risks that can help or prevent an organization from achieving its objectives. Why help or prevent? Because we said that positive risks are opportunities for the enterprise. So it will be a good thing to consider this to add value for the enterprise from these opportunities. Then we proceed to the risk analysis, which permits to understand the nature of the risk and its characteristics. When analyzing risks, we should consider the dynamic and variable nature of human behavior and culture, which is the most important component of the risk analysis in general, because sometimes we can't prevent how people think or how people can behave, especially if you don't have documented procedures or technical specifications or something like that. We evaluate the risks as per defined evaluation criteria. So we need to define criteria and then evaluate the risks as per this criteria. And we classify risks. After the initial risk classification, you can see here for the classification. So the right part of the slide. So here we have the reduced probability and reduced consequences, which are the acceptable risks. We have the reduced probability, big consequence, or the reverse, big probability and reduced consequence, which are risks that the company can accept or refuse. And we have the big probability and big consequence, or both of them, which are the not acceptable risks for the enterprise. So after the initial risk evaluation, we consider the existing provisions and we re-evaluate risks. So here we can say we have the existing provisions. So the risk analysis, as we have nothing in place. So we consider that we have nothing in place. We have this event that may have this consequence, and we analyze it as is. And then we consider the existing provisions. It's not a requirement. It is especially important for occupational health and safety. For example, we have existing provisions in the company, but we can't classify falling from height as something acceptable for the company. So this is why in the initial risk evaluation, we consider as is without any existing provisions, just to show the criticality and the importance and severity of this risk. And after that, we consider the existing provision to do the same kind of evaluation to obtain the residual risk evaluation. So residual risks are the initial risks considering the existing provisions. And of course, the criticality is less than the criticality for the first case, for the initial risk evaluation.
Mr. Mehdi,
Then,
just watch your time, please. Okay, just.
Yeah, just for 4 or 5 minutes maximum.
Alex is getting late.
I try to recover the 10 minutes.
Do little late by 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So, and then the actions plan for risk treatments. And here for the actions plans, we have performed actions which will be added to the existing provisions. And then we evaluate the new residual risk evaluation. So here we can loop only on the residual risk evaluation, the case for occupational health and safety and for environment, for example. And for other aspects like quality, for example, we can loop on the beginning and start by the risk identification and to proceed for all the process. Although the risk management process is often presented as a sequential process, in practice it is iterative. And each iteration will reduce the probability or the consequence. So as you can see here, we can pass from the red to the green. Success keys of supply chain resilience. So as we saw in a systemic approach, the first thing to consider is the support by the top management and the commitment to the company's policies. And it's the same when deciding to implement the management system in general, health and safety, quality, environment, etc. If the top management is not committed to implement or to manage this on this right way, the system will never succeed, because we'll need later for the company policy to follow out the objectives, to permit to people to evolve, to develop the competency of people, etc. So if the management is not really committed to the system, we cannot succeed. A good vision, long-term strategy to build a resilient organization. And here we can consider, for example, the main business of the enterprise. We can consider the kind of customers and the business models in general. So which business model the company will adopt and which strategies to adopt. A company that don't have a strategy will never succeed. So it's like driving in the dark without light. So if you don't know where to your destination and you don't have a vision and strategic objectives, it's very hard to the company to succeed. A good understanding of the business context. Some companies are focused on the internal business processes, I mean the main business, but don't have an understanding of the business context. And some companies don't take care about this business context. Most of the small companies we find that only the top management consider the business context, participate to fairs, participate to international organizations, business organizations, etc. But other people don't have any idea about the business context, and it is very interesting for the company to share this understanding of this context with people, so people can understand what is happening outside the company, and they share the same vision of their top management. A flat organization based on interactions between processes. So most former companies are based on organization chart, which is vertical and which causes many problems. However, the process-based system is better for reactivity, is better for responsibility and authorities, which will be defined when defining the process, and especially for the rapid interactions between processes. A good communication process inside the company and outside the company. Most important inside the company to share information, and this is why the new edition talk about the knowledge management inside the enterprise. A good relationship with stakeholders, especially well-established contracts with providers, and with customers. Reduce dependency to clients and to external providers by multiplying the number of clients, by multiplying the number of external providers, by defining criteria to choose clients or to choose external providers, and by evaluating these external providers and make the selections of the best. The control of external provided processes and products. So the company is responsible and accountable in front of the customer. So even if it is fabricated outside the company, for the customer, it's your product. So you are responsible for the quality of this product, and the company shall protect its image in front of the customer. Well-managed risk management and business continuity processes. So well-managed risk management, we need to implement this risk management process inside the company. And of course, even if we don't have a defined business continuity process, the result is there. So if we have a risk management process, we can get the business continuity process, and we know how to recover after an incident. And performance process of change management, because the change management, the change is maybe the most risky thing in a company. You change a way of working, you change a machine, you change an operator, you change a director. The consequences sometimes are very expensive for the enterprise. So this is what I identified as success keys for the supply chain resilience. And finally, some references. You can find all these descriptions and many tools in the ISO standards. So here it's only a summary of the standards I used for to prepare this presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mehdi. Thank you very much for very insightful. I know this is a very huge topic, and usually the supply chain risk and resilience is something people keep it at the end. Okay, so they don't start with risk and resilience from the beginning. So after watching your session, the participants will realize that how important is it. Okay, and it's very important to talk about risk and resilience from the strategy point of view. Okay, so thank you very much. And due to lack of time, so we post all the questions to you offline, because we are late by a few more minutes, and we have 5 more sessions to catch up today. So thank you very much, Mr. Mehdi. Wonderful session.
Thank you.
To have
thank you.
A lecture. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having patience. It's a long session. Sorry, Alex, keep you waiting for a few minutes. I know it's a late, so sequence of sessions are connected and yeah. So now we have a wonderful session coming up, which is one of my favorite supply chain execution systems, and none other than Mr. Alexander Borg. Okay, so I think Alex, you can present this topic better than anybody else. Okay, so welcome to the session. Let me give you a quick introduction. Alexander Borg is the chairman of strategic board of IOSCM, Institute of Supply Chain Management, MENA. Okay, so Alexander Borg, a chartered trainer in logistics, transportation, and supply chain management. He has over 30 plus years of experience as managing partner of support and supply chain group since 1998. He advises individuals and organizations through change processes and technology, expanding influences across the Middle East. And he is stationed in Europe. Thank you, Alex, for joining. Over to you. Yeah. So we will cover up that time we lost. Yeah, for a few minutes after 3 o'clock. Yeah, please. Over to you, Alex. Welcome.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying. Good morning to you from Europe. I'm trying to share my presentation, but I need Goodlip to help me a bit, please. I am on the share, but I need a bit of technical support.
Yeah, Deep, if you are in the call.
I am on the share. I have already push the share. So what I need to do, please, next?
Deep, are you able to hear?
So Alex, so do you see the share button on the bottom?
Yes, I got it, and I put share. Shall I put click share to share the content?
Yeah, click on share, and a window pops up. You need to choose the presentation that is already open. Preferably choose the one which is in the presentation mode.
Yes. Optimize the text and images. I don't know.
No, you can do one thing. Just close the share and share it again.
Okay. I close it. Yes.
Yes. Go to share again at the bottom.
Okay. So what I do next?
Now do you see share content? A pop-up screen which says share content, screen or application, file, camera, advanced.
No, I can say that. Sorry.
Okay. What do you see?
On top, I have layout and meeting info.
Okay. So that is this after you click on share?
1 second. Okay. Share.
Yeah. Click on share.
Yes, I clicked on share, and on top there is click share to share the content in the meeting.
That is correct. Yeah, choose that one.
Okay, what do you want to share? I click that.
Yeah, choose the file that you want to share.
Yeah, but it's not coming because it's come to global supply chain. No, I'm having a problem. Sorry.
Yeah, I can see your screen now. Viewing Alex for shared content. So yeah, I can see your LinkedIn page.
So select the right screen.
You have selected the web page of the event. Instead, you need to select the presentation.
Okay, let's go to basics, please, because I'm a bit concerned. Go to share,
no
right?
Problem. Stop sharing first. Stop sharing.
Okay.
I still can see your screen. Yeah, now it's gone. So now go to share.
Share, okay.
What do you see on the screen once you click on share?
I have 3 things. What do you want? The top description is click share to share the content. Then you have a box where you say, what do you want to share? And finally, there is a white box. It makes share.
Okay, so click on what do you want to share?
Okay.
Now what do you see?
Is your presentation open, Alex?
No, it's not coming. Sorry.
Optimize the motion and the images. This is what I need to push. Optimize the motion and vision,
No, that is
or optimize text and
Your
images.
presentation is open, Alex? Is it in open mode?
No.
Oh, open it. If you open, you can share.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Now it's open. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Sorry. I take some minutes.
worries.
1 second. It's not coming. On the top, he's saying we can't display or share content. Make sure that you are allowed permission to share content, and then try again.
Okay. So let me. You're already a presenter. I will remove and re-add.
You can't make it yourself, Goodlip?
Yeah, we can share it.
I can share it from my end, but
Yeah. Do it from your side. Let's move. Come on, let's move, because time is moving. So let us not frustrate the audience. Let's move on.
No,
Do it from your side. Sorry about that.
No problem. No.
Once you put it on, let me know, please.
I will.
Yeah, you need to go up. First page, please. Okay. Mr. Abdul and Goodlip, thank you very much to be among top experts from the field around the world. I followed most of Mr. Mehdi's presentation about risk and etc. It was really good. I miss Tunisia because I have spent 2 years in Tunisia, 2001. I have a very good idea about the place. So thank you once again. Okay, as Mr. Abdul said, Sheikh Abdul said, my name is Alex Bok. I'm the regional director for the Institute of Supply Chain from Newcastle. We have an institute based in Newcastle for supply chain. And my role is the responsibility for Middle East, North Africa, and also India now. Today, I'm going to talk about the execution of supply chain solutions and their importance. Okay, if you go to second slide, please. Okay, so supply chain execution refers to the systems and process that manage the flow of goods, information, and finance from the point of origin to the point of consumption. This includes activities like procurement, production, etc., etc. Next, please. The key components. Yeah, the key components which I'm going to talk is about the warehouse management systems, transportation, order management, and inventory. Okay. A lot have been said already today, so I don't think I need to repeat already what a lot of other key speakers have spoke already about. Since we are a bit late on time, I will move on the other things.
15 minutes. You don't have to worry. Yeah.
Okay. So next slide, please. So some key components which companies typically would like to take into account are: number one is the assess business needs. one would require to identify specific pain points and require within the supply chain. This is very important. In supply chain, as we know that when we are working in it, we need to map the supply chain. And the first thing we need to do, as everyone knows, is to identify where are the weaknesses and pain points within the supply chain, and then determine the scope of solution needed within those four components which I have spoke about, which are the warehouse, transportation, order management, and inventory. Many speakers before me said that this is a project, rightly said. And to manage a project, you need also a good understanding about it from who are the owner of the project, and you need people who can work with you and to understand what you're trying to do as a team, because this is not a one-man show, but it's of a team, and identify where are these weaknesses and pains and how to find a solution to them. Okay, because as an advisor, you can't just implement and leave. The guys on board requires to understand what you're trying to do. Okay, so the whole process will be made of a team, and once you leave, they can follow what the implementation of those solutions, and they keep on following. And it's everyone knows it's an evolving process. It's not a matter of implementing something and leave it there forever, because changes happen all the time, and process evolves all the time. Therefore, who are on the job requires to understand what is happening and try to come up with new ideas to improve the situation. The other point is scalability and flexibility. Ensure that the solution can grow within the business and adapt to the changing needs. I think I spoke about it already. It means that change is required from time to time. A solution can be small or big. A solution can have minor or bigger change in the company. So the workforce, the people, needs to understand this change, embrace it, and move on, because the world is moving fast, as we know. Customer demands are changing, evolving. Social media have changed everything. So the expectations from the end part are always changing and growing and evolving, and stuff needs to be ready for that kind of change and move on with these changes. So the other part is integration capabilities. Check if the solution integrated seamless with existing seamless, for example, with ERP or CRM. Ensure that it supports the data exchanging with suppliers, customers, and other stakeholders. Yes. For example, if you have already a system in place, like a WMS, ERP, or CRM, and you're not going to change the whole software, but implement improvement solutions on the existing software. Okay. One, you have to make sure that those solutions can be integrated within those recommended solutions. Once they have been agreed by all parties, can be integrated within the present capabilities of the software, and you can move on. Because before you recommend any new solutions, you must make sure that what you're trying to suggest and recommend can be integrated in the present software system. Many people sometimes will ask you a $1 million question. Is there any solution which can you adapt and it will give you 100% zero risk? This doesn't exist, as we all know, because risk is always there. Mr. Mehdi have spoke a lot about it. So whatever we do, there is always a bit of element of risk. Okay, what we need to do, we need to calculate it, we need to minimize it to make sure it will not disrupt the supply chain efforts that we have in our company, and so we can move on. Another important point is when you're trying to implement new solutions, recommended solutions in the present software system, try always to get a bit, because most of the time it's more of top-down approach. But I have found out throughout my career of based on 30 years that sometimes we take very few from bottom up, and we need to accept the fact that the guys on the shop floor have a lot of experience, knowledge, and sometimes a lot of ideas. The issue is, are we giving them the opportunity to explore those ideas, which they accumulate every single second and day? Okay, so that's very important. That who is the project manager or consultant who is bringing out these solutions to the warehouse, transportation, order management, and inventory. Also, take the feedback from the ground to make sure that their ideas and your solutions can integrate to fit for purpose for the solutions that you're trying to recommend to the company. So it's very important. Through my experience in different countries, I have seen a lot of situations where a consultant is being brought in to help the company, to support the company in implementing some recommended solutions. But unfortunately, I'm afraid to say that sometimes there is a lack of feedback from the ground. Lack of feedback is not, I'm not saying that the staff will not contribute. I'm saying that the staff are not being involved in giving their feedback. And this is crucial, because the biggest consultant is not the one who comes from the outbound. Because this is my personal opinion, the biggest consultant are the people on the ground who are doing the job, because they are there 24 hours, sometimes if it's more than 2 shifts work, and they know exactly what is happening. And if they have a problem, okay, they discuss it between them, and they always try to find a solution. So if you team up with these guys and bring out the best between your experience and their knowledge, I'm sure it can be the best solution which the company would require. The other point is the user interface and easy to use. Evaluate the user friendly of the software. Consider training required for employees to effectively use the system. This is very important. Again, what I have said before, that any recommendations that you are trying to implement in the software, make sure that training is being given to the staff. If you ask many software houses, top software houses in the world, like IBM, without ERP, so big ERP softwares, okay, they will tell you that when the implementation software advisors or technicians go to implement a new upgrading or a new software system, then they will discover after a while, because after every year they have to do some upgrading, maintenance on the software, etc. They will tell you that the staff does not use more than 20% of the software, which is, for me, it's a bit awkward, because software is a tool which can immensely support you in every unit, in every component of the supply chain. And staff sometimes either they don't have the training, either they are a bit afraid of exploring. So it's important that training is given. Okay. The other point is the vendor support and reputation. Research for vendor track record and customer reviews is important. So you must make sure that the recommendations that is being recommended by the software house, you make your research, and the recommendations they will fit for purpose for your upgrading situation. Cost on return on investment. Analyze the total cost of ownership, include implementation, maintenance, and upgrades. Yes, this is very important, okay? Because any investment that you are going to do in your software, it must give you a return on investment. Because the whole objective and role of the software, upgrading or recommended solutions, you are doing it for a single purpose, to facilitate and give you the tools to have a smooth operations and move on and with your supply chain. Real-time tracking and visibility. Ensure that the software solutions offers real-time tracking on inventory orders and shipments. Look for features that provide alerts and notifications of any issues. This is very important because inventory is about track and visibility, as we all know, and we have to make sure that any software houses and the recommendation that you are trying to implement as a solution, it gives you the real-time tracking and visibility. This is crucial. When we all know that there is a lot of pressure on demands, on expectations, and on inventory. We're trying always to make sure, as part of our KPIs, that the gap between demand and supply, we always try to make it short as possible. And there is so much pressure on that level. So the software must make sure that you try to reach this issue. Compliance and security. Verify that the software solution complies with industrial regulations and standards. Yeah, this is a must, that wherever you are working, in every country, in every region, or in every area, what type of software you have or recommendation that you're trying to implement as a solution meets the required regulations and standards of the industry. Can you go to next slide, please? Here are some common challenges companies face. Number one is the integration with the existing system. And so what we have now is that any integration that you're trying to implement, make sure like ERP or CRM or WMS can be integrated with time-consuming. Incompatible data formats and corrective issues can lead to delays and systems downtime. Yes, this is crucial. What I'm trying to say is that any recommended solution that you're trying to implement or software upgrade, make sure that it can integrate with the present software solution that you have. Okay. If you speak about warehouse management system, we all know that, I'm trying to bring examples. We all know that a WMS is not a financial system, right? It's purely for warehousing. So we all know that if you would like to work with WMS, you need to integrate a financial system. So in this kind of situations, what I'm talking about, where you have WMS with financial software, okay, and you can have more than two software. You can have WMS, a financial software, and also a CRM. You can have more than two. There is a lot of companies which operate this way. Okay, if it's more complex, they go for ERP. But ERP, as we know, it's not pure warehouse management system. So it depends what you're trying to do, depends on your objectives, nature of your company, outcomes, etc., etc. That is up to your team to decide which software is the best. But if you have more than two programs working together, make sure that they can be integrated so you don't lose time, etc., etc. Complexity of the supply chain. Modern supply chain are increasingly complex, involve multiple geographic regions, numerous suppliers, diverse customer base. So managing the supply chain requires robust, flexible supply chain solutions. This is also an important issue. For example, if you can have, for example, a multinational company in the US or in Europe, and they want to operate in the Middle East. And how the two software, how I'm sure that both of them, they have separate different software solutions. And the whole point is how both solutions are going to work together. Because again, this depends on the nature of the organization. As I said already, based where you are, geographic, and the clientele, etc., etc. So, based on the whole complex of supply chain, you need to make sure that you have the right software, and that software can integrate with all third parties, stakeholders. So a bit of work is required. Okay, a bit of work is required. Recently, just to give you an example, I was being brought in on a project by a British firm to open a distribution center in Dubai or in UAE, either Dubai, Sharjah, etc. And they have decided that they don't want the software must be the same of that client. So in that case, what we did not integrate the software. We have chosen the 3PL company to support the operation, because in the first 3 years we have not we have decided that we will not rent our own warehouse or own it, but we decided that we will go with a third party. We have taken about 25-30% of that warehouse rented, and also we signed for the resources available, such as the warehouse facility, people and vehicles distribution. But as a software, we brought in the global one, which is a Swedish company. The global is based in Sweden. Another center is in UK, and then we open another one in Dubai. So in that case, we decided to go with the global software. So there was no need for integration. That is much easier. But there are situations where you will use the whole facilities of the 3PL. So the solutions of the 3PL have to integrate with the global office, which is based either in US or in Europe. Cost and budget constraints. Implement supply chain execution systems can be expensive, involves costs for software, hardware training, and ongoing maintenance. So you must make sure that you plan for all this to make sure that there is no hidden cost and there is no surprises. Okay, we all know that in practice you can plan as much as you can, but there is always a bit of things that comes up through the course of implementation and etc. But at least you try to plan and think for etc. Change management. Now, this is the biggest challenge, I think. Adopting a new software supply chain execution systems often requires significant change in the process and the workforce. Resistance to change from employees and stakeholders can hinder the successful implementation. Yes, I spoke already about it. Before you go for any new software or any new upgrading or new solutions, make sure you sell your idea from top down, bottom up, so you'll not have surprises and resistance, because it's really a nightmare. I can tell you from experience, it's really a nightmare when you're trying to implement something, especially software. We all know a new software or upgrading will bring change, and that change will have a resistance. And at the end of the day, who's going to suffer? It will suffer the whole company in terms of return, and also your clients. So make sure that before you implement anything, sell the idea, bring them on board, let them sign a document, make sure they understand it, give them the training, but make sure you bring everyone on board, everyone, from top down, side to side, etc. So you will not have surprises about it. Training and development is required, okay, and we spoke about it. Scalability and flexibility, ensuring that the supply chain solution can scale within the business, adapt to change needs. A lack of scalability can lead to inefficiencies and increased costs. Yes. So this is very important, okay? That scalability and flexibility, that the supply chain software within the business can adapt to the change needs, is essential. And last one, as we spoke around already, is security and compliance. Important last note, please. Last slide. Can you go to next slide, please? Yes. Okay. Efficiency, streamless operations, reduce delays and errors. Yes. So what we're talking about, once you have mapped the project with all the recommended solutions, you sell your idea to the management and to the staff. Make sure they are all on board with you, okay? And they are going to contribute, and they are giving the training, understanding, and training. The benefits are that you have an efficient implementation, streamlining operation, which will contribute to reduce delays and minimize errors on this solution. The next point is cost reduction, minimize operation cost by optimize resources use. Yes, one would expect that if you are going to implement a new software solution or any upgrading solution, it will minimize the operational cost and optimize the resources. This is one of the key expectations that would be everyone would expect from the customer satisfaction. Ensures timely and accurate delivery of products. Yes, this is important that the customer satisfaction be today is very important, because social media now, everyone can go on social media and start putting likes and stars on your company. So it's very important that customer satisfaction is crucial, that this software will contribute to that as well. Visibility provides the time tracking and monitoring of goods throughout the supply chain. This is crucial that anyone, especially from the management side of it, they can, through a dashboard, that it can provide accuracy of information of products moving throughout the supply chain, and in real time. This is crucial because nowadays any software is having what we call it a dashboard, and through that dashboard with only one page, the top management can see what is really happening in terms of movement of products, etc. And finally, agility enhances the ability to respond to market changes and disruptions. Of the last few years, it was something which we all have experienced a lot of disruptions of pandemic and wars and litigations, change of policies, etc., and also market changes. Usually, the market unfortunately change from time to time. This is happening from different policies, decisions taken from, there are so many things happening around us in different regions, especially about politics and policies, etc. And so your system must have a huge element of agility to make sure that any changes are taking place. The supply chain team will not take too much time to respond to those changes and policies that are changes and disruptions that are happening, and things can move on. So that's why, as I already said earlier, that the team are trained, have a good understanding about change. They are trained on it. So any change that is happening or disruption in the market, they will adapt to those changes, because and I finish with this. The supply chain design and mapping is not designed from the inbound, it's designed from the outbound. One simple great example is the food market, the food supermarkets, food retailing. If we take only one, or pharmaceutical, but if we take something which we touch base every day, I'm talking about food, the supermarket retailing business worldwide is not the modeling is not being done from the inbound, it's done from the outbound, because it's the clients who determine how the supply chain should move on, not I give you one example. Long time back, I used to be board member of GS1, the global standard, the barcode. You know it as a barcode, right? It's called the GS1 standard. I used to attend the global meetings worldwide, sometimes held in London, sometimes held in Brussels, sometimes held in outside Europe. And the big names, the big names, the top 25 names in the world, like Zara stores, Pepsi, Samsung, Procter and Gamble, etc. These guys, which are the top guys in the world who manage business around the world, the FMCG, especially the FMCG sector, they have always put pressure on the global standard, on the barcode, how to move on with their development, because these are the players who determine the agenda especially in the fast moving consumable sector. Okay, sorry I was a bit short, but I was to the point, and thank you for the opportunity. I don't know if there is any questions which maybe someone would like to do or clarification. I'm happy to take that. Thank you.
So thank you, Alex. A wonderful explanation of supply chain execution systems. One key challenge is especially for mid-size organizations. So they have a confusion between ERP, a general purpose ERP, which will do for the whole accounting and other inventory operations, procurement, sales kind of thing. And then they have a specific needs for supply chain execution, like warehousing, logistics, the fleet management, or manufacturing execution system. So there is one tendency that people will confuse that ERP will do everything. Okay, no matter what you do. So people don't know about this supply chain execution systems individually. So what is your advice? Because it's very important for them to know that ERP is something which cannot do everything. So if you want very specific warehousing operations, you need to choose warehousing. So what is your advice?
Okay, I can answer on two terms. Number one, before you implement any solution, okay, first map your process to make sure, and bring everyone on board, map the process, take the feedback from top and down, and map the process. And once you map it and you know exactly how your company is moving, try to find a solution which fits for your purpose. Don't get impressed by names and brands. It doesn't make sense. You need a software which caters for your needs, fit for your purpose. Brands and names is nothing. We have a lot of names and we have a lot of brands worldwide. They are all there and will remain there and will continue to evolve. Okay? But make sure that you understand your customer requirements. Based on your customer requirements, you build your supply chain. Okay? And then make sure that any software solution that you're trying to implement will, sorry, one second. Any software can accommodate your requirements. I can tell you million stories about it, where I have seen companies pay thousands of money for implementation, okay, and the staff will only use maximum 20% of that software, because they have no idea, or they have not been given the training, or have not been involved in the project. So basically, before you do anything, make sure that you find a software that can nowadays we are lucky. Why? Because we had a lot of startups around the world, in India, in UK, in Middle East, in Europe. We had a lot of startups, especially young generation. They come together and they are technology freaks, all qualified. They understand the market and they try to fill gaps which the big brands did not fill. Okay, which they did not fill, and this startup starts to grow. So look. Once you understand what you require exactly, then go to the market, browse, take your time, and make sure that what you browse for the best solution. And there is another thing: the solution that once you have found that solution, make sure that solution grows with you, okay? Because your company evolves and the solution have to evolve with you. So make sure you don't look at the short side, but look also on the medium and long-term scenario, okay? I think I've said it all, so I don't know if I have answered you. On the ERP systems, again, there is so much ERP systems available in the market and good ones, but make sure they fit for your purpose, and you give training to your staff, because if you don't give training, it will be waste of money, etc. There are so much modules on the ERP system with stuff they don't know about it, and they have no clue how to manage it, etc. So make sure it fits for purpose.
Yeah. So software features is one of the important part. Okay, that is, and also you need to choose the right partner to implement and support. Okay, if you select a best of the best software, maybe somewhere else, and then you select, you don't have a very nice plan, then what happens? So what is your advice, Alex?
I said there are big names, there are medium names, and small names for the software. And you had the nail on the head. Why? Because a software house needs to be your partner. They have to be your partner, because the whole supply chain is managed by a solution, right? Everyone depends on the solution. We have a situation where we depend on the solution, okay? So if they do not partner with you and provide you the best practice advice, how you can do it and how you can improve it and move on, etc., etc., I think you will not take benefit from it. You will not take benefit from it. So my checklist would be: number one, take the feedback from the ground. Number one, take the feedback from the ground, from your customers, from your employees, from the staff, from the management. All right, consolidate it, prioritize it, start building your requirements, sit with your software house, okay, build the system, make sure the system is giving you all the tools and resources required on the short term, medium, and long term, and then obviously move on together as partners. And if there is any disruption or a change, etc., or involvement, make sure that you go as a team together, as a project, and move on together, etc. There is no one model that fits for all. You have to be flexible and agile, as I said in my presentation, and move on. And always check the cost, because sometimes there is so much hidden cost in when you implement a solution, and you finish you finish paying so much, thousands of money, and if there is no return on investment, you have wasted your time and money. So make sure you follow everything, all the checklist.
Fantastic. Yeah. So any final thoughts, Alex? Any final thoughts on the supply chain execution systems, and any final recommendations apart from what you have said? Any regional
on the recommendations? Any recommendations? I told you there is so much good software houses in the region and worldwide. But the most important thing is your people. Your people there must be trained, and bring them on board, train them to make sure you're getting value for money, both from the software and from your workforce. Because at the end, as a businessman, you are there to make return on investment. And if you're not getting it, there must be something wrong. So make sure that everyone is involved, you know what you're doing, and at the end of the day, everyone is satisfied, both the customers and yourself as an entrepreneur. And make sure that you keep that vision ongoing, and any distribution and or change, you are on the edge, you have control over it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Very insightful.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul.
Thank you very much for joining all the way. Okay, so thank you, Alex. Thank you, participants, for having patience to attend all these sessions. And we have a long way to go. We have 4 more sessions. Today, I think 3 more sessions. Yeah, 4 sessions today. I think. So to continue. So thank you, Alex. Let us start with the new session. Of course, it's mine. So let me introduce myself. Then we are talking about global supply chain management, an overview. Okay, so I would like to present it. So just a brief introduction about myself is, I'm Sheikh Abdul Qadir, CEO of Data Labs India. So we help organizations to achieve excellence in supply chain management and also in strategy management. So we have a suit, Frusi, which is a sponsor of this event, proud sponsor of this event. So we try to bridge the gap between the best practices and the industries, and then try to help organizations to achieve supply chain excellence. That's how our product is, Frusi. Okay, so today I will be talking about not about the product. I will talk about the general supply chain management concepts based on my experience. So let me share my screen. So let me just put it in the way. Okay, so let me share screen. So let me know if you're able to see it, because I know
it is visible.
Is visible. Thank you. Yeah. So it's a global supply chain management. I know we have talked so many things. So I will just give a different perspective of supply chain, which is very useful based on my experience of 30 years. Majority is in Middle East, India, and also some part of Africa. And so I traveled quite a lot. So I would like to definitely share my experiences with you. Okay. So let me start with this. So let me take up. So this is my profile. So it will be available. All these presentations will be shared in the website later. Okay. So we are the solution providers for Frusi and Fru Strategy. Frusi stands for Fruition of Supply Chain Excellence. So that by name itself, we talk about supply chain excellence. Okay. So basically, this is agenda. We talk about what is supply chain management, and then talk some few general supply chain management concepts. Then integration. How do you integrate supply chain? We talk about quickly, and then we talk about selected supply chains in real time. So what are the supply chains? How they work? We talk about it, and then some technology. We discuss and then take some questions. Okay, so we have like 45 minutes. Okay, so primarily when you talk about supply chain, so there is something which we need to talk before. Okay, so we need to talk about strategy. So where is this supply chain management fits into strategy? So we will start with that. So what you are seeing here is a strategy map. So strategy map help you to depict your strategy execution process. Okay, so when you are talking about strategy execution process, it covers everything. It's basically a balanced scorecard framework where you can see here. Let me put some laser pointer. We can see here the financial perspective. So the outcome basically. So so to get these outcomes, so it is a objective for any company to get the financial outcomes or a shareholder outcomes, whatever you call. Then you have to deliver that, you need to give something to customer. So customer value proposition is something which is very crucial. So you cannot give everything to customers. So you need, so these are the most probable things what you can give it to your customers. It could be price, it could be quality, availability, or functionality, service, blah blah blah. So you can select what you are going to give to the customer. So which is the best value for your selected customer segment. Okay. So to achieve this customer outcome, customer perspective, you need to excel in your internal business processes. This is the main point. So internal business processes, we talk here about operations and supply chain as a theme. So here you need to have your supply. If you are doing a manufacturing, you manufacture, you deliver. and then you manage your operation. Basically, it's an operations. Okay, and then you have a customer process, like you could be like your customer relationship management process, or acquiring new customers, or retaining your existing customers, blah blah blah, and then innovation process. So you need to keep on innovating new products or services, and then you keep on working on it based on the market trends or whatever. So, and then regulatory. So you need to meet some regulatory standards based on your type of industry. So these are all the 4 themes in the internal perspective. So that's how the supply chain management fits into strategy. So many people think that the supply chain management is a department, strategy is another department. No. So you have a business strategy. Okay, and that in that your supply chain fits into a very particular role to achieve your strategy. So that's very important. Okay, so now in the internal processes, you fit into to deliver the value to your customer. Okay, so that is how supply chain management fits into strategy. Now, to support this, the learning and growth. So here we talk about the people, human capital, information system, organizational capital, like leadership, culture, and all. So especially in the information capital, when you talk about, we talk about all supply chain management systems, the ERP, the integrations, the technology part. So this is where your supply chain fits into strategy. I'll just quickly take it up. So this is one typical balance scorecard. When you talk about a balance scorecard, you have a strategic objectives, balance scorecard. We have another session tomorrow to talk more about balance scorecard for strategy supply chain professionals. We talk more into that. I'll just skip it. So let me take one step back. So these are all. This is a global risk report from the World Economic Forum. So if we take top maybe 10, 15 risks now. So the one risk, very funny, is artificial intelligence generated misinformation and disinformation. This is one of the big risks. So if you are jumping into something based on AI, so that is one of the risks it is talking about. And extreme weather. So this is extreme weather could be one of the main risk for any country or any industry. So this will spoil. So other than that, if you take top 10 or 12 risks, so if you see disrupted supply chains for critical foods and food resources, critical goods and resources, disrupted supply chain for food, disrupted supply chain for energy. So in top 12 or 13 risks, you have supply chain is very predominant. So supply chain management is one very important part for any organization, and you cannot take it easy for that. Okay, so that's how. If you just Google it out, what are the trends in supply chain, you will get this. Okay, so now you talk about many things like artificial intelligence, circular supply chain, blah blah. You talk about many things. Now I would like to take one step back and tell you what is this? What's some basics? So how this supply chain systems evolve is this. So you started with manual process, MRP systems, the ERP, electronic data interchange, blah blah blah. Now currently what is trend going on is emergence of multi-enterprise business networks. This is the current trend. So this is like you are competing with supply chain. So multi-enterprise business networks is something which is going on. Apart from that, all your IoT, blockchain, and AI are the latest trends. We talk about more as we go on. So let me give you some very fundamentals of supply chain. No confusion here. If you take this as your supply chain, from supplier to end customers, you have manufacturers, distribution centers, transportation, blah, blah, blah. So what is it basically? What is supply chain? A supply chain consists of all parties involved directly or indirectly in fulfilling a customer request. So what supply chain do is you just meet the demand of customer. That's what the supply chain does. Okay. So now if it do, so there are 3 flows in supply chain. One is the material flow, which is towards customer, cash flow, which is from customer to suppliers, and then information flow, which is flows from both sides. This is the trickiest part is the information flow. Okay, so now this is a typical definition of supply chain. What is basically supply chain management is, so if you are talking about a supplier, a manufacturer, distributor, and then maybe retailer kind of thing, these supply chain partners or members we call, they need to work in a collaborated way. If they don't work in a collaborated way, they cannot generate value to the end customer. Okay, so end customer wants what end customers want. We as an individuals also end customers. So we want every product to be very cheap, high quality, and it should be available anytime. This is the customer need. So to do that, so all the supply chain members need to work together. So that's a key point. So needs of the end customer, and then what is the value you add in the supply chain. That's very important. Let us look at this. What do you mean by that? I'll give an example. In your company, if you are a manufacturing company, so what happens? So marketing team wants more products. Okay, so and you need to have a more stock, and then they want high revenues. Okay, so if you are manufacturing, they want a longer production runs. Okay, so they want longer production runs, less number of products to produce. Okay, and then you have your production cost. They want to reduce the production cost. Finance people, they want low cost of investment, and then low fixed cost. Okay, so low inventories. So now within a company, there is so many conflicting of interests. Okay, so then imagine about supply chain. Okay, so now if you draft within the company, so you need to map what is it exactly you want to achieve. Okay, so that's what supply chain strategy is. So here I'll just give an example of grain and feed supply chain. So you have supply chain in upstream part. So within the company, this is the internal part of supply chain. We typically talk about feed mill and some shipping, storage, the transportation, and end customers. And then end customers. Just take simple example. So we have a livestock feed, horse mix, poultry, and dairy. So all these four are different. Livestock feed, they want a good, reasonable quality and then low price. Horse mix, flexibility. Poultry feed, timely need to deliver, it's a low cost. Okay, dairy feed, it's a highly customized for the client needs. So in one company, you have so many things. Okay, so all these things need to have a plan to together what you are going to give to the customer and what you are not going to give to the customer. That's what your supply chain strategy is all about. Okay, so this is how you need to come up with your supply chain strategies. Like, so these are what is the value added process for the customer, and hence these are all the supply. Now, let happens. Basically, when you talk about material flows, you talk about warehousing, you talk about planning, and then you also talk about the logistics. Okay, so I hope you are able to hear me, right? Because I'm seeing some pop-up message. Deep, just let me know if there is any voice problem. Okay.
Yeah, there is a little fluctuation in your voice, but it is okay now.
It's okay now? Yeah. So material flow in supply chain. So here where you talk about supply chain execution systems. Okay. Then we talk about financial flows, which is very straightforward. So your accounts payable, receivables, and then internal expenses. So information flow is which is very critical. So you talk about the ERP or whatever, warehousing or whatever, supplier relationship and customer relationship. That's how. Okay, I'll just skip it. So when you talk about organizational planning engine, so this is a plan, supply chain planning. We had a very nice session today morning from Christian Zakarian. So he talked about very nicely about planning. Just let me summarize it. So you have a strategy and business planning, 1 year and above horizon. Sales and operations planning, you do it monthly. And then your operational planning, master scheduling and materials planning, so capacity planning kind of thing. These are all like a daily or weekly kind of. Okay, so this is a planning hierarchy, what you do it. So it's basically what you are trying to do is you are trying to balance demand with the supply. Okay, so and at a best possible way. So I'll just skip through it. While you do the strategy planning, there are some steps. S&OP, there are some steps. I'll just skip them. Okay, so one of the most important is, let us talk about the decisions in supply chain. So in supply chain, when you're talking about, there are three things: short term, medium term, and long term. So when you are constructing a whole supply chain, like a manufacturing unit, a warehouse, you are procuring fleet. So it's a long-term strategy, right? So the strategic decisions are 2 to 5 years. Planning decisions are 1 to 12 months. Operational are like 1 to 30 days. So supply chain management, you cannot treat it just like that. So you have to have a decision-making process. So long-term decisions, medium-term decisions, and short-term decisions. You need to know how to manage. Okay. So if you make any mistake in the long term, so your supply chain will create a big problem. Okay. And then it may not give you the results what you want. For example, I'll just give you one example. You have constructed a very large manufacturing unit. So this large manufacturing unit is designed to make to stock. Okay, and then whereas your customers are made to order. So in that case, this mismatch, if you create, it will become a big problem, and then you have a problem at the design. So you cannot achieve what you want to achieve. So strategic level decisions need to be taken properly. That's how it is. Okay. So I'll just skim through very quickly about some supply chain management process. Okay. So let us talk about supply chain versus supply chain competition. So when you have one customers, so who can give if this supplier and your company and customer, if these three are aligned, this is the best way to give the good value to your customer. And similarly, if there is another supply chain, imagine you have one supplier and one customer which is serving all. So imagine this customer is very difficult for him to get what exactly he needs, because he is not partner with any particular supplier or company in supply chain. So this is a problem. Okay, so supply chain versus supply chain competition is coming, and then there are a different way to look at the supply chains. I'll not say. So one important point is the push and pull supply chain. Pull supply chain means customers drag it. Push means the supply chain vendors push. So this is two strategies in supply chain, because so it all depends on the industry. When you talk about computers, when you talk about the book manufacturer, so it all depends. So how you have like a pull and then push. All food ingredients or make to stock items are push basically. So that's how it is. So there are different industries. So in your particular industry, when you are defining strategies for your supply chain, you need to know whether it is a push supply chain or a pull supply chain. So when you decide that, and then you have a strong long-term plans, strategic decisions of supply chain, then you come up with the whole operations. Follow. Okay. So I'll just skip this. It's like a manufacturing strategies. It is make to stock, make to order, assemble to order, and then engineer to order. So what is, because your supply chain will be designed based on your manufacturing strategy. Okay, so if you are talking about make to order, your supply chain is different. If you're talking about make to stock, your supply chain is different. And your planning process are different. So you need to know exactly what is it you need to do it. Okay, so what is your push, and one supply chain, there could be a push part and pull part. So you need to know exactly where it fits. Okay, where it fits into push or pull. So accordingly, you design your supply chain. Okay. So one important point is uncertainty. For example, okay, so if one of the key problem in India and Middle East or whatever, so these supply chain partners, they don't trust each other. So my supplier may give me a problem, so I'll keep some stock, more safety stock. Similarly, I have one more, my customer don't trust me, so he keeps some safety stock. So what happens is, it works like this. Actually, the end consumer needs only 10% safety stock. So all other people keep safety stock, and then whole inventory in the supply chain is more. And who will pay for this inventory carrying cost? End consumer. So he will not pay unnecessarily. So your price will be more. So that is the reason, once the price is more, you are becoming you are not competitive enough in the market. So having a very nice collaboration, then keep the safety stock and then just stick to that, and then you all collaborate to that particular consumer. Then you have a very better way to win the customers. Okay, supply chain collaboration is something. So it is not something new. It is already happening. Okay, so like for example, when you talk about Walmart, so they have introduced this term called collaborative planning, forecasting, and replenishment (CPF4). So it's already there. So how they collaborate with their vendors, with their manufacturers, and then the retailers with their retail stores is they have agreed on some standards and then they stick to it. Like similarly about CPF4. So there are others like vendor managed inventory. So advanced, there are some techniques how you collaborate. Okay. So value chain, sometimes people get confused between value chain and supply chain. So actually, linking supply chain to business strategy is your value chain. Okay. So you have your supply chain here, and then you are connecting everything in the business. So that's how your supply chain comes into picture. Okay. Now this is a very important slide. When you are working in a company, so you have to have your current competitive advantage. And what is your future competitive advantage? Because of this tremendous developments in technology, innovations, So you cannot just continue with what you have. So you need to have what is going to come and what is your readiness. For example, people don't invest in the systems. People don't invest in the innovation. Okay. So people don't invest in the people. What happens is you are here. Okay. If you don't do that, it's a matter of time. Your competitor will do this and take the opportunity. Okay. So you need to strike a balance between what you have and what is it for future. Okay. So there are methodologies like SCORE framework. It's a standard for documenting supply chain and designing it. So SCORE methodology is one of the very popular documentation framework. Okay, so which talks about plan, source, make, deliver, and return. Okay, so that's how it is. And then there are multiple levels in the scores. What we do it, I'll just skip through it. Okay. So how, if you have a supply chain, I'll talk about for a few minutes in this. So if you have a supply chain, let us say you have your customers, you have suppliers, how do you do that? So this is step-by-step approach. Okay, so there is a method how to do it. So you need to compete supply chain by supply chain. So there is a performance outcomes, and then you have a requirement like a driving forces, some changes like COVID or whatever. Okay, so you need to have your overall supply chain integration process. I'll just skip through it. Now, what you do is, so what is the need for supply chain integration? Okay, so develop your understanding of the whole supply chain. Okay, you position your supply chain within your company into the supply chain, and then build the success infrastructure. Okay, so build the structure infrastructure, the supplier, customer infrastructure. Okay, supplier success infrastructure, communicate, and then integrate the mechanism. So this is a very step by step. So you have the understanding of supply chain, and then position yourself, then link with the customers and link with suppliers. Give me 1 second, please. Sorry. Yeah. So this is how the supply chain gets the integrated. Okay. So we talk about, I'll just skip through it. Now, we talk about the business networks. Now, the supply chain to supply chain competition is going to the next level, which is supply chain business network. Now everything is get connected. Okay. So now right from the customers to the suppliers. Okay. So now everybody can have their own way to get connected and then do that business. Okay. Seamlessly. So that's what we are building, a supply chain business network, connecting all the platforms, and then by industry we are taking up that we talk about sometime later. Okay. So in this, so basically in supply chain business networks, so it's like a multi-level order fulfillment. So it is already happening when you take about Amazon. So you have a customer request, and then it can deliver from multiple retailers or multiple manufacturers. So this is something going to help. It's going on already. Okay, so now I just skip through this process, and okay, so there is like an order fulfillment process when you are talking about in the business networks. So it's order fulfillment. So you create an order from customers, you consolidate, deliver it, and then you can return it. So that's how the supply chain business network, which is the latest, which is the reason I did not talk more about it. It is a new concept, okay, which is going to happen in future. So if somebody is working on supply chains, designing their supply chains, okay, so please think about supply chain business networks. They are going to come. So now you are not working alone. So you should be a part of a supply chain business network. Tomorrow, if you are not part of the supply chain business network, you may have a difficulty in getting the business. So everything is going to connect sooner or later. Okay, so all the industries. So likewise, so we have like you can also the benefit of this is the supply chain business networks should be able to give you connectivity for all your supply chain partners, and then you do the demand sensing and response. So what happens is now supply chain partners, they are not working as an individuals, they are working as a collective, and then they are connected by supply chain framework, a business network. Okay, now how do you do that? So it can, based on the current trends in artificial intelligence and machine learning, so you can sense the demand and also you can respond simultaneously. So that's how all connected supply chains help you to do that. Okay, so one of the most important part, almost all the speakers talk about, is the integration of the multiple systems. So when you talk about a business network, please listen to this. When you have like a supply chain business network like this, your customer, your transporter, your retailer, distribution center, manufacturer, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there is something called ERP. So what are the systems which are required here is ERP, global trade, warehouse management, manufacturing execution, dealer management system, transportation. Okay, so learning, so logistics management or learning management system, point of sales, e-commerce. On technologies, you talk about the technologies, you talk about IoTs, artificial intelligence models, cloud computing, blah, blah, blah. So you need collaboration, analytics, visibility. Now, all these things should be connected by a platform, that is called business network, the supply chain business network. So that's what we do. So we, as a early adopters in India, so we are bringing the supply chain business network to the table. Okay. Okay, now we talk about Internet of Things, IoT. Just quickly about some concepts. So IoT, Internet of Things, it's supplier versus customer. So there are a lot of IoT concepts which we can do it, like in the receiving process. When you talk about warehouse management, so there are multiple things, like you can use RFID. One of the question was how the RFID tags can be used in warehousing and manufacturing. At the time, it was very difficult for me to answer because we were talking about data analytics. So if the participant is still available, you can see it. So we can use RFID tags and readers in the receiving process. So the weighing machines, the optic sensors, the cameras, handheld devices. So in the receiving process, so in the put away process, we have a forklifts, many computers, handheld devices, RFID readers. Okay, so like internal warehouse process, we can have RFID, cycle counting task. Cycle counting, now you can say if you have RFID tag, yes, it's a little expensive. So you need to select RFID technology based on your need. Okay, so RFID cannot be used for generic purpose for everybody. It has to be used selectively. Okay, so if it is worth investing on RFID, so it can take the cycle counting without even measuring it. So just pass on your RFID reader, and the system will take the inventory directly. So it's already in place. It's not that it's something very advanced. It's already there. People are using it. So similarly, in the picking process, there could be technology, IoT devices. Okay, so in the packing process. So there is a big opportunity for optimizing your warehousing. Okay, so likewise, artificial intelligence. I'm just giving an example of warehousing because it's very easy to understand. So in AI, artificial intelligence can be used. Okay, so it can, in the summarize, you can use a picking process and put away process, picking strategies and put away strategies. This can be driven by artificial intelligence and machine learning. The system will predict where to keep the materials, which locations, and how to track it. So it can predict the ETA, early time of arrival, expected time of arrival. Okay. So what is a customer service? It can also help you to improve your customer service. Productivity, it can help you to do automations and waste reduction. So that's how the AI applications in the system. Now this is one of the most important thing. Okay. Now let us talk about supply chains. Now I'll give example of oil and gas supply chain. So many people hear about oil and gas, but very few people understand. So there is something called upstream and there is something called downstream. Okay. So when you talk about oil and gas supply chain, it starts from exploration. So you have, if you see it here, the production, processing, transportation and marketing. Production, transportation, refining and marketing. Okay. Now this is upstream part. Okay. So exploration and production is upstream part. So midstream is the processing and transportation. The downstream part is your refining and marketing and retail. Okay, so this is how. So when you talk about oil and gas supply chain, it's very large. Oil and gas supply chain. Okay, imagine this oil and gas supply chain. If you talk about the petrol pumps in the distribution, so how the petrol comes, petrol or diesel comes to your stations is the storage terminals, the refineries, the shipping parts, the production part, and exploration. Okay, so many companies are involved. So this is supply chain is not something which is very simple. So in this whole oil and gas supply chain, so many supply chain partners are there. So and everybody has to work in sync with the requirement. And I'll just go next level. So this picture is very difficult to read it, but so many, you see, when you break down your supply chain, okay, so you get, I cannot even read it. Okay, so upstream supply chain and downstream supply chain, so many partners are involved. So now it must be you must be happy to see this slide, because what is supply chain? It's not just simple supply chain management is an MBA course or something, a certification. When you talk about in the real time, so there is so much complexity in adding value to the end customer. It does not come like that. If you are not expert in supply chain, you cannot manage your supply chain. So such a complexity. Okay. So likewise, let us take another very simple, very easy to use example: automotive supply chain. Okay. So automotive supply chain is okay. Now you talk about. So we just know that whether it's in a car or even it's a scooter or whatever, motorcycle or whatever. So imagine this is a very popular picture. You can find it in Google. Okay. So many parts. Over 40,000 parts are available. Now these 40,000 parts, you need to have suppliers and their suppliers, and then you have manufactured a car with the different colors and combinations. You give it to your dealers, okay, and then give it to the end customer. Okay, how this whole supply chain work? If you don't have that proper supply chain management concepts, okay, it cannot work properly. And definitely, if supply chain is not working properly, if you are not managing your supply chain, how can you know that your supply chain is not managed properly? Is at least two things. One is your final product cost is very high. You are not able to manage your final product cost. The second is, of course, quality I will not talk about. The second is the service level. So you cannot provide service level for your end customers. For example, okay, why people still prefer Maruti over any other companies in automobile is they don't find after sales spare parts. So spare parts nahi milega. So this is something which we always hear. Okay, so even Maruti also promoted that wherever you go, you find parts and mechanics. Okay, so when you talk about supply chain, it's not only about the product; it's about the product, post, after implementation support, and everything together. Okay, so you talk about automobile, you take a tire. This is a tire supply chain. Okay, so much. right from the textile industries, raw materials, to the rubber plantations, the chemical industries, the steel industries. So all the way it comes. So when you talk about the the tire, we have radials, the steel radials, some chemicals, rubber, okay, and then blah blah blah. So whole supply chain. So only for tire, so much big supply chain. What about the automobile? So imagine. Okay. Now, when you are making a simple sausage supply chain, you take about this. So you have the feed, blah blah blah, primary production, primary processing. Okay. So likewise, simple sausage and supply chain could be so long. Okay. Imagine now you talk about your automotive car. You take the supply chain of the aerospace. Okay, so many. It's not thousands. I don't even we don't even know. Okay, how many parts will be there? So what is the quality check required for each part? Because a simple failure of one part could be disastrous and it may take the lives of the people. So imagine this is the supply chain. It's about the parts. It's about the process. It's about the technology, and also it's about the people, how they operate. So aerospace supply chain is so complex and so many parts are involved, so much expertise. So this is very crucial to understand the best practice supply chain management plays a very important role. So this is again an aerospace supply chain where we talk about. Okay, so we can see it. Now I'll just, my favorite is animal feed supply chain. We talk about grain growers, grain dealers, feed mills, warehouses, retailers, and customers. Okay, so this is a poultry supply chain. So automotive, so it could be like if you have a manufacturing plant, so tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers. Okay, so pharma, so milling. Okay, now I'll just talk about supply chain and talk about very few points. Green supply chain means, so it's all about, everybody talks about ESG and everything, So it's basically sustainability, basically, So, so a green supply chain is achieved by successfully integrating environmentally responsible principles and benchmarks into supply chain. So it's always basically, you come up with you reduce waste, reusability. So whenever you procure any materials, make sure that it's a green enabled parts. So at the surface level, at the face level, okay, so it could be a little costlier. But when you talk about the overall cost of overall experience of managing your business, so it will be cheaper, and also it will be sustainable. Okay. So we talk about circular supply chain, another concept. What is circular supply chain is? So everything, whatever you use it, so you design in such a way that you just reuse the parts, okay, so that you almost nothing is going to get waste. So now even nowadays, even we are getting. We recently had one client meeting recently in European client. So we talk about circular supply chain. Okay, so they give a mobiles on rental basis. Every year they replace it, then they take it back and then refurbish or whatever. They use this to do the recycling or whatever. So this is a circular, because we almost always know that nobody will keep mobile maximum 1 year, 2 years. If somebody is keeping his mobile for 2 years without changing, that means he's a great guy nowadays, because either your software is outdated or your phone will not work with the new technology. Okay, so this is a circular supply chain. Okay, so we have like some examples of linear supply chain, closed loop supply chain, and circular supply chain kind of thing. Okay, so how this is like an app from Accenture. So how this circular supply chain works is there is a way, because the flow, I'll not go details. The flow it talks about is, okay, so it's a reusable, basically. It's almost zero wastage in the supply chain. Okay, so now what we do in the data labs, so we consider all these supply chains. So we have end-to-end supply chains. So this is the material flow, and this is the business process flow, and this is the technology, artificial intelligence. So how we have built our suite to meet all the needs of your supply chain, whether it could be a business network, global trade, transportation, warehousing, manufacturing, supply chain planning, the control tower, or asset management, ERP, or supply chain optimization. Okay, that's how we are pioneers in supply chain excellence. Okay, so that's how this talk about everything. Okay, I'll just skip. Now we talk about the larger organizations. Okay, we talk about larger organizations. How come we know that? We know that Apple or Samsung or any other companies, they are doing extremely good in their business. Why they are so successful? Everybody knows that their products are super good. Okay, so they have a fantastic customer service, and they have high design, innovative designs. What many people don't know is actually they have a robust supply chains. So if you see, so this is like a top 25 recent. This is a recent edition. Let me see. I'm not able to see. So this is for 2023 last year. Okay, so these are all like a top 25 companies. If you see it, Schneider Electric, Cisco, okay, Colgate Palmolive, it's a household name. So all your products you get it. Colgate, Johnson and Johnson, PepsiCo, okay, Microsoft, Lenovo, Walmart. Okay, so you have top 25. These companies are investing very heavily in supply chain. Okay, they are there for a reason. It's not just like that. So they are doing very great in supply chain. That's the reason. So they are there. Okay, so for last 10 years, excuse me, for last 10 years, if you take right from 2014 to 2023, you see a pink color. Okay, it's I don't know, read it. Okay, so Walmart. So Walmart, you see it here, consistently is there in top 10, top 25. Okay, so so when you see this, so here we had some very nice organizations. We just gone down little, and then you see some companies. Cisco. If you see the Cisco, sorry, I'm sorry. I want I want to know this slide because this is very important. So no, Cisco was doing marginally better, and then you see from 2020 onwards, it is doing extremely good. Like Colgate Palmolive is extremely good. So that means these guys are investing very heavily in supply chains, and then that is the reason they are staying as a market leader. You can't believe your Apple was there in 2012. If you look at it, Apple was in top 1. Okay, so that's how it is. Okay. So now let me take it up. Okay, I'll just skip these 3. I think we heard about this. Topics. So what we do is I have 10 minutes, but I'll just close 5 minutes early so that we can do introduction for the next session. So what we do is in the data labs is basically, so we have like a supply chain suite, manufacturing, warehousing, logistics, global trade, supplier connect, control tower, and supply chain planning. So we do have a strategy management suite, so which is ERP, and then we are building business networks. Our services includes SAP, Oracle, and IBM, and Microsoft. The technology is the latest one. Okay, so how do we do that is we try to connect for a given industries like manufacturing, supply chain, and logistic companies. We try to give the complete solution. Whether you talk about the warehousing, you talk about the manufacturing, talk about the fleet, or you talk about the artificial intelligence. So we have enabling partners, and also we deliver solution to meet their supply chain. It's a business excellence. So excuse me. So this is one example. This is one example of our warehousing suite. So excuse me, give me, let me just. For 5 minutes. Okay. So when you talk about our warehousing solutions, we just last session Alex he was explaining about warehousing and fleet management solutions. Just to give an example. So a good warehousing solution could have a good inbound inventory management and outbound processes supported by some specialty, all what we have it. Okay. So we help organizations to go with organizational alignment right from strategy. So we do the planning part, help them in projects, in operations. I think with that take, so I will leave this platform to any questions. Okay, so you can ask. If there is anything I don't see it, I stop the screen share. Okay, okay. So I stop the screen share here. So key takeaway, I have like another couple of minutes. Key takeaways is, okay, so just to summarize, when you are especially when you are talking about supply chain management, the very important thing is you need to have a good strategic alignment of your supply chain. So you cannot design supply chain as a standalone. You need to have a strategy, then align to the supply chain. This is one takeaway. So don't design your supply chain without aligning to the strategy. You will fail. So aligning your supply chain to the strategy is number one key takeaway. Number two is the information system. While you do the information system selection, it's not about the features. It's about the features. It's about the partner, and it's about the company and their future plans. So what is their future plans? Maybe you end up in buying a very cheaper product, maybe with a low cost implementation, but then this product and this will be outdated maybe after 3 months or 4 months or 1 year. Then the technology is gone, and then you are helpless. So when you're talking about, when you're selecting any system, you select the from modern technology, right partner who is interested to learn, as Alex said. Okay, and then also you choose the right product which is suitable for you. It's all about collaboration. It's not about individual company anymore. It's all about collaboration, and then how you do the things together. So with that, and I take this opportunity. So thank you. I would like to. So we have 5 minutes, Deep. I think we can introduce the next speakers because they have two. So that could be a very nice way to go forward. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I'll take. So if Vinithan and Venkat Narayanan both are available, then we can just start with a quick introduction for 5 minutes, and then we can start your session at 4 as scheduled. So I take this as an opportunity to welcome. So we are talking about very interesting session now. Okay. So we are talking about application of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and IoT in supply chain management. So we are here two very senior executives who are the CEOs for their individual organizations, Mr. Venkat Narayanan and Mr. Unnikrishnan. So thank you, sir, for joining. Let me give a quick introduction. Okay, so let me just give a quick introduction. Okay. So Mr. Venkat Narayanan, founder and CEO of Big Tap Private Limited, Singapore. So currently, I think Venkat Narayanan is in Dubai. So he's joining from Dubai. So Venkat firmly believes in using insights based on data to drive decision making at all levels in the organization. This belief guided his entrepreneurial journey, including launching one of the earliest proponents of analytics in Singapore in 1997, called Knowledge Dynamics. Venkat is also a passionate educator, teaching analytics in IHLs and corporate settings. So very successful businessman. Welcome, sir. Okay. So I would like to introduce Mr. Unnikrishnan Unnithan. So co-founder and CEO of DBeach Private Limited, Malaysia. Okay, so you are making a truly global event. So Unnithan is the co-founder and CEO of DBeach, brings over 38 years of experience an executive experience and expertise in chemical engineering and business. An alumnus of Harvard Business School and NUS MBA gold medalist. He's a gold medalist in an MBA. He has held leadership roles, including CEO of Corotino Group, a visionary technocrat. He holds 5 patents and is key figure in his oil and fats industry. So welcome, sirs. So over to you. So you have 1 hour to showcase all your expertise, and we'll definitely enjoy your session. So thank you. Over to you, sir. Venkat sir.
Thank you very much. And first of all, just to make sure, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. First of all, thanks for inviting us to be part of this session. And me and my co-panelist, Mr. Unithan, we will focus on sharing our knowledge in the area of how AI and machine learning is used in the context of supply chain. Okay. So the format, the way I want to run through is that I'll spend about 20 minutes or so setting the context of in supply chain, where are all the areas AI being used, as well as IoT being used. Then I would like to invite Mr. Unithan to focus on one specific aspect, which is around trusted supply chain, okay? Trusted and sustainable supply chains. I'm going to share my deck here. Do let me know if you're able to see that. All right. I hope this is visible.
It is visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks. Again, thanks once again, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending upon where the audience is participating from. So as the introduction happened, right, our focus will be on artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, and supply chain management. So before I launch into the topic proper, I'll just spend about a minute or two introducing myself and my company. About myself, I've been in the world of data and analytics for almost 30 years now, and focused only on how data can be leveraged using AI machine learning techniques to meet business objectives. So that's what I've been doing. My company, Big Up Analytics, is headquartered out of Singapore. It's part of a bigger group of companies called Apart Technologies. And we are focused on providing AI/ML solutions globally. And we do quite a bit of work on the supply chain side also. And in fact, we have even developed a standard analytics-driven product for optimizing the inventory and automated reordering in the context of, how do you have an optimal supply chain, which can be deployed in a retailer or an FMCG, etc. Okay, so that's all you're going to hear in terms of, I would say, the advertising break. Otherwise, I'll just deep dive into the topic. Okay. Now, given the nature of the event, I'm sure all of you know what is a supply chain management is all about. But just let me spend about a couple of minutes, more like a refresher. If you look at the key components of a supply chain, you will have suppliers who will provide various kinds of raw materials, which is typically used in a production, creating a product which is a finished goods, which is stored in a warehouse and distributed by distributors using multiple logistics mechanism to the intermediary. In the case of retail, it could be retailer, for example, and from there to the end customer or the end consumer who uses it. Okay. Now, obviously, this is a very simple representation of how a supply chain will look like. In reality, there can be more complex variations of that. So what are the key activities in a supply chain management? Well, the starting point is around planning. Okay, how do you plan for your supply chain, whether it is going to be driven by demand or whether it's going to be driven by supply? How do you plan for all the activities in your supply chain is the starting point. Okay. Now, once you plan, you will get a good idea of what is the demand you have, depending upon what stage of the player you are in supply chain, whether you're a end retailer or a manufacturer or a distributor. The planning will give you what is the amount of, whether it is a raw material or the finished goods you would require at different geolocations in what quantities. Okay, so this will lead to your sourcing, and sourcing is where you typically identify the right partner who can be your sourcing partner. Okay, and the next is typically the manufacturing, where depending upon the plan, the raw materials are sourced and the manufacturing will happen, followed by warehousing and distribution, which is the finished goods are then distributed, stored and distributed across the globe, depending on the nature of the business. Okay. So today, most complex supply chains in the world typically tend to be global in nature, where the raw material can come from different countries, production may happen in a different country, or even the production itself can be distributed across multiple countries. I'm sure you all will know about how Boeing manufactures its airplane, where different parts are made in different parts of the world and they are brought together to fit together as a single airplane. Okay? So manufacturing itself can happen in different locations. And then distribution centers in a global or a regional scenario, there can be multiple distribution centers where the products are stored, where they're all warehoused and from there distributed to different levels of your channel, from a distributor to a retailer and so on. Okay. And one of the sometimes ignored component of a supply chain is the so-called return logistics, or repairs and returns, which is after an end consumer takes a product, there can always a possibility that something goes wrong and a return is initiated by the end customer. So these are some of the key activities in supply chain. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through some of the common use cases in AML in the supply chain. But I want to set the expectations right here that the kind of AML use cases you can have in supply chain is literally hundreds of possibilities exist. Various variations exist, multiple combinations are possible, and so on. So it's not feasible in a short 20 minutes or a 25-minute session to go through all of them. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take some few key examples and then try to drill down into one example into more detail of how it is done. Okay. So let's start off with the first one, planning. Okay. So in a planning model, what happens is that you start off with demand forecasting. Okay. So demand forecasting is one key area where AI and machine learning models are deployed to go through lots of your historical demand patterns, and on top of it, apply what are called demand drivers. Okay. So what are a demand driver? For example, if you are in the business of selling, let's say, aerated drinks, which is sold in a cold form, then one of the demand driver is definitely weather. Okay. When the weather becomes hot, then the demand for the product will go up. Right. Plus, there can also be campaigns initiated either by your organization or your competitor, which may have an impact on it. Let's say you run a 1-for-1 deal, then there could be a increase in demand. Or if a competitor runs a deal, then it could have a negative impact of your demand. Okay, so which is why the area of demand forecasting is something where AI/ML models are very, very crucial, where these models can go through vast amounts of data sets, which include historical demand, also look at historical stockout patterns. Okay, identify whether there are any excess inventory in any particular location, on based on that come up with a fairly accurate demand for the products at different geolocations or consumption centers. Okay, so that's one example of a AML use case. Now, moving on to the second activity of sourcing, to give one example of a use case in sourcing is that in sourcing, organizations want to work with a trusted supplier. Okay, a supplier where I don't want to always go to the cheapest vendor, but I want to have a trusted supplier where I can be sure that the products which are ordered are delivered on time. Okay, so here AML is used, artificial intelligence is used to enhance the supplier performance by looking at their past performance in terms of when the order was placed, what was the committed delivery time, and when did they end up actually delivering. On based on that, come up with a risk rating for the supplier, which tells that this particular supplier, if they are a very risky supplier, is likely to always deliver X number of days later than committed. Now, sometimes even the reverse could be a challenge. If they end up delivering ahead of their committed date, you will suddenly end up having more stock than what is required. Okay. So one good example of where AI is used in the context of sourcing is, how do I assess the risk rating of my supplier, looking at their past delivery performance, and then come up with a rating with which you know whether is this supplier going to deliver on time, deliver late, or even positive case where they could deliver earlier also. Moving on to manufacturing, again, there are lots of examples of use of AI and ML in manufacturing. To give a couple of examples, one is around quality control and defect detection. So where you can use AI-driven inspection system, which either by purely based on data that comes from IoT devices, or by using concepts like image analytics, will help to do a quality control check and identify if there is a defect in that particular in a particular batch or even a single item during a manufacturing process. Okay. Again, to share a very personal example of what we did for one of the organizations which manufactures batteries, we took data driven by IoTs in their manufacturing process after a specific process called welding. In battery, the electrodes are welded to the case. We took the data from the welding along with some related parameters like temperature and others captured by the IoT. And in this streaming data is where models were run to identify whether is this battery going to fail when it goes for QA, or worst case, it clears QA, but it's going to fail when it goes to the field. Moving on to warehousing and distribution. Again, there are multiple use cases. Just to pick one example, warehousing and distribution, you're talking about storing the products, whether it is raw material or finished goods or semi-finished goods, across multiple locations in the geography, and also the need to move them from the current location to the next demand location. Okay. Now, so this requires you to optimize the transportation cost to see how you can optimally route the goods from your warehousing center to the different consumption points as part of the distribution network. Okay. So here AI typically uses delivery route optimization, optimizes the delivery routes in real time, because one of the key requirements in route optimization is to look at what is the current traffic. Okay. In an extreme example, it could be a ship running aground in Suez Canal, or it could be day-to-day examples like in a particular highway, there is an accident and there is a buildup of traffic there. So how do I take into account the current things which are happening and also cost into account and improve on-time delivery by using the optimized route? Okay. Moving on, looking at the repair and returns. Here, one of the common use cases to predict the demand for spare parts, because again, repairs are going to happen in multi-location. And typically this is like a dead inventory in the sense that unless the actual product failure happens, that part will not be used. And after a point in time, they can become obsolete also. But that doesn't mean you can't stock, because you may have your warranty commitments or even a monetary for maintaining it after delivery. So how do you use AML to look at historical repair data, failure patterns, and come up with a demand for the optimal number of spare parts to keep at multiple locations for the repairs and returns? These are all I gave in a high level, but I want to just take one and try to drill down into in more detail. So what I'm going to look at is that if you look at all this, right, the common theme is to look at how can I have an optimal inventory, meaning that across my supply chain, whether it is spare parts or raw material or finished goods, I need to keep the optimal amount of inventory so that I don't overstock or understock. So that's a common theme. So how do we do this when we look at across the supply chain to keep an optimum inventory level? Okay. So before I run into the process of how we do it, just to go through the benefits, most of it would be self-explanatory. obviously you will maximize profits in this. The reason being is that the less parts you store and keep the optimal amount of inventory, your sales are going to be higher, giving you and lower cost of holding of inventory, thereby maximizing the profits. Okay, and this will help you to improve planning with the accurate demand forecast, improve your inventory management and the inventory turnover. Okay. And while these are some of the positive things, where it can reduce is out of stock. You have a demand and then you suddenly realize you don't have the stock to fulfill that demand. Okay. Decrease obsolescence. If you overstock and that product goes out of fashion or no longer required, then you're carrying a dead inventory, which may end up in probably a write-off, which is the next one, reduce wastage. This typically happens for perishable items. If a supermarket stores a large amount of vegetables or fruits, beyond a level it cannot sustain and it becomes a wastage. Okay? So reduce the cost of carrying excess inventory. So overall, it's about how do I meet the customer demand without overstocking or understocking. Okay? So that's the main objective and benefit of a optimized inventory level. Now, how do you go about it? So if you look at how AI is used, there are a few areas, starting off with demand forecasting. Like I mentioned earlier, a key for optimal supply chain is your ability to do an accurate demand forecast. And once demand forecast is done, you should be able to automatically replace the item at different locations. Okay? And in order to do that, you also need to get a view of what is the inventory at different locations at any point in time, which is where you need a real-time inventory management. Okay? And you need to have supplier, which is where you need to look at the rating of the supplier, do a risk rating to ensure that when I reorder, I'm going to get the goods on the time I'm expected. Okay? And then customer service, right? Because today what happens is that organizations are moving to hyper-personalization mode, where I come up with my supply chain plan based on what is happening, what are the customer demands are happening today to drive the supply chain. So these are some of the data points for consideration. I'm taking a retail example. Obviously, the past sales transactions, which is at the article level or an SKU level, are the key inputs. And then you also look at the current inventory on hand, not just at a store, but also in terms of neighboring store or your distribution centers and so on. Then auto fulfillment data. In the past, when you place an order, how fast did the supplier fulfill the order? And as I mentioned earlier, look at your demand drivers. A demand driver could be like weather information. It could be a location profile, what kind of people come to a particular location, whether there are holidays in that particular area which has an impact. Let's say you are a convenience store near a school zone. Then if it's a school holiday, there's going to be a dip in demand. Okay. So what are all the demand drivers that have an impact on demand? And something very specific about business. For example, where do you have neighboring stores? Where do you have your company warehouses to determine where the stock can move from? So at a high level, these are some of the data points. In reality, you will have a lot more data points to come in. So how do you then take it? So this process, which is kind of perfected by us, we start by first looking what we call as a out of stock calculation. So for out of stock calculation, we look at multiple things that have an impact on the out of stock. For example, we may have to forecast the footfall to a particular location. In the context of a retailer, we need to forecast the footfall, how many people are going to come in, then do a sales forecast, which takes into account the demand drivers data, and then also look at price elasticity model. Say you run a promotion like 20% discount, then price elasticity model means the demand is going to go up. So take all this into account to come up with the demand at each store level. Okay. Once you get the demand, then you look at the inventory availability based on what inventory you have on book and also physical, because sometimes there could be a gap between physical inventory and on book. Get the physical inventory and in-flight orders, whatever you've placed on your suppliers, etc. Based on that, come up with what is the replenishment quantity required at each store level. So once this is done, then you look at calculating what is called as a threshold. Threshold means, let's say I need 3 packs of, let's say, 330 ml Coke can. It doesn't mean I'm going to order 330 ml Coke can, because I may need to have, I may have concepts like I always need to have at least 2 cans in my shelf. So what is your shelf facing quantity? You may have, contractual obligations that you need to have a particular order quantity, and they can also be pack size, right? 330 ml Coke can will be probably sold only in packs of 24, for example. So we need to aggregate all this to come up with, from a threshold perspective, what is the aggregated quantity? Okay? So these are then taken and applied on the supplier model to say which is the supplier who's going to give it, what is their risk rating. Based on that, we look at whether stock can be moved from one store to another, distribution center to a store, or if insufficient stock is there, taking into account all this, you place an order with your supplier. Okay. I would like to share a case study of where we have done this. This was done in a South Asian country for a convenience store, which has got about 2,400 outlets, and they wanted to streamline inventory management and ensure that out of stock doesn't happen. Being a convenience store, right, they cannot have a large quantity of items to store. And with 2,400 outlets, even if you have space, you don't want to tie down a lot of inventory. Okay. So the business challenges they had was their demand forecast was not very great. Most of the time, as the business leader told me, 7 out of 10 times their demand forecast was wrong. Okay. And customers were coming in and finding that the product they wanted was out of stock. Okay. So we delivered AI-driven automated replenishment system, pretty much using the concept you saw in the previous slide, wherein we were able to accurately forecast the demand at every store, and based on the inventory supplier performance, come up with an automated order fulfillment. Okay. So the kind of tools and techniques we use, we did an advanced analysis to find out what are the variables that influence demand and supplier performance, and then apply AI and machine learning models to forecast the demand, predict order fulfillment time, and take the data from their ERP systems, point of sale systems to gather inventory data, sales data, and use that to drive the automated reordering process. The kind of benefits they got, obviously increased sales and customer satisfaction, and also optimized levels of inventory, reducing both overstock and stockouts. Okay. Now moving on, I also have to cover IoT in this context. While this comes as a separate topic, both IoT and AI/ML are very closely linked. So here are some of the common areas where IoT is used in a supply chain. One is asset tracking, right? Whatever assets you have in your supply chain, using a combination of IoT and GPS, we can track the location of that product so that you get a real-time visibility of your supply chain, seeing which product is available where. Okay. Next is in the area of cold supply chain. Let's say your COVID vaccines or for that matter, milk, fresh milk, for example, is shipped in reefer containers, refrigerated containers, but then the temperature has to be within a certain range. Otherwise, the product will get spoiled. So IoT is used to measure and ensure that the temperature is within the right range. But as you do that, right, you have to optimize your consumption of utilities like power, water, gas, etc. So here we use IoT to identify various parameters like, for example, in the case of a cold supply chain, what is the temperature? And if it is too cold, we need to bring down the levels by reducing the power to the optimal level so that the power consumption become lower. Another area where IoT is commonly used is failure analysis, because your equipment has got a lot of IoT devices. It could be, for example, the robots you use in your warehousing. So collecting the data from the IoT devices that are connected to these devices, we use the data to determine and predict when it is likely to fail so that you do a maintenance before it actually fails. So instead of it disrupting your activity, you're able to predict when it's going to fail and do a maintenance before that. Another example is on the fleet monitoring, where the fleet monitoring covers using IoT devices not just to look at where the vehicle is, but also monitor the driver behavior to see, is the driver nodding off, is he likely to go to sleep, and prevent a risk of something going wrong during the fleet distribution process. Okay. Lastly, in warehouse management, having IoT connected to your inventory in your warehouse means you will get a real-time availability of stock, which then will help you to compare against what is really available versus what the book tells you as what is your stock. So much about where AI/ML is used in supply chain and as well as some use cases around IoT. I'm just going to quickly run through some of the emerging trends. One is digital transformation. Today, digitization is happening across the entire supply chain. So where organizations are looking at capturing data in a digital form, and not just only data connected to their organization, but also data connected to their customers and suppliers so that they can create what is called as a connected supply chain. So here, where AI and IoT comes in, is to also help you build what is called as a digital twin, where you can simulate various scenarios for your supply chain using AI/ML models on the digital twin to look at what if there is, the Suez Canal is shut down, what will happen? What if another COVID-19 kind of a breakdown happens, what will you do? So those kind of simulations are possible if you have a digital twin. Next emerging trend is around sustainability, where organizations are looking at sustainable and green sourcing, which is ethical and socially responsible. I'm sure you'll also know concepts like circular sourcing, where organizations are looking at how do I create a very sustainable economy. Here, AI comes in the context of, as an example, geospatial analytics, which will tell you whether a particular location from where, let's say, the raw material comes in, is there questions around the practices around that place, whether are there any questions around, for example, they are burning trees there, etc., and so on. Next emerging trend is around resilience and trust. Now, recent global disruptions like COVID-19, for example, showed that having a trusted supply chain is very important. Okay, I'm not going to spend much time, as Mr. Unithan is going to talk more about this. So an example of where AI comes in is to determine the risk in your supply chain because of these things. Using of automation and robotics is another example, where emerging trend, where robots for warehouse automation and robotic process automation are very common today, and examples include document AI. Then comes hyperlocal, as organizations look to source production closer to the point of consumption. So here, one of the ways they are trying to keep the cost low when they go hyperlocal, where the cost of product may not be necessarily the cheapest. So they try to optimize, like looking at, can I Uberize the last mile? Okay, which means I don't need to have a dedicated logistic team, but I can rely on a platform where I can have quote unquote people who are available on demand to do my last mile deliveries. And lastly, hyper personalization, where how can I rapidly react to customer demand that is personalized? Okay, here AI comes in to predict the customization demand. Well, if it sounds too easy, then obviously the answer is no. There are a lot of challenges ahead when you're trying to do AML integration in model supply chains. Challenges include, for example, integrating with your existing system. You can have legacy systems where there could be compatibility issue. Data could reside in silos. Some of the data may not be even structured. They could be, PDFs or images and so on. Okay? Then data security and privacy. How do you handle sensitive data? Comply to the protection laws of various locations like GDPR in Europe and so on, and also ensure that you are compliant to the regulatory requirement. Okay? And common to any initiative is, of course, the change management. How does your workforce adapt and accept the new paradigm of using AI/ML-driven supply chains? Okay? So these are some of the challenges. And before I end, just a quick word on, like any field, this is also an emerging field. So these are some of the emerging concepts or emerging trends that are happening in supply chain. One is around AI and autonomous supply chain, where you look at supply chains, we are self-healing. In the sense, these are cognitive supply chain, where agents are able to talk to each other and resolve challenges that happen in the supply chain. Okay. Second is the role of advanced robots, where it looks at, apart from simple automating look at things like flexible manufacturing, robots which collaborate with each other, and so on. Okay. And lastly, sustainability is now becoming a core business strategy rather than purely becoming a regulatory requirement, or I just need a tick box in my reporting. Okay. So that's about it. What I'm going to do now, I mean, we can come back to Q&A later if all are fine with you, if it's all fine with you, and I'm going to request my colleague and friend, Mr. Unithan, to take over and run through his presentation.
Thank you very much. So good day, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Can I get a confirmation on that?
Yes,
Yes.
you are audible. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. So, after that excellent overview that you heard from Mr. Venkat, allow me to share my presentation. Is it visible now? No.
Not yet.
Just give me 1 minute. It looks like I have to go to the...
Is it access rights? Are you able to?
I'm not sure whether I have...
Yeah, you are the presenter now. So on the bottom, you should directly get an option to share.
Yeah, that is what I'm doing now. But
Sure, your presentation is open. Yeah, it's coming.
yeah,
Yeah, I can see your WebEx screen, not the presentation. Probably it shows the browser instead of the presentation. Share. Stop sharing. Reshare.
Keep the presentation in presentation mode, PPT in presentation mode, and then share it.
Yeah, it is in PPT mode, but it's still showing me this window and not showing me that option to share. Give me a minute. Unfortunately, what I'm sharing is not being picked up in the window.
Not a problem. If you want me to share it from my end, I can do that.
Yeah, please do that. It will save some time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, good day, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Data Labs for inviting me to make this presentation. The subject that I'm going to discuss is about combining AI, ML, IoT with blockchain for sustainability and trust in supply chains, sharing some of our experience with you on how it is relevant. But specifically, I'd like to touch on two aspects. And the aspects are basically sustainability and trust in supply chains. Through some examples, I will take you through how this can be done. Yeah. You can skip that slide. Let's just end it. Yeah. Now, globally, there is enormous pressure that companies are facing on both regulatory and trust pressures. Some of you who are in the agri business possibly have heard of the EUDR, which is the European Union Deforestation Regulation, that would not allow 7 commodities and their derivatives to be imported into the European Union starting January 1, 2025, without providing due diligence that it has not only not caused deforestation anywhere along the supply chain, but also meeting with several other sustainability criteria. In addition to this, there is the US Forest Act, there is the renewable energy program around the world, something that I'm closely associated with. And then there is the food sector. Why the community at large finds it difficult to believe whether something is truly authentic, whether it is halal food. Kosher systems are more popular because of the very stringent systems that have been established. Now, these are all areas globally that consumers at large and companies involved in these businesses are trying to find solutions so that at the end of the day, they can meet regulatory requirements, because that is almost essential for them to stay in business. The second is, how do they ensure trust across the supply chain and particularly with their customers? So this is the backdrop in which we have to assess the subject matter that I'm discussing today. Next slide, please. So in the startup that I'm involved with, Dibis, we looked at the fact when we analyzed the industries that we are familiar with, particularly large agri-commodity businesses like palm oil, for example, very popular here in Southeast Asia. We produce 83% of the world's palm, and we export it to around the world, but then two large countries like India and China are the number 1 and 2 consumers of palm, and the third is the European Union. We found that just siloed efforts by a few large enterprises cannot solve the problems of the industry. The need of the hour is really collaboration. How do we make everybody in the supply chain collaborate? Now, when you look at an agri supply chain, you will find that it is very fragmented. At one end of the spectrum, you have smallholders who are uneducated, who have no access to technology. And at the other end of the spectrum, you have large companies that operate ERP systems like SAP. And 60 to 70% of such a supply chain are SMEs who either work on spreadsheets or they have some mini ERP systems that they work with. Now, when you look at such a fragmented supply chain, you will understand that to get all of them to collaborate is a humongous task. And therefore, one way of solving is, how do you digitize activities? Obviously, you need to digitize every single activity in a supply chain to capture as much real-time information as possible. The second, after you have that digitized information, how does that enable collaboration in a fragmented supply chain? Last but not the least, and that's where blockchain comes into play, whatever data that you might present at the end of the day, either for sustainability authentication or for providing trust in whatever form, whether it is for quality, for quantity, or any other parameter that is important for that particular supply chain, you need consensus. And that's where blockchain comes in. So these were the 3 building blocks of the design that we adopted when we were trying to solve the problem of sustainability, authentication, and trust in complex supply chains. Next slide, please. So I tell you a use case that is close to me. I've been in the palm oil supply chain for over 32 years. Prior to that, I was working with Unilever. As you know, Unilever is the world's largest user of palm oil products, a variety of palm oil products. So in all, I have been kind of associated with the palm oil supply chain for a good 38 years, my entire career so far. Now, when you look at a supply chain like palm, as I mentioned to you, you have small farmers that own anywhere between 1, 5, 7 hectares of oil palm plantations, or the very maximum that falls within the purview of a smallholder definition is 40 hectares. You then have large plantations, small plantations. You have transporters that transport a variety of products. And a supply chain like palm is very complex because from one fruit, we get two different kinds of oils. From each type of oil, we can produce hundreds of products, leading to oleochemicals, edible products, specialty fats. So it is very complex to even track anything that happens in this industry in the form of a spreadsheet. Forget about doing anything on a real-time basis. So our approach in this complex supply chain was to create a digital ecosystem, an ecosystem that captures digital transactional data from the very first point of harvesting, as in this case of the supply chain, to shipment of a very downstream oleochemical product like, say, 12-14 alcohols that goes into uh, the personal care or uh, household cleaning products. So what we built is basically a digital transformation tool that allows all the activities to be put and on a blockchain. So that's where we bring about the trust. Next slide, please. So I'd like to spend a little time here on discussing especially the subject that I'm supposed to address during this webinar. And that is that when you capture day-to-day data, it is not just with a view to provide traceability. It is much beyond traceability because now you have digital records of every activity that happens in a very complex supply chain. And that is where we have a number of uses of AI, ML, and IoT at every node of the supply chain. For example, imagine when you look at an agri commodity like palm oil, and you start with oil palm plantations either at the smallholder level or at large plantation level. You now have the ability, not in Southeast Asia, like for example in Malaysia or Indonesia, we are blessed that we get more than 2000 mm of rainfall every year. But there are many parts of the world, for example, in Nigeria or other parts of Africa, where they're trying to grow oil palm, or for that matter in India, where a number of months there is no rainfall. Now, it is so critical from an yield standpoint that you accurately predict what might be the rainfall that you can get, because now there are many IoT devices that allow you to capture soil moisture, humidity levels, and several such data that can now be combined with what, for example, we have built as part of supply chain. And therefore, you might be able to get very granular data applied at every single node to better forecast the weather, soil conditions. You can calibrate your fertilization. Now, if you typically look at most agri businesses, fertilizer is just applied as and when it is required at a certain quantity. It is not calibrated. This leads to wastage. It leads to environmental issues. Now you have the ability to combine AI, ML, and IoT to calibrate the level of fertilization. Another big aspect is the whole world is trying to decarbonize. How do you decarbonize when you do not quantify what is your level of greenhouse gas emissions at the current point in time? This is where, again, when you track real-time information on supply chain right across the whole supply chain, you're able to quantify the greenhouse gas emissions that are generated at every part of the supply chain. For example, again, talking about palm oil, one of the biggest negative footprints for palm is the methane emissions that comes from palm oil mill effluents. Now, if you quantify all of that, as we are able to do on our platform, to provide a real-time carbon numbering of a shipment of olein or 12-14 alcohol that is about to leave the port for Europe, you are actually identifying where is the highest source of greenhouse gas emission, and individual stakeholders involved in the supply chain, then through the data mining of the record that we generate on a daily basis in the dashboards that we provide to these companies, are able to then quantify these emissions and set their net zero targets in a much more structured way and enabling them to earn carbon credits. In supply chains, pilferage, particularly agri supply chains, pilferage is another big issue. When you have this real-time data captured, you find that you can easily identify when and where pilferage is happening. I think you also heard from Venkat's presentation that inventory cost and optimization is extremely essential. Just to give you an idea, a 1,000-ton palm oil refinery would have possibly 45 million US dollars of working capital required just in managing their inventory. Now, a clear visibility of what is the inventory lying upstream, lying downstream, allows companies, if they are able to shave off even 1 week from the inventory required, that's huge cost saving. Now, this is where real-time applications of AI ML combined with the real-time traceability and immutable data on a blockchain is going to help. What all this means is that one is creating checks and balances across the supply chain. We're getting accurate data to avoid fraud, and we slowly eliminate inaccurate data. And every actor in the supply chain. So the diagram on the right clearly shows you, it could be just a harvester who's using a sickle to harvest the fruit, down to probably somebody who's managing an ERP system of a large company. Each of these actors are involved in generating this data. And when all of this is combined together in the form of a digital platform, one is offering not only customized output in the form of dashboards to individual companies to improve their yields, oil extraction rates, lower inventory. This is where they can see real-time benefits. And as we always say, in our particular case, the nominal subscriptions that companies might pay for a platform like this is far offset by the kind of productivity, yield, and other improvements that happen. Next slide, please. So I want to give you just an idea about how sustainability authentication is done on a real-time basis for complying with EU deforestation regulation. Now, EUDR requires real-time deforestation data. Having a disparate deforestation information for a huge parcel of land does not guarantee that a particular shipment that you're sending out is without deforestation. That's how, through platforms like ours, we are able to provide that. We are able to give consignment level traceability, despite having hundreds of thousands of smallholders who have never probably used any technology. We provide them with free mobile apps so that their data is captured. What also this means is, when it comes to sustainability authentication, they go through audits, and auditors are paid on a daily basis to go through humongous amount of paperwork to authenticate or provide a certification. All this now can be automated. The entire digital repository of data that they have got allows these auditors and companies to manage their sustainability authentication process very easily. This is what leads to another level of verification of compliance relevant to those certifications that are involved. Next slide. So here is a snapshot of how small farmers who are not at all visible to a supply chain in most of the cases. And they are also not aware of what is the real price of the produce. Now, this has got huge applications, for example, in the Indian context, where we have millions of small farmers. And, the issue about minimum pricing to them and how these small farmers can be empowered is a big social mission that we are also trying to enable these small farmers by providing them with free mobile apps that provides them daily insights on what their commodity price is, generates automatic delivery orders. So what they used to write on a soiled piece of paper becomes a part of a real-time digital repository. It allows them to do work by just punching in a few buttons or in their own language. All their records are maintained digitally, and more importantly, this allow companies in the agri field, in the sustainability field, to push information down to these smallholders to enable them to practice sustainable farming, to get better pricing for fertilizers, to get the right kind of agricultural tools, seeds that would help them generate a higher output and operate at a lower cost. So these are all transformational impacts at the very grassroots level of an agri supply chain. I give you an example of agri supply chain only because I'm closely involved. But a platform like what I am describing is completely industry agnostic. All you need is to tweak 20% for its business processes or nuances of supply chain, where the method of production and the complexity might change from one supply chain to the other. But we can apply this to practically everything. Or even if you extend, for example, now EVs are so popular. But have you ever wondered what goes into production of EVs, including where the lithium batteries are sourced from? Where is the lithium coming from? Is it sustainably sourced? What is its greenhouse footprint before it actually gets deployed in a EV? At the end of the day, what we need is a holistic solution that enables us to take informed decisions on whether we're truly practicing sustainability. Next slide, please. So on that note, I would say thank you very much for listening to me. I see on the clock we have 12 minutes. I would like to hand over the control to Venkat as the moderator. Thank you for listening in.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Munitan. Yeah, I would like to open the floor for any questions. Questions from anyone?
So it is very insightful presentation, Mr. Venkat, Mr. Munitan. So basically, one key question what we get from the organizations is, for a mid-size organization, okay, so how to start the AI journey? Okay, so they're still into the ERP level, the very basic IoT integrations they are doing. But what is the best way for the organizations to plan their strategies towards this? So I think this is an open question, which people don't know how to do it. So what is your advice? Just can you explain for a couple of minutes? So what is the best way organizations can bandwagon artificial intelligence journey in their organization?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, yeah. So today, if you look at it, right, the cloud ecosystems have simplified the cost equation when it comes to deploying AI journey. Okay, because on the on-demand consumption-driven model, you don't need to invest in significant hardware or software in order to deploy AI. So one aspect is definitely how do you leverage cloud ecosystem so that you pay only what you use for. Okay. Now the second area is that one of the, I would say, misconceptions and fallacy is that you need lot of data, clean data available in a kind of a data warehouse or an environment before you can deploy AI. That is completely incorrect. Okay, because quality is always defined as a fitness for purpose. So what we normally recommend our customers, whether they are mid-size or large corporates, it's all about identifying what are your top 3 pain points today. Okay, and for these 3 pain points, what data I can get from wherever it is and supplement it with data which is available in the external environment, maybe through internet or third-party data providers, and hence we can get started. Okay, that's one way. The other low-hanging fruit is that there are very point solutions to get started. I'll just give you a couple of examples. I mentioned about the optimal inventory management, right? So in our organization, we have built a product called Supply Quotient, which uses AI ML to optimize inventory level by doing a demand forecasting and automated reordering. So if your problem is that, you can go with something like this. This is a SaaS solution where you only pay as you use. Okay. Another example is today Gen AI is very popular. Okay, generative AI. So here most organization can get started by all the documents they have. It's like one of our customers in the cold supply chain business, they had a requirement as to how their servicemen who go to a shipyard to repair a refrigerated container can repair without having entire knowledge about the products. Okay, so there is a Gen AI based solution where they can actually ask and get an answer using voice and guide them to repair a particular product. Okay, so to summarize, either by looking at your pain points or looking at your point solutions. So Nitin, you want to add anything?
Yeah, if I may add, from our experience, especially in agri supply chains, and I go back to what I am familiar with, this industry is very conservative. You talk to them about AI or anything like this, they wouldn't touch any of this simply because they're scared when you talk about such terminology as to how people will adopt. I found one way of getting them interested is first to solve one of their existing big pain points, which is regulatory in nature. Meaning, if you don't solve that, you have no business. That wakes them up. Then they say, for example, now we are talking about EUDR. If you cannot comply with EUDR, you cannot export anything to the EU. Maybe in future you might not be able to export anywhere. So the very existence of business is being threatened. Once you get a foot in the door with that solution, then they already start to see the benefits of the data that we are generating. Then to go to them and say that, look, we add another feature of AI that enhances what already you are getting from our solution, which you only bought for regulatory purposes. You paid a very nominal subscription, but you see the kind of benefit you are getting. Let me allow you to take this to the next level. That is possibly one way we get a buy-in. I just like to add that.
Yeah, that's fantastic, sir. So this one more question I typically get is, everybody is interested in the technology, and then they have some specific problems to solve. They want to solve also. Okay, but how they should do the investment in this direction? Okay, they don't have the ROI kind of idea. Okay, so they still consider this as an expense, not as an investment. So this is a common problem, especially when you talk about supply chain organizations like third-party logistics providers. Okay, so they're still in the beginning of the automation phase. Okay, there are so many thousands of third-party logistics providers which is coming up and helping organizations to achieve excellence. So what is your advice, sir? How can they jump into this from the cost of investment, from the investment point of view? Yeah. Any step-by-step approach? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In our model, as I say that, we are an industry whether even the biggest of players will not spend $1 if they don't need to. This is the reality. In fact, I find it harder to convince larger companies than convince SMEs to look at it, because the whole decision making process is convoluted. They do not do unless they really have to meet a regulatory pressure. Our approach has been that they should be able to see a direct benefit at the point of signing. For example, today in sustainability authentication, every single organization has got a team of 5 or 10 people, depending on how complex their business is, who are trying to do this collation of this humongous amount of data. And it is becoming such a pain that if we go and say, we have a subscription that you get back your money the very first month, because out of a team of 10 people, you just need to save one person and the cost for the platform is paid for. So that is the level of cost effectiveness that you need to build into the offering as a SaaS model. There is no capex, and that gets them interested. But even to get to that point, there is inertia, because they won't do it. Why should I do it if I don't have a need to do it?
Yeah, and I think one more point is sustainability is definitely going to be imposed through the regulatory reforms going forward. So it's a matter of time once we have that sustainability imposition. Okay, so you have to use the technology to come up with the solution. Yeah, so it's a matter of time. So any final thoughts, sir? So we have left with a couple of minutes. So what is your advice for the supply chain organizations, especially the mid-size supply chain organizations?
Sure. So to be honest, in mid-size to small size is honestly where there is going to be a lot of process inefficiencies and ideal to deploy AI ML to get immediate ROI there. Okay, so I would suggest that if, as like Mr. Unithan also expanded, using SaaS model or cloud model, the investments are not going to be high. To come up with an ROI, it's not very difficult. Just to give an example of that inventory optimization we did for that retailer, just by trying about 10% of the products they sell in only 10 stores, the ROI achieved in literally 3 months. The break even achieved in 3 months. Okay, so in mid-sized companies, it's very easy to achieve ROI. Look for what are your top 2-3 problems, and in order to identify that, compare yourself against the industry benchmark. Like, what is your inventory carrying cost? What's your staff cost compared to the, the revenues and so on, which will help you to identify some 2-3 areas where you can make it better and get started with one of the cloud-based solution where your outlay will be low. And even if it goes wrong, you'll be able to recover fast because you're not invested much in terms of any infrastructure or, buying any hardware or software and so on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, very nice
Yes.
insights. Very nice insights, Mr. Venkat and Mr. Unithan. So thank you very much for your presentation. It was very insightful. I really enjoyed it. So since we have another 2 sessions remaining today, so all the questions, whatever we get it, we post to you for answer, and you can answer offline. So thank you very much, sir, for joining all the way from Dubai and Malaysia and Singapore. And it's a great session indeed. So we learned really a lot, and we'll enjoy more. We'll come back to you for more information, and maybe it's a more detailed workshop can be required in this to really see the benefit for all of our participants, hopefully in future. Yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you once again for the opportunity. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. So let us start our next session. Let me talk about, introduce Mr. Gary Cockins. The topic today, what we are talking is supply chain costing and performance management. Okay, so it's very, very interesting topic. And Gary is joining. I think it must be very early, right, Gary, for you? Yeah. So you're in mute.
No, can you hear me?
We can hear you. So let me
Okay.
give a quick introduction. Okay, so it must be very early, maybe 7:30 time for you. Okay, so let me give a quick introduction to Gary Cockins. So Mr. Gary Cockins, founder and CEO of Analytics-Based Performance Management LLC, USA. So currently he is joining from USA. So Gary Cockins spent 15 years as a management consultant at Deloitte, KPMG, and EDS. Following that, he dedicated 16 years to SAS, a leading business analytics and intelligence software vendor. So internationally recognized as an expert speaker, author, and consultant. His focus is on EPM, Enterprise Performance Management, and business analytics methods and systems. He has written multiple books, articles. He's a coach, consultant, help organizations to achieve excellence in enterprise performance management. Okay, so over to you, Gary. Welcome you, a warm welcome to you on behalf of our participants. So you can share your presentation, and our participants will enjoy your lecture.
Okay, Sheikh, I'm having some technical problems. I can't get to the big screen to open my slide.
Okay.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, are you trying?
Yeah, I'm trying to. My PowerPoint should be open. Hold on.
In the slideshow, and then over on the top of it, you will see share.
No, it's open on my computer, but oh, there it is. Oh, it may be showing up.
Oh, yeah, we got you.
You're seeing it.
Yes, we are able to see it.
Okay, let me go to slideshow view. Can you see that?
Perfectly. Yes. Perfect.
All right. Let me see if I can advance the slide. Do you see that's landing page?
Yeah.
All right, we're ready to go. Well, thank you for inviting me back again to the summit. Let me manage people's expectations. There may not be time for Q&A. It says 60 minutes, I believe, Sheikh, correct?
Yeah, you have 60 minutes, Gary.
And I'll try to move fast, but there may not be time. So a couple of options here. One, I suggest directly email me. There is my email address. So write it down, gcockins@garycockins.com. Also, if you go to my website, which is there below the horizontal tabs, there are a lot of free articles. You don't have to buy anything from my website, and a lot of articles, including stuff on supply chain management. So let's get going. Well, thank you for the introduction. A little bit more about me. I did get my degree in industrial engineering in 1971 from Cornell University, and my MBA from Kellogg, Northwestern's Kellogg School of Management. If you're doing the math, I am 75 years old, but I feel like I'm 45 years old. I've really had a wonderful career. First decade in industry with FMC, and then as Sheikh described, all this consulting with Deloitte, KPMG, and then I was 16 years with SAS. Maybe people don't recognize SAS. It's the world's largest privately owned software vendor, 15,000 employees that specializes in data science and analytics. Why are those books there? I think careers have a lot more to do with luck and circumstances than being smart and competent. And I had a lucky break in 1988. KPMG struck an exclusive contract with the Harvard Business School professor, Robert S. Kaplan. People recognize his name from his creation of the strategy map and balanced scorecard. But he did the early pioneering work on activity-based costing. So I got recruited from Deloitte. I love Deloitte, but I didn't want to pass up the opportunity to be trained by Kaplan. I implemented activity-based costing for 5 years. I wrote a book, and it led to a whole bunch of other books. So let's get going. Who will benefit from this presentation? Managers who have previously struggled at promoting enterprise performance management, EPM, supply chain management, and integrating business analytics into their decision support systems. Managers who intend to champion any or all enterprise performance management, supply chain, business analytic improvement techniques, and they need a compelling call to action. And the reason I have champion in quotation marks it's my observation that although it's nice to have senior executives advocate and sponsor innovation and new ideas and techniques, often they are preoccupied with firefighting and short-term priorities. So it's typically managers 1, 2, 3, 4 levels down in the organization chart who are passionate and ask themselves, how long do I want my organization to continue to perpetuate using stale or arcane or out of date or flawed methods? And they're the ones that'll do a proof of concept or a pilot project to demonstrate to their fellow coworkers, executives above them, that this is the way to go. So if you're young in your career and down in the organization chart, that's fine. I like presenting to you. So my agenda, I'm going to first introduce what is this enterprise performance management. Then we'll get into the whole idea about supply chain partner collaboration. Then we have to do some fundamentals about management accounting. And then we're going to conclude with a real frustration I have. What's taking so long for organizations to implement these methods? So now there is confusion and lack of consensus. What is enterprise performance management? Is it HR, personnel, employee appraisals? No, that's just performance management. This is enterprise. Is it scorecards, dashboards, KPIs, and measures? As well as aligning the strategy with the executive team. That's the world of the strategy map and balance scorecard. Is it about process, productivity, and quality improvement? That's the world of lean management, Six Sigma, cycle time reduction, quality improvement. Or is it even all the above? And the good news is this: enterprise performance is not really a single system. It's the integration of multiple methods, cost and profitability reporting, and enterprise risk management, lean management. The problem is when organizations do implement them, they implement them in isolation of each other. So you've got, strategy people in one part of the building, you got accounting, profitability reporting, another part of the building, you got process improvement, another part of the building. You get a lot more power and synergy when you seamlessly integrate all of these methods like gears in a machine. So performance management at enterprise is really the whole shebang. And I believe that the audience has been provided or will be provided a PDF of the presentation. So there's the definition that I just gave. Now, there are also many different many different reasons for interest in enterprise performance. Just real briefly, the first one, executive frustration with strategy failure. They're good at formulating strategy, problem, successfully implementing it. Next, increased accountability. Today, there's no place to hide. You will be measured, you will be monitored. Doesn't mean your job's at risk, but it could adversely affect your salary increases and job promotions. 3, more rapid decision making. Unlike a few years ago, you could test and learn and have meetings in conference rooms. Today, people are on the phone, go or no go, yes or no. They need to make a decision in real time. 4, mistrust of the management accounting system for transparency and accuracy. The reality is most managers do not trust the management accounting system. We'll talk about that. It has to do with the flawed overhead allocation systems. 5, poor customer value management. The reality is customers are the source of value creation, wealth value creation for shareholders and owners. We need to connect customers to shareholders. 6, contentious budgeting. Poor resource capacity planning. That's a whole other topic, but I believe the budget is broken and we need to fix it. We basically need to go to capacity sensitive, driver-based rolling financial forecast and budgeting. 7, dysfunctional supply chain management. I'm going to talk about that in this presentation. And finally, unfulfilled return on investment promises from large IT systems like ERP systems. And the issue there is if you ask the CIO, Chief Information Officer, who's just had their company go through 2 years of strenuously implementing their ERP system, you ask them, how well do you think the ROI has met or exceeded what the ERP software salesman sold you on years ago? They'd be hard pressed to say yes. That does not mean you don't implement ERP. You have to remain competitive. But the issue here is there's a difference between data and information. ERP systems produce a lot of data, transactional, but you convert the data into information, and the enterprise resource planning, the EPM systems produce that information. Now, Why is trading partner collaboration needed? Incidentally, much of this presentation is based on a book that I co-authored. There you see it. And I'm not advocating you buy the book. I think if you actually go to Wiley, chapter 1 is a free download. So don't accuse me of, oh, this guy's pushing his book. I am not. So let's get some background here. Post-ERP and SCM challenges. In the 1990s and 2000s, businesses embraced enterprise resource planning and supply chain management to automate relationships and increase efficiencies. These either eliminated or they shifted costs to different partners and the trading partners. But they didn't address three key challenges, and here are the three. The first one is adversarial relationships. Most customers treat their supplier as the enemy. We basically, let's see if we can negotiate lower prices with them. If we put them out of business, so what? We'll get another supplier. This has got to stop. It needs to be a marriage. Trading partners in the supply chain are in this together. They're competing against other supply chains. So they need to basically collaborate to identify mutually beneficial, cost-saving opportunities amongst the trading partners in the chain. So while each trading partner knows there are mutual profits to be gained, decades of arm's length and adversarial behavior has precluded the efficiency gains. Next, a procurement focus. There's immense pressures placed on the suppliers, as I just mentioned. Let's reduce their prices. But when we do something like that, the supplier is going to say, golly, I still need to make money and profit for my shareholders. So they may reduce their service levels to you, or in some way just basically not be as good a supplier as they could have been. So the pressure goes from right to left. And finally, a suboptimal internal focus. It's no longer sufficient to be the most agile, lean, and efficient firm. You are dependent, you're codependent on all your trading partners upstream and downstream to also be agile, lean, and efficient. So you basically operate almost as if you're a single enterprise, and this eventually creates the need for collaboration, working together to identify mutually beneficial actions and profits, okay? But first you need to know the facts. You need to know your own costs and your profit margins and who or what are causing them. And that requires a need to understand management accounting. So this is going to be a primer about management accounting. Now, here's a quote from a retired Walmart. Many of you are familiar in the USA. Walmart is the huge big box. And so his quote was, many companies may find it near impossible to track supply chain costs, but it is a requirement for properly tracking, reporting, and measuring item performance. And it is a true prerequisite for advanced supply chain and retail optimization. So if we think about the supply chain with the trading partners, we have all of these, if you will, interfaces between a seller and a buyer. So the starting point is to measure the profits across the supply chain and identify those mutually beneficial opportunities. Okay, and this requires ABC. So let me give you a simple explanation because some of you are unfamiliar with activity-based costing. Imagine you go to a restaurant with 3 other friends. You order a little salad and the other 3 order the most expensive item on the menu. And at the end of the meal, when the waiter or waitress brings the bill, the other 3 say, hey, let's split this check evenly. How do you feel? Not fair, not equitable. I mean, you ordered the little salad, they ordered the expensive, they want you to subsidize and pay for their meal. So the simple way is if we decompose the indirect expenses, this is the overhead, into multiple cost pools, and then reassign them based on cause and effect relationships. So, the traditional butter spreading of overhead uses cost allocation factors like number of labor hours, number of units produced, sales amount, head count, square feet, square meters. None of those reflect the true consumption of the resource expenses by the products and the SKUs and the outputs. So again, if you decompose them and trace and assign them, so in the sense, it's like as if the waiter or waitress brings 4 individual checks. You only pay for what you consumed. Now, the reason there's been interest in ABC over the last, 50 years has to do with this diagram. It's got the three universal components of any organization's expense and cost structure: the direct cost at the bottom, direct material in the middle, the overhead at the top. Notice over time, the indirect expenses, that's what commonly called overhead, is displacing the direct labor. And when you ask people why, they'll say, well, automation, machinery, so forth. That's secondary. The main reason the indirect is getting larger is over time, all organizations have had an increased proliferation of different types of products, manufacturers, more colors, more sizes, more ranges. And the point is, whenever you increase the diversity and variation of your outputs, it just produces complexity. And the complexity causes the need for more and more indirect expense to manage it. So 50 years ago, when it was kind of homogeneous products, very simple, most of the accuracy came from the direct costing. You could butter spread that indirect. But that is not the case today. In many organizations, indirect overhead is 50% of the expenses. The direct is the other 50%. So we need to trace and assign them. Now, the problem begins with this first diagram to the left, a monthly responsibility cost center statement. Every manager on the planet Earth recognizes this statement. But when a manager receives this report, they ask themselves, how much insight and understanding do I get about the cost that I can influence and control, and where does it go? And the answer is not much. I like to say that when managers get this kind of report, they are either happy or they're sad, but they're rarely any smarter. What activity-based costing does is it makes them smarter. Notice what it's doing here. It's converting the same 914,000 into a different structure. See, the responsibility statement, the data is not structured. It's structurally deficient. Salary, equipment, travel. We have to change that data into information. So in the middle, we've got the information: key, scan claims, analyze claims. Notice I'm using the back office of an insurance company. It's a factory too. And incidentally, ABC applies to all types of organizations: service organizations, banks, insurance companies, travel agencies, even government agencies. And then we reassign the 914,000 into the products, the service lines, the channels, the customers, just like the waiter or waitress in the restaurant. Now, I've rotated that previous diagram 90 degrees. It isn't as simple as, oh, we take our ledger expenses, put them into these activity cost pools, trace them to cost objects. No, the right side's more realistic, because you've got indirect, you've got support activities that support other support activities that ultimately support the frontline activities that interact with customers or make products. So it needs to be a multiple stage cost flowing. Now, I want to warn you, the next diagram is going to look complicated. I'll go through it briefly, but then the slide after it will point you to a link to a 20-page article I wrote that you can then read it more at your leisure. So here it is. Don't be too shocked. It's got the three universal components of any organization's expense and cost structure. We've got those expenses at the top: salary, phone, so forth. We've got the work activities in the middle, and they eventually pile up, into the final cost objects: products, services, and customers at the bottom. Think of all of those arrows as thin straws or wide pipes where the diameter reflects the amount of money flowing through. That's why this will always reconcile exactly. So if the organization, let's say, it spent $2 million, euros, dollars, whatever currency you want, it'll be the exact 2 million of work activities in the middle, and they will pile up exactly into the bottom two right buckets: customers and business sustaining. What is business sustaining? It's a special category. There are going to be some expenses that have nothing to do with making products or delivering services. So things like the legal department, or when the accounting department's closing the book. So we create a cost object there like senior management, because they want the report. It's typically about 10% of a monthly expense, but the other 90% of the expenses can be traced. The bottom, I refer to that as like the predator food chain. Large mammals eat small mammals, small mammals eat plants. We can trace all of the expenses to the product, so we're going to get much more accurate product costing. But notice that the customers are buying the product, so we then have to reassign even the products to the customers. That allows us to get a customer profit and loss statement. Direct cost, not broken. You may have data integrity issues there, but the IT department can fix that. I mentioned to you, I went through that slide very quickly, but if you go to this link when you get the slides, I'm a 30-year member of the Institute of Management Accountants, and I had a part-time role as the executive in residence after I retired from SAS 8 years ago. And I wrote different articles for their magazine. This link will take you to a much better and lengthier explanation of the previous slide I just went through. Now, what matters is what's the consequence when you do ABC. The vertical axis here is the percent error distortion from the traditional costing. Now, notice the horizontal line, that's your traditional butter spreading, labor hours, units produced. The backward S curve is the ABC result. So you'll notice when we go far to the left for the simple products and services, they've been overcosted, because it's a zero-sum error game. Some products are overcosted, the others must be undercosted. But to the left, they've been overcosted. And the problem there is when competitors who have much better information see that you've overcosted and then you marked it up with a percentage for pricing, they'll say, well, we'll just price a little bit lower and we'll still make a profit. But to the right side, for the complex products and services, they've actually been undercosted, so they actually are not as profitable as you would think. And the problem there is the sales force with their commission and incentive structure is on the impression that the products they're selling are very profitable. They're not. Some are not profitable. So the more that they sell, the more you lose money. Now, here's another real view of the real output from activity-based costing. You're looking at true results. This graph is often referred to as the humpback whale curve, because notice it looks like a humpback whale. The vertical axis is the net revenues minus the properly calculated and traced AB costs through that multi-stage cost assignment network. The horizontal axis is the cumulative buildup of the profit, but it's rank ordered starting with the most profitable product, the second most profitable product, and so on and so forth. The very last data point will exactly reconcile with the P&L. So like in this real company's example, they had 30 million in revenues, 28 in expenses to net out a $2 million profit. That's the last data point. There's always organization shock when the executive team and everybody sees this graph. Because in this case, it said, look, you made roughly $8 million of unrealized profit on 3/4 of your most profitable products. You lost $6 million on the remainder to net out a 2. In their belief system, without ABC, this graph is this little blue line with a little hook at the end saying, oh yeah, some of our products are unprofitable. They don't realize the magnitude. And the problem is all of that broad average butter spreading is crushing and suppressing any accuracy. The blue line and the ABC modeling scheme, the multi-stage cost assignment, is detecting all that diversity and variation and creating the top line. So the top line's the truth, the bottom line, the blue line, is false. Now, some of you may be asking, what do you do about the unprofitable products? Do we abandon them? No, that could be a mistake. Because in some cases, like let's use an example of a men's blades and razor example. You may be selling the razor at a little loss, but you're going to make up the money with selling the blades. So you have to combine them. But here's the point. And if you remember anything from this 60 minutes, remember this: in the absence of facts, anybody's opinion is a good one. In the absence of facts, anybody's opinion is a good one. But usually the biggest opinion wins, which is the opinion of the boss, or the boss of the boss. So to the degree that they're making decisions on gut feel or intuition or their so-called sixth sense or flawed and misleading data like the blue line or office politics, the organization is at risk. Now, some of you may be saying, Gary, you're beginning to persuade me that we probably should be doing activity-based costing in our organization. But it would be a mudslide of data. There'd be 2,000 activities in it. The IT department would have extract driver quantities for all those 2,000. Every employee would have to fill out a daily timesheet, and employees hate timesheets, and so on and so forth. Those are all misconceptions. But the problem is That was the belief in the past. And so some organizations failed at implementing ABC. The models were way too large, way too complex. No one could understand them. They were not maintainable. I came up with a technique to implement an activity-based costing system in 3 weeks. And here's how it can be done. And incidentally, any consultants that are listening to this webinar, if you want to directly contact me, I can train you how to do this for your clients. It starts with a 1-day workshop, 5, 6, 7 cross-functional employees in the room. First, build a very high-level ABC model. We use commercial software, doesn't have to be purchased by the client. The next morning, bring in the line managers and the executives. They see what was constructed by these 6 or 7 people. Very engaging because it's their own company. The light bulbs go on with everybody. Oh, that's how we get rid of that butter spreading. Oh, that's how we can validate our pricing. Oh, that's how we can see our profit margins layer by layer like an onion skin. Oh, well, that's how we can do benchmarking with apples on apples, not apples and oranges and so forth. Then a couple of iterations for a week or 2 to decompose the model, start replacing some of the percentage estimates. Because when you do model 0, it's all percentages, 10, 10, 80, 30, 30, 40. Allocating is always normalizes to 100%. In 3 weeks, you've got a permanent, repeatable ABC production system, not 6 months, and it's right size, good enough. Make your mistakes early and often, not later when the system is too hard to change. Why does rapid prototyping work? It has to do with this diagram. The vertical axis is the accuracy of what you might want to know. Let's say it's a product cost or an SKU. The horizontal axis is the administrative effort to conduct the data, calculate the data, validate the data, report the data. You'll always get an asymptotic curve where the accuracy goes up relatively quickly and then levels off to the right with diminishing returns on extra accuracy for the extra level of effort of work. What rapid prototyping does is it creates this big, thick black line. Notice we get accuracy up to 95% in just a little bit of effort. So stop there. Good enough. Don't go into hundreds and thousands of activities. A typical ABC model will have 50 to 70 activities. That's good enough. It's good enough for people to use the information. Now this is not external statutory reporting for government agencies. It's correct. If you get the statutory reporting wrong, you go to jail. But if you get the management accounting wrong, you don't go to jail. It just has to be, good enough. So this is why this method of rapid prototyping is more sufficient. I love this cartoon. You've got this answer board. To the left, simple but wrong. To the right, complex but right. Look how many are taking the left path. The convenient, simple but wrong. The CFOs and the accountants say, oh, we'll allocate that indirect overhead like spreading butter across bread, labor hours, because it's convenient, that data exists. Very few are taking the right path, which is to do activity-based costing. Notice on the left path, they're falling off the cliff, meaning with that bad, flawed data, they're going bankrupt. Now, let's talk about customer profitability. Excuse me. The value of a company is a function of the value from its customers. The only value a company will ever create is the value that comes from its customers, the current ones and the new customers acquired in the future. To remain competitive, one must determine how to keep customers longer, grow them into bigger customers, make them more profitable, serve them more efficiently, and acquire relatively more profitable customers like your existing profitable customers. But we've got a couple of problems. One is the accountants are not calculating customer profitability. They're stopping halfway down the income statement to just gross profit margin analysis. They're not including channel distribution expenses, marketing expenses, selling expenses, and cost to serve expenses. We need to go below the line. So, products and standard service lines is not the only thing you should compute costs for. What about all the costs that have nothing to do with making the products and delivering the standard service lines? The problem with traditional accounting's product gross profit margin reporting is you don't see the bottom half of the picture. And I'm going to make a case that the bottom half, the distribution, selling, marketing, is more important than the top half. Visually, what I'm saying is if the entire rectangle in this diagram is your total expenses, then the shaded is only what the CFO and the accountants are calculating costs. But what about the distribution, sales, marketing, general accounting? It's more important. Now, we've got another problem. angel customers, and demon customers. What do I mean by this? Every company has high and low maintenance customers. Example of high maintenance customers, these are the demon customers. They're always changing the delivery schedule. They're always demanding special, not standard product, always returning goods, always calling help desk. The low maintenance customers, your angel customers, you love them. They never do any of those, only buy standard, never change delivery schedule, never call help desk, never return goods. If those two types of customers, polar opposites, bought the same volume, same mix at the same price, they're not equally profitable. Why? Because the high maintenance demon customers are creating so much extra cost for you that it's eroding your profitability and making them less profitable. But what really caught my attention of this book was the subtitle, Discover Which Type of Customers, Which and Turbocharger Stock Price. That's why we need to connect customer value creation to shareholder wealth creation. The real message here is sales volume is not equivalent to the profitability. So just because you got a high sales customer doesn't automatically make them proportionally profitable. Incidentally, this book was authored by two marketing faculty at Columbia University in New York. It doesn't talk about management accounting, so I would not buy the book to understand management accounting. What ABC does, and this is a decomposition of the multi-stage cost assignment network. I'm not going to take you through it. It is in that 20-page paper. But as we bring in and trace and assign the activity cost from left to right, what's happening is layer by layer by layer in the onion skin, the profit is being eroded. And this allows us to create a profit and loss statement for each customer. And you notice the margins are layered by an onion skin. If I've got 50 activities, I'm going to have 50 layers of margin. So a lot of visibility and transparency to support analysis. Now, notice in this fictitious case, this customer had a 30% product gross profit margin. But between the 30 and the 8, 22 more points of profitability are eroded, nothing to do with making the product, all with distribution, selling, and marketing expenses. So if you calculate those two broad swaths for each customer, you can put them on a grid that looks like this, where each circle intersection is a customer. And notice the most profitable customers are at the upper left, and the unprofitable customers are in the bottom right. Why? Because the profitable ones, they're buying high profit, gross profit margin from you, and they're easy to serve. The unprofitable ones are buying low profit margin mix from you. They're difficult to serve. So now the name of the game is move the dots, move the customers from the bottom right to the upper left and shake. That would be another presentation by some other webinar about how to improve customer profitability. But two examples that they would do in that webinar is unbundling and fee-based. The banks have been charging extra fees for depository accounts. The airlines charge you an extra fee for baggage, or if you want to switch from a middle seat to an aisle seat. So charge that extra amount of money. That's one way, and there are many other ways to move those dots from the upper right. So what's really happening here is there's a shift in the CFO's emphasis. The CFO typically is basically pounding on operations, get their costs down. They need to shift their attention to marketing and sales so they can better target which types of customers to go after. The spending budget for sales and marketing is critical, but it should be treated as a preciously scarce resource to be aimed at generating the highest long-term profits for shareholders and owners. So this means answering questions like, which type of customer is attractive to newly acquire, to retain, to grow, or to win back, and which types of customers are not attractive. And then for the customers that are attractive, the second question is, how much should we optimally spend attracting, retaining, growing, or recovering each customers? And why do I have optimally in quotation, in italics? It is an optimization. Why? Because you can destroy shareholder wealth in two ways. Remember the subtitle of the book, Discover Which Type of Customers, Which and Turbocharge Your Stock Price. Well, you can destroy shareholder creation one way by overspending unnecessarily on loyal customers for what is needed to retain them. So, you're whining and dining them, really giving them a lot of service. They were going to buy the same volume, mix, same price anyway. So you wasted money. But you can also destroy shareholder wealth by underspending on marginally loyal customers who you're not giving any attention, you're not contacting, you're not basically treating them well, and you risk their defection to a competitor. So in the end, what is the optimum spending level for differentiated services? Because you can think of it kind of like a bell-shaped curve, you know. I don't want to, or it's like Goldilocks, if you're familiar with the three beds. I don't want to overspend, but I'd also want to underspend. So the CFO and the accountants can help provide what is that best level of spending in terms of services. Now, I am going to start concluding with a way to understand how to do process improvement using activity-based costing. What this is a more simple version of the multi-stage cost assignment network. Remember, at the top, we've got the resource expenses, salary, wages, depreciation, rent, utilities, and so forth. In the middle, what I've got is the different departments, and the X's in the boxes are in activity. So remember, there's maybe 30 to 50 activities. With activity-based costing, the assignment, we then reassign the activities to the products, to the types of orders, you know, large orders, small orders, international orders, and eventually the customers. That's the predator food chain, remember? So that ABC is used strategically. Its main purpose is strategic. We want to know, where do we make or lose money? We want visibility, transparency. But the process people, the lean management, you know, what they're saying to themselves is, I don't care where we make or lose money. I want us to make or lose money, but that's for marketing and sales to know. What I want to do is reduce our cost, reduce our cycle time reduction, you know, so I want to use a technique like lean management. And so the beauty of activity-based costing is, notice, we can take the exact same activity costs, but now string them together horizontally like pearls in a necklace. Imagine a necklace with all of the pearls, the X's of the pearls. And with that, then the managers can start seeing, you know, what are called the processes. And now those of you who are older may remember Michael Hammer. Anybody remember Michael Hammer from the 1970s? Some of you weren't even born in the 70s. Michael Hammer wrote a famous book called Business Process Reengineering, BPR. That was the acronym. And what he advocated is, he said, tilt the organization 90 degrees, focus on the end customers and how they place demands on work on you, not the, you know, organization chart, you know, which is all with all of its silos. And then people like Ernst & Young and Deloitte and KPMG started to create these process diagrams of different processes. And the most, if you will, dominant process is order fulfillment. Take the order, complete the order. So with these process maps, I'm going to show you, then we would basically call what are called value stream maps. So by stringing the pearls together, what you're looking at here is each of the boxes, each of the rectangle is an activity. The vertical height is the amount of cost in the activity. And then what the lean management people will do is they'll score or tag the activities as value added or non-value added, or maybe a range in between. And so this then allows them to focus, because their interest is cost reduction, cycle time reduction, quality improvement, and so forth. And that allows them, if you will, to lower the cost, which increases the profitability of the organization. So I'm going to start concluding, and Jake, maybe I am going to have time for Q&A, with a major frustration that I've got. What is taking so long for organizations to implement these enterprise performance management methods? Things like the strategy map and the balance score, driver-based rolling financial forecast budgeting, activity-based costing. What's taking so long? Why has the adoption rate been so slow, including supply chain management, performance management, measurements, and costing? Well, why is the adoption rate? What are the barriers? Here are three barriers. The first one are technical barriers. They are IT related. Things like dirty data, you know, so someone put poor source in for data when they first entered it into the system, you know. But the IT department has a technique, a method, a tool actually called extraction, transform, and load, ETL. so it can clarify the data. Let me give you an example of ETL. Let's say we're a larger company with multiple divisions. Reliance Electric in India would be a good example. Many, many different divisions. But we want at the corporate headquarters to do a negotiate volume-based price reduction with one of our major suppliers. But here's the problem, and let's use an example. The supplier is General Electric. In one of the divisions, though, in their purchase, if you will, in their purchasing system, you know, the purchasing database, they have GE. The other division's got General Electric, fully spelled out. Another one's got GEN''L Electric. Well, those are three different spellings for the same company. What ETL will do is it'll collect all three, actually all of the divisions, if you will, purchasing database, and it'll select what is going to be the standard we'll use, like General Electric, and then it'll replace that into all of the systems. Now we can then bring in all the purchase history with General Electric across all the divisions, and now we've got information to go negotiate price reduction with General Electric. Another IT problem is multiple hardware. So maybe one division's got Dell, one's got IBM, one's got Hewlett-Packard, but the IT department could address that. The second barrier and obstacle is this perception of excess complexity and affordability. And, you know, I gave you the example earlier about ABC. I'm sure many of you, when I started to even mention ABC, you said, oh, I heard about activity-based cost. It doesn't work. It's too complex. I know my brother-in-law worked for a company. They tried to implement it. It didn't work there, so they stopped using it. No, ABC is just full absorption costing done correctly, but you need to right-size it. So the technique like the rapid prototyping, remember I showed you that in 2 to 3 weeks, you can have a permanent, repeatable, reliable production system. So that shouldn't be a barrier. Incidentally, those of you who may be interested in implementing a strategy map with the balanced scorecard, the Kaplan and Norton, send me an email. I did not talk about it in this presentation, but I have a technique to get the executives in the room, produce a strategy map with all of the strategic objectives and the 4 perspective strategy map, identify the projects to accomplish them and the KPIs in 2 days. So it's again based on a rapid prototyping technique. But the biggest problem has got nothing to do with technology, nothing to do with software, nothing to do with systems. It's about people. And it starts with a resistance to change. You know, people like the status quo. You know, don't rock my boat. You know, I like what we're doing now. Or fear of others knowing the truth. Oh, activity-based costing. I don't want the other managers to know what my costs are. Fear of being measured. Fear of being held accountable. Oh, I don't want to be monitored. I don't want to be. And I'll just say it, weak leadership. You know, not every executive team has the highest IQ. So you really do need some really leadership that's got vision and inspiration that people will follow. You know, if leaders without followers, they're just taking a walk in the park. So your success depends on how well and how fast the right information and intelligence gets to the right people. And Sheikh, I had not anticipated, I really talk fast, and we don't have to go for the next 15 minutes, but how would you like to what would you like to do now? Are there any questions or comments? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Gary, we can hear you.
Oh, good. I thought we lost you.
No. I was just searching for Sheikh. I believe he stepped onto a call, which was important. Just a second. I'll just let him know that the session has ended. We surely have a few questions to be addressed. Give me a minute.
I'm patient.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just my mute.
And those of you who hopefully are still listening to me, there is another speaker. There's another speaker, Prashant Southakal, who will be talking about data analytics. I'm a very good friend with Prashant. To be honest, I'm an advisor to his company in Ottawa, Canada. Prashant and I are both Northwestern University Kellogg MBAs, and if you got a chance to listen to Prashant's presentation, it'll be really well worth it.
He had actually Prashant's session was the first one today.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's archived and people didn't see it, go listen to Prashant again.
Yeah. His session was the first one. So it was 10 o'clock Indian Standard Time. I think it's 10:30 Canada time. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was wonderful session, Mr. Gary. So it was really a fantastic session. Okay. So Gary, the concept of supply chain costing and performance management in the context of supply chain organizations. Okay. So what do you advise, especially for the mid-size and smaller organizations who are doing good business? So how can they embark into a performance management for their supply chains in a very simple step-by-step way? Okay, I know the conceptual, there is no question of disagreement. Everybody agrees that the methodology what you have just explained makes sense for them. Okay, but how to start the journey and how to make it very simple step-by-step approach? Can you just give a quick briefing and advice for the organizations to do it? Okay.
Well, first of all, I'm often asked, does this only apply to large conglomerates with multiple divisions? How many employees does one need to successfully and get benefit from this? And my answer is 25. 25 employees, small organization. And why do I just choose 25? The thing that really drives complexity is the diversity and variation of the products and services. So even with a company with 25, if you go to their warehouse or you're going to see dozens and dozens of products, colors, sizes, ranges. And so typically, even with a company with 25, maybe 10 of their employees are the direct laborers. Hope we're still there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 10 of the employees are direct laborers. 15 are in the office that are indirect. They're the overhead. So you still want to basically trace and assign the indirect expense of the overhead. So 25. But the question here, I've sort of partly answered, is how to get started. The rapid prototyping method that I described, and if people really want to send me an email and I can send you a document. The building the model in one day with a workshop, bringing in the executives the next day, that gets the buy-in, a couple of iterations. That's a way to go. Let me briefly describe the rapid prototyping or the strategy map and the balanced scorecard, because I'm really a believer that strategy management is key. Most executives' biggest frustration, remember when I went through the 8 forces, was failure to successfully implement the strategy. And in the US, there's measurements that the turnover rate of CEOs in North America is increasing every year. And that's because board of directors are impatient and with their governance responsibility. So if the CEO is not implementing the strategy, Carly Fiorini at Hewlett Packard, they're gone. So here's the way I do rapid prototyping in one day. The night before, I have the 6 or 7 CXOs fill out 20 yellow Post-its. You're familiar with the yellow Post-it with SWOT, SWOT, strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat. In the morning when they come in, I have across the wall, left to right, the 4 perspectives of the Kaplan and Norton strategy map: learning and growth, the process, to customer, to finish. Put the yellow Post-it under one of those 4. Easy to do. Then I say, go back to the wall and look at other of these from the other people and move this yellow Post-its adjacent to others that are similar. And guess what? There'll be 2 or 3 clusters of yellow Post-its under each 4 perspective. That's the strategic objectives that are in the strategy map. That's 10 o'clock in the morning. We've got the rest of the day now for each one. What are the projects, the initiative, the core process, what's KPIs? So I'm back to the person who asked the question, how do we get started? See, I've just given you 2 examples. I'm a big on crawl, walk, run, fly, soar. You got to crawl like a baby. You know, start small, think big. And the beauty of iterations through these, if you will, rapid prototyping, is you learn at each step. Oh, and you learn, oh, well, let's change that. We make a mistake because our goal is to get a permanent, repeatable production system, but we also want to get it in just a few weeks. So that's my answer to that question. Is there another question?
Yeah. So basically, see, when we talk about supply chain organizations, then so we have like a third-party logistic providers. So they have a very specific operations, like in the warehousing, in the fleet operations. They talk about order fulfillment kind of thing. So when you take an example of warehouse management, say, management operations in 3PL, okay. So one of the very very obvious problem is, so they have like 100 deliveries. They give importance for all of them in equal way. Okay, whether it is a cost or it's a service level or whatever. So, but there is no some sort of weightage for each delivery, or some sort of the performance management applied. So because not all these deliveries are not profitable at the same level. So the way you pay attention should be different. Okay. So the how can we implement activity-based costing kind of thing in this environment?
I think I would combine 2 benefits from ABC. The first one is the customer profitability, because which customers are more important, which are less important or attractive, whatever you want to say. So we can start prioritizing. But we also need to know more accuracy about our cost. Let me just share an anecdote. 2 years ago, I was brought in. I get I'm 75, but different consulting firms will subcontract me. I was subcontracted to go to Pittsburgh, US, to implement ABC for Federal Express. I think everybody that's listening is familiar with, Federal Express. It was Federal Express ground in Pittsburgh. And the issue with Federal Express then is they've got a competitor coming in, which is Amazon. Amazon that did, Amazon starting to deliver packages, also the US post offices. But the Federal Express didn't really know enough about profitability by package size, by truck, by type of truck, by route, by rural versus interstate in the city. Just imagine the delivery out in a farmland, at a farmhouse, compared to just dropping it off at a place in the city. And so notice the combination of size of package, type of truck, big truck, small truck. So you would also need to know your profit margins combined with which customer is more or less attractive. So I don't know whether I'm properly answering the question of the person, but come on, activity-based costing just makes sense. And the absence of activity-based costing, I'm going to get in trouble here, I think is irresponsible act on the CFO. So if there's some CFOs listening, I'm surprised they just didn't cut off or send you, Sheikh, an email and say, that man insulted me. But here's the opportunity for CFOs and accountants. Bring value to your organization. Your line managers, they want better information. They deserve better information. So you need to provide it to them, and you'll be praised. They'll be applauding you if you help them. That's my brief answer. Not brief.
So so one more important point is, whenever we talk about activity-based costing, So people think about very sophisticated software kind of thing. Okay, I think in one of your lecture at some point, and so you just mentioned that you can do it in a simple way also. Can you just advise how can we they start simple and then maybe do it in a simple tools like Excel or something to start with, and then scale up? Okay, what do you advise?
I am not a fan of using Excel for ABC. It's columns to rows, and an ABC, the multi-stage cost assignment network, is really more of a modeling. You know, costing's modeling. It's not T accounts and journal entries with debits and credits. I have a list of 10 commercial ABC software vendors. If someone's interested, there's one I'll name Cost Perform. They're in Amsterdam, Netherlands. There's My ABCM. They're in Sao Paulo, Brazil, but their customers and clients are all over. Those tools are not very expensive. And if you do the rapid prototyping technique with the consultant and a facilitator, and I can train people how to facilitate, you don't have to purchase the software at the beginning. It's really used to just, you know, see what it's going to look like. Most 99% of them, after you've done it, you then buy the software, but it's not that expensive. So you're asking what's a simple way. It's not, you know, there's called the KISS rule. You may have heard the KISS rule, keep it simple, stupid. But you may not have heard the corollary, the LOVE rule, LOVE, leave out virtually everything. So it can't be too simple, but we want to at least make it achievable and understandable.
Perfect, sir. Any final thoughts, any advice for the participants? Because we
Yes,
have many people are in, yeah.
I have, let's see, my clock says 27, so we have 3 minutes. I have 2 concluding thoughts. The first one is this: in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. If your competitors don't have the visibility and facts, and you do, because now you've got ABC visibility, transparency, you become the king, you dominate. The second observation, and this is more serious, is I believe in the past, the best executives and best leaders had the best answers. Today, I do not think that's the case. Today, I think the best leaders and best executives have the best questions. There's too much volatility. There's too much complexity. There's too much uncertainty for those leaders to rely on their sixth sense or their gut feel, you know, or their intuition, or the types of answers they had earlier in their career that got them promoted to the executive level. They need to create a culture of investigation and discovery and tolerance for making mistakes, as long as you learn from your mistakes. So I'm really advocating what Prashant Southakal talked about, analytics, data science. It's here. Thank you very much, Sheikh, to Data Labs and Fruition for inviting me to present again.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So thank you all participants for enjoying the sessions today. So we have upcoming lecture. Deep, is Chris joined?
Chris might take a couple of minutes to join.
Minutes, okay. So yeah. So so let did he give a message or so?
Yeah, it is sent.
Okay. 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 So just before our next speaker, Chris join, so so let us have a quick round of see. Today is a very wonderful session. So we talk about data analytics in the morning, and then we talk about supply chain planning, followed by warehouse layout and operations optimization. We talk about risk management today. We talk about supply chain execution systems, and then overview of supply chain management. We talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning applications in supply chain. And then just we finished costing, supply chain costing and performance management. So wonderful thing, wonderful subjects to hear, and wonderful, very experienced speakers of international standard. So thank you very much, participants, for staying tuned all the way. We will be talking about, we'll be having a session with very interesting topic, very interesting topic, which is supply stress testing on supply chains through digital trends. So let's wait for a minute or two. Chris White joins from United States. Okay, so is. Mhm. So if you have any questions or something, we will be happy to discuss. If any participants. Okay, so any questions or anything from your side, participants? Please feel free. So we will be happy to discuss about your questions. So just let's wait for a minute or so to join Chris. Mhm. So Deep, did you try to ping Chris? Maybe I have his. Okay, so with Chris here, let me just bring. Just I want to make sure. Yeah, I'm just chatting with him. I think he's joining. Yeah. So let me share the WebEx link to Chris White, Chris Wallace. Deep, did he respond?
No, he hasn't seen the message. He's online, but he is not looking at the message.
Maybe he's trying to join.
I'm not sure. But he is online on LinkedIn.
Yeah. Let's wait for a minute. Let's wait for a minute. It's very interesting session. Very interesting. It's completely new topic what he's going to present today.
చేయడం సాధ్యపడలేదు.
Just we are waiting for Chris White. I think he's online. He's just select. He liked my post. Is any confusion on the timing? He liked it. What happened? So please bear with us for a few minutes. He liked the comment 2 minutes ago. So Deep, can you ask participants if there is any specific question or just to consolidate? If there is any possibility? Can open the mic and check it. So let me, I'm trying to reach him. He's online actually.
Yeah, so all the participants now have access to unmute themselves. So if they have any questions from any of the sessions right from the morning, we can have them participate.
He must have confused with the timing. I'm not sure. Okay, can I make sure? Yes. He's online. Please stay participants couple of minutes because he's one of the best speaker we have today. So let's wait for him. Maybe he has a difficulty in joining. He can't see the send a message. Let him give it a call to his mobile. Try. Ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to reach Chris White. Give us a couple of minutes to figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, Chris has responded. He's joining in a couple of minutes. He mistook the time basically. So that is the reason. He was thinking he still had 45 minutes to join. So yes, he's joining. Okay.
You share the link, right? Already?
Yeah, it is already shared.
There must be, because I think he's in New York or so. I'm not sure.
He is somewhere in Central Time, basically. Yeah, that's the confusion. Chris has joined.
Hi, sorry about that.
Yeah. Hi, Chris. Good morning. How are you doing?
Hi, we're 1 hour off. I'm sorry, based on the email. So my apologies for being late.
Is it a daylight saving or what?
It may be, but I still, by my time, I've got 45 minutes. My apologies. My apologies. We can get started. I hope
sir.
I haven't.
No problem. No problem. Yeah. Thank you for making it.
You bet.
Yeah. So we had a very interesting session today, and people are waiting for your session. So just let me introduce Chris White. Quick introduction is we are talking about a topic, stress testing of supply chains through digital twins. It's a unique topic. Mr. Chris White, let me give you a quick introduction. Mr. Chris White is a co-founder and CEO of SCM Blocks, United States. So Chris White, a seasoned expert in strategic, operational and tactical issues, excels at phases of product and system development. His specialties include Six Sigma, Lean, organizational design, modeling, project management, strategic planning, risk management, and of course, supply chain management and team facilitation, ensuring a quality and efficiency across diverse projects. So I have seen fantastic solution SCM Blocks from Chris, and I enjoyed it. I had a demo, and I wanted to introduce SCM Blocks to all the participants. So over to you, Mr. Chris. Good morning, and please, you can introduce yourself in a much better way, and then please proceed.
Oh, no, that was great. Thank you so much, Shaikh. And my apologies, everyone, for being late. I'm over in the U.S. and we goofed up on timing. So we'll get going here. So thank you. So let me share my screen, and we will get started. Let me make sure everybody can see.
Yeah, we can see it.
This screen, and now let me do that. And can everyone see this? Does this still work, Shaikh?
We are able to see the screen, but it is very small. Is it something?
Okay, so let me, we're going to have to do this a little differently then. Hang on just a second. It won't let me go into presentation mode. So can everybody, if I do, let me try this again. If I do it this way, let me make sure everyone can see well enough. Okay, I'll do it this way.
Yeah, maybe you can put
and is that big?
We can see it now.
Yeah.
You can put a slideshow.
It does not like it. Okay, it does not like it when I go into the presentation mode. So I'll keep it just like this and instead go through sort of slide by slide. So
no problem.
So thank you again. We're running a little bit late. We'll get this done though, and hopefully still have time for some questions at the end if anybody.
Your time and
if anybody wants.
Take
Okay.
Your time. Yeah.
Well, anyway. Okay, take my time. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for the introduction. I think that was a good introduction. I've spent probably 30 years doing modeling and simulation, and probably about 25 years of that was applying that modeling and simulation to supply chain. So I've done this for quite a while. We do have a product, SCM Blocks, that does this. But what I want to talk to you about is just overall the idea of stress testing supply chains, because that is not necessarily done today. And stress testing, you'll see when we get into it, is kind of more of a long-term strategic view of the supply chain, which is missing today. And so we'll start there. The new reality, as we know, whoops, yeah, this is, give me just a sec, sorry about that. The new reality, as we know, is there's all these things happening. You got now, thanks to the pandemic and all these other disruptions, Panama Canal, Red Sea, you name it, there are all these huge impacts on supply chains now from a strategic standpoint. But the software and techniques we have are great at understanding what's happening today and tomorrow and next week, but they don't quite have the technology for looking long term in addressing some of these risks. So we need something like this. We need something. These are a couple of quotes from articles. Here's Harvard Business Review saying we need a stress test for critical supply chains. Supply chain movement stress testing uncovers supply chain vulnerabilities. Here's something from Forbes, and I've kind of highlighted down there. It's called New Rules, New Tools. But legacy supply chain tools just weren't designed for this level of insight. A new approach is needed. So we've been in the business of trying to incorporate this capability. And if you ever have any doubts, here's some real world examples. Here's Boeing that doubled the production of its wide body aircraft, did not prepare the supply chain for that, and ended up not getting parts. And so they had aircraft sitting on the production line waiting, and they had to write off $2.6 billion for that hiccup. Here's KFC, which not sure where they are necessarily globally, but this is in Europe, where KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, ran out of chicken. Quite interesting. $300 million impact. And here, this is an article by a news station in the U.S. where the chip shortage that we've been seeing over the last couple of years has amounted to about $240 billion of financial impact. So these are not small impacts. These are big things that take time to sort of play out. And so we want to be in that business of understanding that. So we need to do something better. However, what we find, this is a study by the Supply Chain Risk Management Consortium, and they call it the strategic risk paradox. And it's very interesting. What you see on this chart is the blue bar on the right of each of these is the amount of time that we spend. So those blue bars add up to 100%. The red bars show the overall financial impact to the company. And they're on the left, and they're the red bars, and they add up to 100%. And what's interesting is we find that we spend 42% of our time on operational risks, the short-term tactical risks, but they create only 9% of the total financial impact. Conversely, we spend only 6% of our time. That blue line is way down at 6, but the red line is at 86%. The strategic risks and issues like the ones we just showed have an 86% impact on the total financial situation for a company, but yet we spend just a very, very small amount of time on that. So when we actually do something for strategy or long-term planning, we use a spreadsheet, and this is a report by McKinsey & Company. And so 73% of companies use a spreadsheet to do their long-term supply chain planning. So we use the simplest tool to try to help us understand and solve problems that are worth millions, if not billions of dollars, as we saw in those examples. So we're just left with this real simple tool, which isn't enough. We can't do that. We don't have the data, some people say. And so we're stuck with a spreadsheet trying to do that. We don't have the ability, we don't have the data to get into actually looking at supply chains like we want to long term. So I want to introduce something to you, because this is where the stress testing, the power of the stress testing comes from, is a different approach. And I want to pull this picture up, and this is just any process or system, let's just say. You've got inputs to that system, the activities that occur in that system or process or whatever, and then there are results of that system. So you've got input variables, all these actions and activities and operations that occur, and then results. I want to introduce two types of modeling to you. One is called statistical modeling, and that's what we use mostly today. If you've heard of regressions or correlations, those have to do AI, machine learning. They all use statistics. They care very much about the data. So what happens in statistical modeling is it attempts to look to the future by extrapolating or looking at the past data in their trends and patterns, things that we've seen in the past. So this approach ends up being very, very dependent on good, high quality data, because the model itself is based on data. Now, it focuses on the results. So it focuses on data coming out of whatever process or system we're looking at. Notice it doesn't care about the process or system. It doesn't care what activities occur, what decisions we're making. It just simply says, I'm going to judge this system or process only by the data that comes out of it. So what's interesting is it does not do well to use this kind of model for forecasting if we don't have data that shows us what happens. So if we've never experienced it in the past, then it's impossible for us to create a good model for looking forward. And so that kind of embodies statistical forecasting, which is what we primarily do today. So what enables the stress testing of supply chains, like we're going to talk about, is what I call structural modeling. And now structural modeling instead looks at the activities. It actually doesn't care much about the results. Instead, it opens that black box of the activities and it says, I'm going to build a model that replicates and mimics these activities and decisions that we make. So the operations themselves. So we got statistical modeling that doesn't look at operations and only looks at data. And now we've got structural modeling, which is the opposite. It looks at the operations and doesn't look at the data. Now, I'm not going to say that data is not important, but when you're building a structural model, you actually don't need data at all. You just need the interrelationships and the interconnections among all the actions and decisions that happen, all those operations. Now, data is great and helps. If you have it, it's not required, but if you have it, then it helps you calibrate the model, make the model more meaningful, increases the realism of the model and all that. So what's interesting is because the structural modeling approach focuses on the cause and effect linkages and the operations, then it's actually a good way to look to the future because you can look at situations that you've never had before. Because as they make their way through the decisions and activities and operations, then the system adjusts and does what it would do. And so you can look at situations that you've never seen before. So when we start looking at long-term versus short-term, I want to kind of draw this out. And we've got time on the x-axis at the bottom and our results, whatever, some sort of data going up on the vertical axis. And so here are the past results, and they get us to this point in time. And now we're going to do a statistical forecast. Well, what's interesting is the system or process or whatever we're looking at, the momentum of that really doesn't change much in the short term. So the statistical forecast in the short term looks all right because the system itself really isn't going to make major deviations. What gets interesting is in the long term, where you really do finally see some big differences. And I've seen this in real life before, where projections go one way and the system goes the other, and we were able to predict the system going the other way. So decisions really, the long-term decisions, strategic decisions, are really only effective way out beyond the time horizon for which our forecast is valid and good. So all this happens beyond that. So we need a new approach for looking out there. And that's where the structural forecasting, the structural model, by capturing the operations and the processes and activities and decisions, it becomes the better way of looking long term to look at these situations. And it can capture these major changes in the system where you start to see the bullwhip effect and things like that, or I thought I was going up, but now I'm constrained and I go down. So it's very interesting. So let me just kind of summarize the pros and cons of each. And with statistical model, it is useful for the short term, mainly because the conditions really don't change much. So just about any forecast methodology is good in the short term. But by and large, we use that for the short term and it's good. And it's already built into a lot of our tools. So that's fantastic. The cons or the disadvantage is that sometimes it requires cleaning data, which can add bias, but we don't like that data point. It's a little too far out there, so we're going to remove that. So now it's not in the model anymore. And so that can kind of change the reality of that model. The statistical forecasting or modeling is also not effective for the long-term forecasts. And like I said, especially when conditions are different in the future, because now our past data has no relevance to what's happening in the future. So all the data that we use to build the model are no longer valid. And also, since it treats all the activities, the system itself, as a black box, it doesn't include any of the actions or decision making, the adjustments that managers and executives make. Oh, we're high, we're going to adjust and go lower. All that is not included. It only looks at data. Structural modeling, on the other hand, is kind of the flip-flop. It incorporates all these operations and cause and effect, or causal actions and decisions. And because it includes those management feedback loops of making adjustments, oh, we've got too much inventory, so let's not order as much the next time, or we don't have enough, let's order more. So it can actually show how things change as conditions change, and it can make the adjustments. And it is better for the long-term forecasting because it captures all that cause and effect. Now, the cons, the disadvantages of structural modeling is in the short term, it really doesn't offer anything different, because again, in the short term, just about any modeling methodology will work because the system has momentum and the data is really not going to change all that much in the short term. So structural modeling doesn't really add any value. And another disadvantage is that none of the tools out there right now, ERP or supply chain management tools, actually contain this methodology. So it would need to be added. And that's, of course, why we developed SCM blocks, is to be an add-on to these. So I want to go back with the initial title was stress testing through the use of a digital twin. And now I want to talk about what is a stress test and what a structural model can actually do. So I'm going to give an example here, or actually I'll say two examples of comparison. And what we have on the left is a supply chain where I've got an OEM. I'm the OEM, the original equipment manufacturer. So I'm the manufacturer here, and I have three suppliers. So this is on the left. And I call this wide and shallow. So as the OEM, I'm getting three parts, and I'm getting them from three different suppliers, and I'll pull them together and put them into a final assembly. On the right, I'm going to look at a slightly different structure. Now I'm deep, I'm narrow and deep. So I have a tier 1, that tier 1 has a tier 2, that tier 2 has a tier 3. And again, it's three different things, but in this model, the tier 3 provides to the tier 2, who adds a little bit. The tier 2 then gives that to the tier 1, who adds a little bit. Then it comes to the OEM, who does the final finishing assembly. So roughly the same supply chain. Now what we're going to do is introduce a bump into the system. So what I'm going to do, I'm showing you this graph on the left, and what those variables are we can get into, but they're things like the blue line is raw material, so we're going to kind of focus there. All the other lines are production, deliveries, finished goods, but you'll notice that we start at the beginning in a relatively steady state, straight lines, and we finish in relatively steady state or straight lines. And of course, the real world is never truly steady state, but we can use that when we're talking about analyzing a system. We want it to be in steady state. We want to introduce a change. We want to see how the system responds to that change or perturbation. And then we want to see when it settles down or makes its final adjustments. How long does that take? So it's almost like, plucking the string on a guitar. Bing, we want to see how long that kind of takes. So that's what's happening here. And when we introduce this 20% bump, so you'll notice the blue lines at the beginning, and one's at 200. By that blue line for raw material at the end, it's like 220. So 220 or 240, something like that. I guess if it's a 20%, then it'd be 240. So, but you see this rise with that. And again, this is the OEM. We're not looking at all the suppliers. This is the impact on the OEM. We see that our raw material oscillates a little bit. We kind of, because of that bump, we order a lot. Well, here it all comes, and then we sort of adjust. So the raw material grows by 35% above what it was, and it takes about 26 weeks or 6 months to settle down in this situation. Now, looking at the other supply chain structure that's narrow and deep, exact same bump of 20%. We start at 200, we end at 240. But you'll notice, even just looking at it, you can immediately see that the curves are different. And so on the right, with the narrow and deep structure, what we see is this a massive overshoot in raw material, where it goes up to 70% above where we were. So the wide and shallow on the left goes up 35%. This one on the right goes up 70%. But it settles down a lot faster. So it's chaotic, but it quickly settles down at this new level of equilibrium. So you've got two different situations here. Which one's better? I don't know. That's not what it's trying to say. It's saying that each system responds differently to the exact same change in that system. And we've got one that takes a long time, but is a little bit more controlled. And we have one that's a little more chaotic, but it actually gets there faster. So it all depends on the situation of which one's better in this case. But what I'm primarily showing is how we can stress test and see the results, and almost like a scientific experiment where we only change one variable. In this case, it's the structure. Everything else is the same. All the agent models for each of those boxes is exactly the same. So just that one change causes this to happen. Well, what about disruptions? So that was interesting. That was a change in demand. Well, what about disruptions? So I'm going to use that same model that we saw, the narrow and deep, where I've got an OEM with 3 tiers. And the black box at the bottom represents that the disruption occurs there. So now I'm going to do a scientific experiment where I'm using the exact same structure. And the only difference is I'm going to have the disruption occur for 2 months at the tier 3, then the tier 2, then the tier 1. So the graph that we're looking at is for the OEM, not the tier 3 that had the disruption. It's for the OEM. And so this looks a lot like the last chart that we saw for the OEM. There's a disruption. I lose a little bit, then I overshoot because I'm making more orders, and then I kind of finally settle down. What happens when it's at the tier 2? Well, we see a slightly different. Now remember, everything's the same except for where the disruption occurs. So now if it occurs at tier 2, I see some similar dynamics. I see a dip and then a rise and everything. But you'll notice that dip compared to the tier 3, because the scales on these charts are exactly the same. That dip goes further down, and my overshoot is even more, and then it takes me longer to settle down. So the tier 2 is a lot worse on me, the OEM. Well, and if we look at a tier 1, then what we see is a huge drop. Again, all the scales are the same, exact same model. The only difference is where the disruption occurs. So now when the disruption occurs at tier 1, I see this significant dip, and then I finally pull out. And in fact, if that disruption kept going at the tier 1, I might actually run out of material and not be able to satisfy my customer. So very interesting. So what we see is 3 different situations. And in fact, what it ends up being is the tier 3, if a disruption occurs at tier 3, because I have a tier 2 and a tier 1 in between me and the disruption, I'm actually not that impacted. Everyone else between me buffers that disruption because they are making their adjustments as well. So the worst disruption for me is close to me. So my tier 1 suppliers are the worst. And then it gets less and less severe as it gets further down in the supply chain. So very, very interesting when you think about that. Now, I want you to notice that no specific data were used in this model. So I didn't have to emphasize, oh, there's exactly 173 happening here, and I didn't reveal any information. I didn't have to have a bunch of data to do this. You could see that just even without data, we could tell the difference, a relative difference, in which one is, quote, better, simply based on these kinds of simulations. So what's great also, you'll notice that we are only changing one thing, one variable, like a scientific experiment, one variable at a time. The structure, where the disruption occurs, everything else stays the same. And because it's a computer model, you can just run, tens, hundreds, thousands of simulations for all these different situations. But what's key is the simulations will start in dynamic equilibrium, so, relatively steady state, so that any changes that we see between 2 different graphs is solely and completely due to the single change that we made. and how that, all the different companies in the system are sort of reacting to that. So it's a very, very interesting. You don't need data, and you can kind of do this scientific approach. So I'm bringing up one of the graphs that I showed earlier, and I'm showing that the current methods that we use, we have network design, network optimization, and those are great where these arrows are pointing. In these steady state situations, they're great. They are good at being able to tell us what happens here and what we ought to do here. So they're only focused on this part right here. And so they are single point solutions. In situation A, here's what you need to do. In situation B, here's what you need to do. What they're missing, though, is this ability to look at this that happens in between, this dynamic change, the adjustments that everybody's making, everybody in the supply chain is making, and what happens in between these two steady state situations. What does it look like for me to go from A to B? Is it short? Is it long? Is it chaotic? I don't know. So that's where the stress testing and the structural model comes into play. Now, we talk a lot about supply chain resilience, and the thing with resilience is it's a system phenomenon. It is not one company is resilient. In a supply chain, it's the whole supply chain being resilient. So the only way to understand and assess resilience is to look at the supply chain and treat it as a system and stress that system through a digital twin. And that's what we're doing. And we want to see how that system reacts, how it recovers, how it responds to all these changes that occur. And so that's what we're doing with SCM blocks and the stress testing and using the digital twins for that. So I like to say that when we say supply chain management right now, it's a farce, it's a misnomer, it's bad usage of the word, because we don't actually manage supply chains. We manage pieces of the supply chain. We look at suppliers, our tier one suppliers, or we look at orders or inventory, but we rarely look at the entire supply chain from top to bottom to see what's happening in that whole system and how that whole system reacts, because I'm just one player in the system. There's all these other companies that are acting and reacting that I'm not accounting for. And even though I ordered 100 from my supplier, there's no guarantee. Even if I had a service level agreement that you must give me 100, there's no guarantee that I'll get 100 from my supplier if their supplier didn't give them 100. So there's a lot going on here, and you want to get into the rest of the chain. And this is where SCM blocks can actually stress test these deep supply chains, going deep, multiple tiers. I can look at if there's a fire that shuts this one facility down that's tier 4, or there's a hurricane in one area and I need to shift all my orders to another supplier. How long does that take to impact me? So with SCM blocks, we can stress test, I like to say, from top to bottom to top, because think of COVID, think of the bullwhip effect. Think of here in the United States, we had big issues with toilet paper and baby formula and personal protection equipment. We ran out and we saw these bullwhips that occurred. That's because the demand is so high, it clears out every tier of the supply chain. So the whole supply chain gets emptied from top to bottom. Then at the bottom, all the new products or materials are made, and it takes a while for that to go up the supply chain for the tier 4 to provide to tier 3 and get tier 3 back up, and for tier 3 to provide to tier 2 and get tier 2 back up. So it's really, we're looking at things that are major. We're not looking at small changes in demand. That's not interesting. Today's systems can handle that. We're looking at big changes. So we can do this, and as a digital twin, like I said, 10, 100,000 simulations to check every entity, every company in that supply chain for its vulnerability. What makes that company have trouble? Is it, if there was a disruption over here, did that cause trouble for this company over here? So we can look at disruptions anywhere in the supply chain, small disruptions, big disruptions. You just run more and more supply chains, and you can begin to kind of determine the weak areas of the supply chain and which areas are good at adapting, which ones are resilient, how long does it take to recover. You can just continue to, pound this model because it's a computer model, digital twin. Just run all these simulations, testing all sorts of variables and seeing the response of that system to those variables. So very interesting. These are a couple of things we're commercializing SCM blocks right now, but this is where we developed SCM blocks, was for the United States Department of Defense. So the military in the United States, and these are real world examples of what we did. Now, gray boxes are kind of covering some of the things that we can't show, but what you see over here on the left, what we did for this helicopter program was understand, first of all, they didn't realize there was a choke point. So we see, if you see at the top, there's prime, and at the bottom, there's depot, and they each kind of have their chains that eventually come to this choke point. So they actually thought those two supply chains were independent. So the first thing was, whoops, you got a choke point. So let's figure out what happens there. That ended up not being too bad. So we also wanted to see if the system could survive certain, we'll call them shocks or whatever, changes in demand, changes in what the military was going to do. And what you see over here on the right, the top line, it's a green line. The top line kind of comes down and it never goes to zero. The red line, the line at the bottom, does go to zero. That's something else. But the green line is the one we care about. And what we were able to show them is that they did not have to go back and ask for more money from the Congress, and which was on the order of $900 million. So we were able to avoid spending another $900 million because we showed them that under all the conditions that under all the situations that they thought they would experience, they would do fine with all the material that's already in their supply chain. So it's very interesting. Another one we did, again, I've grayed out anything that you can't see, but this was actually a much simpler model, but it ended up having a much bigger impact on the order of $1.2 billion, and this was an aircraft program. And I'm going to start with the graph that's on the right, the top graph, and you see a black line, but you see a bullwhip looking line. Now, where the black line and bullwhip line come together, I don't know if my cursor actually, if y'all can actually see my cursor, but right here, there's a red line, and you'll see there's a gap. And for this program, when you're trying to save lives, it's not about money. It's about having, the right system there for the military and saving lives. And they can't have this gap. So we started looking, and there were options for either adding capacity or moving inventory. And so their initial thought was, we're going to add capacity. So you see this in the middle chart, the black line goes up, and you'll see that it meets the top of the bullwhip. So they were able to handle that if that were to happen. But that costs a lot of money. And we came in and said, well, hang on, we've got this model, so let's start playing with other options in this model because it's free. Just run lots of simulations. That's fine. Just let the model tell you. And we were able to show that if they moved some inventory around and created a little extra inventory in certain places in this supply chain, they did not need to add capacity. And you'll see in the bottom chart, that black line of capacity and the green line, the bullwhip effect actually gets minimized, and they're able to survive with their current capacity. So they did not have to spend $1.2 billion to go add capacity to this one place in the supply chain. So it's very interesting. Another example, this was a missile program, and again, grayed out parts that you can't see. And I've just got a generic representation of part 1, part 2, part 3. And what we were able to show, now in this one, we didn't actually have a financial impact that we measured. Now we could go back and measure that, but that wasn't the purpose. The purpose was really to stress test this supply chain and check different levels of demand and make sure that everyone in the supply chain responded. So when it got to the OEM, the OEM stayed within certain bounds that they cared about, didn't go above this much and didn't go below this much. In terms of inventory, in terms of production. And so we were able to figure out kind of what the biggest disruption at different places in the supply chain, that what that biggest disruption could be that would allow the OEM to still stay within its margin. So it wasn't quite financial, but it was, again, trying to understand how the system responds. And what we were able to do with the this missile program is identify some key early warning indicators that as they watch these variables, then we have plans that say if that variable goes up, then do plan A. If that variable stays the same, then do plan B. And if that variable goes down, then do plan C. And so they have a playbook of all these responses, and they're just kind of watching the system to understand when to implement those responses. So again, those are real world examples of how you can stress test and use that. So SCM blocks can help understand what the vulnerabilities, understand and analyze vulnerabilities that you might have in your supply chain based on changes in demand. I'm switching from sole sourcing to multiple sourcing. What does that look like? How does that transition play out? We want to do it, but we don't know how long it's going to take. Is that 6 months? Is it 12 months? Am I going to suffer for a while that's happening? I don't know. So that's what we're doing. If there are long lead times, those often cause problems. If there are disruptions or delays, same things we've talked about. SCM blocks can also quantify or help you understand the resiliency of your system. How chaotic are the oscillations, the bullwhip effect? How chaotic will that be in your inventory and your production? How quickly can we recover and reach whatever new demand level or whatever new situation we're going to be in? And if we've got these big spikes from the bullwhip effect, what can we do to actually dampen those spikes a little bit so they're not as bad as could be? And last, just overall, by understanding all that, we can figure out ways to actually improve the performance of this supply chain system. Where can we move inventories that have the best impact or the best protection, the best impact? Can we alter our ordering patterns so instead of me doubling orders to my supplier, maybe I just increase by 25%, then another 25%, then another, and allow for the slow adjustment of my supply chain rather than hit it immediately with double the orders. So can I change my order patterns to minimize the volatility? Do I need to add or remove suppliers to kind of help me? If I've got one supplier here and that supplier is in a country that maybe is having trouble, or at least for the United States, we have an embargo or some sort of trade dispute, and so that country's cut off for a while. So how long does it take for me to set up another supplier somewhere else and use that supplier instead? We talked in this last example, or the example with the aircraft, do I need to add production capacity to be able to be ready for surges that might occur? So all of these things can be done with SCM blocks in some of the stress testing. So I'm going to kind of end there and leave that. And Shaikh, I'll turn it back over to you. I will stop. I don't see where I stopped sharing. Here it is. So I will start sharing now and turn that back over. Did that work?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it works. The presentation is now down. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I stopped sharing, so I took the presentation off so I can answer. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer some questions.
Yes, I'm sure. Sheikh must have a few questions.
So, Chris, very interesting. Actually it's a novel topic, building digital twins for supply chain stress testing. It's not something very simple. Okay, there is a lot of knowledge behind this, and how can we do a specific industries like see, we do have like industries around automotive, food and beverages, and then these are like pharma, so very popular supply chains in India.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you think we can adopt or we can try SCM blocks in this region, in these
Well,
use cases? What is your
yeah.
advice?
So, so what you saw obviously were military examples, but really SCM blocks doesn't care what the item is. SCM blocks becomes more powerful the more complicated that product is. So a car or some medical equipment or heavy equipment. If it's like, say, retail, I don't know if y'all have Walmarts over there, but big stores that sell a pair of jeans, that's not all that interesting for SCM blocks. But if you've got a refrigerator or, like I said, a car or anything that's very complicated, then that means the supply chain is complicated too. And so if you just think of the bill of material, what makes up this thing, if it's a lot of stuff, then that's where SCM blocks works. And again, SCM blocks doesn't care what the product is, it cares how complicated it is.
Okay, I think it's a classic use case is automotive, especially in India we have a lot of challenges, especially for the Tier 1 manufacturers. Okay, so there is a lot of uncertainty when it comes to Tier 1 or maybe Tier 2 suppliers. Okay, so if somebody going out of business, then the whole OEM has a deeper problem. Okay.
Yeah, well,
so that could be. Mhm.
I was going to add what's interesting is SCM blocks can be used no matter where you are in the supply chain. So all these examples showed the OEM, but let's say I make seats for a car, seats with seat covers and mechanisms for, moving them forward and backwards and reclining and all that. So I make seats. I can use SCM blocks to look at my supply chain below me and not even worry about what's above me. The OEM may do a model that cares about me, but I'm only gonna, in this case, I'm the OEM and I'm just looking below me. So SCM blocks can work at every level. Any company could use that within that supply chain to look at where they are and below them. So there's no restriction to it just being at the OEM level.
Yeah, so it's as I understand from your presentation, it starts all the modeling from bill of material, and then from the bill of material, it's like a multi-level bill of material, and then all the way you track to the vendors against each component, and then from there you bring back the risk. Okay, so I think it's one of the best use case. What I think of is the pharma. Okay, so you have a lot of ingredients where you bring it from imports from multiple locations, and it's so many ingredients, so many components, so many parameters to watch for. It could be a quality problem.
Like you said, different countries, that's another place where SCM blocks is powerful, is anything that takes a long time. So within pharma, like nothing changes overnight in pharma. It takes possibly years, definitely months, if not years, for all these things to kind of come through. And so again, SCM blocks would be very powerful there.
If any partner does not, if any vendor does not renew his certificate or something, then whole supply chain has a problem in pharma. Okay, so so what kind of data you need it? As I know from you that you don't have to have a lot of data to do the simulation.
Correct.
So what is the bare minimum data you need, Chris, to do the simulation?
So like we emphasize the bill of material. So as a starting point in any system, any supply chain, the bill of material often dictates and tells what the supply chain will look like. So if you have a bill of material that says, I have this thing that's made up of 2 smaller things, made up of 3 smaller things, then you will have a supply chain, most likely, that has a big thing, has suppliers for 2 of the smaller things, has suppliers for the 3 smaller things. And so without any information or without any data from who my suppliers are, I can just pretend and assume I have a supplier for everything that's in my bill of material, and let me just start with a supply chain that looks like my bill of material, and let me just start with kind of a default model that is a moderate model that says, they'll try to recover inventory and things like that. If anyone happens to know anything about the supply chain, then we add that information. So if someone says, oh, I know that company provides these 2 parts. Okay, great. We'll let them provide 2 parts. Or I know that company doesn't make to stock. They are make to order. They don't keep a stock. They only make stuff when we order it. Okay, we can do that. So we add that in there, and that becomes the starting point. You don't need to know the capacities or anything. We just assume that everyone's at like 85% capacity. So they have a little extra room, but if you double orders, it's going to take them a while to do that. And then as you get data about the supply chain, you start adding that and you make it better. But you will get, even just taking that simple approach that I said and looking at the examples I showed, you will get about 2/3, 70% of your answer will just be from the structure, totally just from the structure. As you add data, you'll see that, the oscillations that look like this maybe just kind of look like this. And so, but the behavior is going to be roughly the same. And all that the new data is going to do is get you a little better of an answer. So you might move from 70% answer to 80% or 90%, but you'll get most of your answer with no data, just looking at the bill of material. It's surprising. It's very interesting.
Fantastic. So how much time do you think, Chris, it will take for a mid-size organization to do a simulation and build the model?
Very good question. Not long at all. So if the company likes the models that are already in SCM blocks, then they can get started immediately and, within the first week, have a model put together, their first model. It doesn't take, even in the first day or 2, they could have that. If they look at the models and say, well, we do things kind of different, can you incorporate this? And so we would tailor the models, and we would need 1 or 2 weeks to do that, and then come train them and show them and all that. And so it might be 3 or 4 weeks. But within a month, if you like what's already in SCM blocks, you're up and running immediately. If you don't like what's in there, then give us a couple of weeks to add what you want, and then you're off and running. So not long at all.
Fantastic. So I think it's a fantastic session. It's a very good idea to build a stress testing around the supply chain model. It's not easy because people don't think in that direction at all. Okay, in my experience, they all limit themselves to the internal supply chain, and then they are worried about only the vendors, and then the immediate customers.
Only their tier one.
Whole supply chain. Okay, so that's a practice, and eventually, if you want to really build a robust organization, and if you want to really make your supply chain a competitive advantage, I think doing a modeling for the supply chain blocks is very much recommendable. Yeah. So we look forward, Chris, from you. If any of our participants from this channel and then from YouTube channel, they are interested, we'll let you know for more insights and maybe a session required on this, because it's very important topic. In a given short time, I don't think it is possible to justify the complexity of that model. Okay, so I think you have done a great job of giving us a very nice explanation of modeling.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, joining, Chris, and we take this opportunity. Yeah, so I take this opportunity to thank all the participants and speakers today.